¿Qué tal, mallorquinistas? Hola, mallorquinistas. ¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes.
So, good evening, Mallorca fans, and welcome to the Visit Mallorca Stadium. Welcome to the Santander League. We are very, very excited to be here once again and to experience a night like this. We're in for a real hell of a match tonight. The meeting that is the 28th leg of the Santander League, which is the match where we're up against the leaders in the league right now, Real Madrid. Of course, we're very, very excited to tell you everything that's going to be happening here. It's going to be a very exciting match. And today we believe in victory. We're definitely going to be fighting for it. We can see here the shirts all prepared in the chain, as well as some shin pads there. Just waiting for their owners to come and claim them for the match today. So there's going to be a lengthy pre-match commentary today where we're going to be revealing to you all the details of the upcoming match. And as we say, we're really excited to be back here and to be able to let you know everything that's been going on. You've got our captain's shirt there, Antonio Raillo, number 21. Lots of eyes is going to be on Kubo's shirt there, wearing the number 17, who will also be very eager today to demonstrate all his worth.
So,
as we said, good evening from the commentary box here in the Visit Mallorca Stadium. It will be opening its doors to the public very, very soon, and people will slowly but surely making their way in. We're expecting a great atmosphere tonight as we are up against the La Liga leaders right now, Real Madrid, on this 28th leg of the league. Of course, everybody has to wrap up warm tonight. It is a bit of a chilly night. It's not a particularly cold night, but it definitely is. We can feel the breeze and the cold air up here as high up as we are in the commentary box. So at the moment I am alone here in the commentary box, but I will be joined very soon by some special guests. We'll be joined by Vicente Engonga, ex-Mallorca player, and a recent regular guest, Manolo Moya. So they're going to be our guests for the match that is kicking off today at 9 p.m. tonight. It's currently 7:22, and as usual, we're going to go outside the stadium for our first chat with our colleague Esteban. So you can see here the pitch at the moment. Of course, we will be also covering the team's warm-up later as they after they've arrived to the stadium. So yes, going to our colleague Esteban, who is ready and waiting for us next to where the buses are going to arrive to the stadium. So what's the atmosphere like?
Buenas tardes, Dani. Pues sí, ambiente de gala, La verdad es que hacía
Good evening. Yes, what an atmosphere.
Tanta gente, tanto tiempo antes, pero bueno, la verdad es que
it's true that it was a very long time since I've seen so many people so long before the kickoff of the match, but that's to be expected when you're up against the leaders in the category. So we're just going to go and see here what people's first impressions are.
Esperando ya con ganas de que llegue los
So excited for the arrival, I guess.
Esperando al Mallorca,
yes,
¿no?
here, patiently waiting for Mallorca, of course.
Tanto al Mallorca.
Porque yo digo, veo alguna camiseta blanca por aquí, pero
No, para nada,
So a very important match today. You're here to support. Yes, we fully support García Plaza. Well, we think we're going to win, and we hope to win 5-0. 5-0 would be great. Yes, we definitely do need a win today. Yes, I'm very excited for Mallorca's arrival. So some people there not so eager to have a chat. So we're going to go and chat to some more people around here. So there is a real exciting atmosphere happening at the moment in the stadium. Danny saying to be careful to Esteban for him to not get run over.
No, está mirando. Por aquí. ¿Cómo están nervis? Esperando a que veis equipo?
So I'm very nervous at the moment.
Mágico como es esto, ¿no?
So we hope you experience a magical night. Yeah, it's great to be up against the first position in the league. It's going to be complicated, that's for sure. So I can see some Madrid flags there, some Madrid fans. So we're going to look for some more people to chat to, and we'll be back very soon. So yes, we will be back very soon with you, Esteban. So we're going to go for our first video connection now. We're getting through to a real legend, a real professional.
Poco antes, ¿no?, de irse para hacer una buena reunión y vivir el partido con buena gente. Álvaro, el responsable de la Peña Meseta desde Madrid, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
So you are the head of the Peña Meseta from Madrid, so how are you?
Con ganas, a punto. Yo, por suerte, vivo muy cerquita de la cofradía, así que...
Well, luckily I live really near the cofradi, so I'm really excited for it.
Bueno, eso te iba a decir, queríamos hacer esa primera comunicación contigo. Está a punto de llegar, pues, tanto el Mallorca como el Real Madrid.
So we are currently waiting for the arrival of both teams. So you are very close to where you're going to be following the match. So what's it going to be like?
Bueno, pues al final nosotros en Meseta siempre tenemos como un ritual. Llegamos, encendemos el...
Well, in Meseta we always have a kind of ritual, you know.
Debajo de la tele.
We put the mascot underneath the TV.
Vamos calentando con la previa, pues con unas cervezas. Hoy al ser...
You know, we get ready for the match during the pre-match with, you know, warming up with some beers.
Pero siempre con ganas.
But always with lots of eagerness and really excited.
De la cofradía sufren los gritos de muriqui.
Of course, those that are on the lower level of the building are not such big fans of our shouts of support, but we've always got to show that support.
Ahora que también se acerca la Semana Santa, porque claro, tú sabes que a nosotros nos toca pasar pena siempre, ¿no? Y ahí, pues ya te digo, la cofradía también hay que sufrir un poquito, ¿no, Álvaro?
Sí. No, aparte nosotros en la cofradía es donde fundamos la peña de ahora 3 años.
Well, of course, the place where we go and watch it is where we founded this association and this group.
De la cofradía es un grande y nos dijo que venga, que por nosotros hacía...
And they're great people, and they allowed us to go there and set up our association there.
Eso te iba a decir, claro, porque este partido está el lunes, ¿no? 9 de la noche, el partido que va a cerrar.
So of course, this match being Monday at this time of the evening, you know, it is what it is. Obviously, it's a rest day for a lot of people. You know, they wouldn't really generally be doing this. But yes, it definitely won't be a rest day on our behalf. And we will be there giving it our all from our point of view, which is what we do best.
Pues nada, en ese que tienes ahí montado espectacular, otro día con
So thank you very much. We're going to leave you there in that fabulous setup you've prepared to take this video call, and we would love to speak to you later to see what atmosphere you've got going on throughout the match. So we will be back with Alvaro later because we're currently witnessing the arrival of the Real Madrid bus.
Bueno, ahí ya vemos, la llegada de los autocares del Real Madrid. Está llegando el equipo de Carlo Ancelotti.
Yes, we are currently witnessing Ancelotti's team's arrival to the stadium. We hadn't had a visit from Real Madrid in 2 seasons now. So we would love to sign for that same result that we had last time that they visited us.
Y ahí tenemos la llegada del autocar del Real Madrid con su autocar oficial.
Of course, we must remain optimistic for that. And Real Mallorca's bus will be right behind this one.
Y vamos a empezar a ver desfilar. Hoy, la verdad es que las comunicaciones un poquito complicadas. Va a haber muchos teléfonos.
So we are having some technical issues at the moment with the image tonight, but of course, it's to be expected with the amount of electronic devices being connected today. So there's Nacho there, the first player to get off Real Madrid's bus.
Líder aquí a Palma y que bueno, ahí tenemos también a Carvajal y que evidentemente pues,
Carvajal there.
De conseguir un buen resultado que le permita pues llegar
of course, all players eager and excited to have a good result tonight, hopefully for them.
Mayor colchón de puntos posible, pero bueno, escúchame, Real Madrid que Y no pasa nada, que aquí un empatito, una derrota tampoco os cambia mucho.
However, obviously, our message to Real Madrid would be that a draw would be absolutely fine for them. They don't need to win tonight.
Italiano, y ahí está Karim Benzema. Sin duda, el hombre del
Benzema,
momento para el Real Madrid,
definitely the man of the moment right now for Real Madrid, especially after that hat-trick against Paris Saint-Germain.
Es el pichichi en la liga con 20 dianas y Vinicius.
He is the maximum goal scorer right now on 20 goals.
16 tantos, el segundo máximo anotador del Real Madrid. Veamos a Rodrigo, también a Fede Valverde.
Rodrigo is entering the stadium there as well.
En redes sociales. Luego también os lo cuento.
Real Madrid already announced their starting lineup on social media. Of course, their starting lineup is definitely menacing and it's definitely top level.
En la portería, luego lo vemos, pero poco a poco os lo voy contando.
We will be reviewing that lineup later. We'll be going through it.
También Mendy.
Mendy is there too.
Con esa entrada al vestuario visitante del Mallorca RCD.
We're also seeing Isco entering the stadium and going into their visiting changing rooms.
Del Real Madrid.
So yeah, some more images of the official Real Madrid bus.
En breve lo va a hacer el Real Madrid, que es Toni Kroos.
Toni Kroos, a German player, who is also going to be in that starting lineup in the middle of the field.
Pues van a estar Rodrigo, va a estar Vinicius, va a estar Benzema.
Benzema, Rodrigo, Vinicius, they're all going to be on the pitch. Lucas Vázquez, who's also going to be starting for Real Madrid today. But as we say, we will be going through that lineup in detail later on in the program. But yes, they really are genuine stars of the footballing game.
Vemos el recorrido, ¿no? También de Lucas Vázquez. Ahí vemos a Eden Hazard, Marcelo.
We can see Marcelo, Eden Hazard, and Modric entering the stadium too, another spectacular player. We'll keep our eyes open to see if he will also have some minutes to play today.
Absolutamente nada. Bueno, pues ahí tenemos el césped que ya está a la espera de los
yes, last image there of the grass, which is going to be eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Madrid players on the grass as they begin their warm-up. We're going to go back to Esteban outside the stadium, see what he's got in store for us.
Pues està a punt d'arribar, quan veiem a Timoni, que està una mica de festa amb els aficionats. I res, la veritat és que bon ambient, han rebut
There's a really good atmosphere here at the moment.
Amb aficionats, esperant s'arribar al Mallorca, ha arribat al Madrid, però nosaltres aquí
we've already received the arrival of Real Madrid.
Con ganas de que llegue el equipo y con ganas de partido, imagino, ¿no?
So excited about the arrival of the team, right?
Esperant que avui puguin donar la sorpresa.
Yeah, and I hope that today we can give a surprise. So Mallorca's not in their best moment right now, but you know, sometimes they can. You're going up against the leaders of the league. Sometimes you can take a massive step forward. Yeah, maybe we'll find them tired and exhausted at the end of the day, and you never know. I think it's going to be 2-1 to us. That's what we like to see. Optimistic people. We're going to carry on around here. Me trying to hide there, but no, you're going to be brave.
Ganas de partido, ganas de que llegue el Mallorca, ¿no? Venir el Madrid,
eagerly awaiting the team. You know, the Madrid players, they can go through. We don't need to see them.
Muy bien, con muchas ganas y a por ellos a muerte. Que no tenemos
miedo a nadie. I'm excited. We've just got to go and get them. We're not scared of anybody. So what's your prediction for today? I think it's going to be 3-2 to us. So, you know, goal-filled match, so that is spectacular. Yeah, I don't want to have any nil-nils, no 1-nils or anything like that.
Jo crec que anem a travessar ràpidament, crec que no ve
ningú
per aquí, anem a cercar gent. Ja hemos enviat la carretera i això bo. Mira, se m'esconde, no s'esconda, que s'ha vist.
So there's some girls trying to hide there, but I've got you, I've caught you. So eager for the match. We've got to win today.
Estàs vestit de gala per rebre el Mallorqueta.
Sempre.
So well dressed for the occasion. And what's your prediction? Is it 2-1? People are looking optimistic at the moment. I'm excited. We've got to win.
dissabte i no està ens ànim bé.
Encara estan de ressaca, no?
Yeah, no, they've, they might be hungover now because they've had lots of matches, lots of tournaments, lots of parties recently.
Sofrir, mos agrada patir una miqueta.
So yes, we know that we do like to suffer, of course, but hopefully today it won't be that much suffering for us.
Estan felices, optimistes.
So we've got some really happy, eager faces here.
Exactament, el Madrid m'importa poc.
Yeah, I don't care about Madrid at all. We're just here to see the Mallorca boys play and hopefully see them win.
11, perdó, 11.
És igual, saps que quedin hem de guanyar.
Sí, m'agrada. Resultat per avui.
1-0 me basta. I si és de penalti, que no ho és millor.
And for today, my prediction, 1-0 would be enough for me, that's for sure.
Sempre hem de sofrir, millor que estic sofrint sempre, però a la nostra.
Sí, m'agrada. I el gol, el Murici, no?
En Kubo.
So, do you think the goal is going to be for Murici? I think the goal is going to be for Kubo today.
Gràcies. Dani, jo no sé, jo crec que està a punt d'arribar a equipo ja, però bueno, jo crec que podem aprofitar...
So, Danny, I think the team is about to arrive, but hopefully we can speak to one last person.
Han d'anar a posició i ara veurem si per aquí tenim alguna... Bueno, tu vas a la camiseta del City, no juega City, lo siento, compañero.
Somebody there not so eager to have a chat, but we're going to move backwards because the team is arriving now. Yes, so we are having a technical issue that makes our colleague have a slightly strange tone of voice today, but that's just something to be expected with all the amount of electronic devices that are being connected today from all different journalistic medium. But yes, we can see the street cordoned off now and everybody eagerly awaiting the bus to move past them and show their support. So it is slightly later than had been planned for the team. Shouts there and cheers, but yes, we can at 7:36 p.m. Under an hour and a half now until kickoff.
Escuchamos ahí un poquito del ambiente, Dimonió también ahí detrás del autocar, alerta que no te atropellen, Dimonió.
Yes, the mascot needs to be careful not to get run over there.
Esa cámara de llegada, pues las caras también de los jugadores del Real Mallorca. En un ratito también nos
So we will be having a look, as usual, with our cameras, the faces of the players getting off the bus. So as we know, Luis García Plaza is finally back on the bench today after those 2 matches off because of his sanction.
Donde pues es mucho más fácil, ¿no? El poder evidentemente dirigir a su equipo. Y ahí estamos.
Of course, you'll be very happy about that, as it's much nicer for him that Dani Rodriguez there, the first player off the bus, as usual. Pedro Rostoy following him. Antonio Sanchez, see if he will be starting today. He actually debuted in First Division in the Santiago Bernabéu against Real Madrid. Grenier, our new French player, who of course is going to be hoping that it's his debut as well tonight. Take Kubo, definitely one of the most tracked and most marked players in the match tonight. Of course, he is going up against the team that brought him to Spain and brought him to Spanish football. Yabres, Leo Roman, Ferninho there. Obviously, firm friends inside and outside the changing rooms. You see some images of the inside of the stadium now. I've got Jaume Costa there. Sedlar and Sergio Rico. Of course, who was previously in Real Madrid, and then we've got Kangin Lee, we've got Baba, Salva Sevilla. Of course, cool as a cucumber, never gets nervous about everything. Marishi. Our American player Matthew Hop and Amath Ndiaye. As we said, Marishi, who will be extremely eager to get back and see if he can score once again. Ángel
Vamos a ver
Rodriguez.
si la acompaña. Y bueno, pues ya tenemos imagen en directo de la grada. Ya veis, yo decía antes, ¿no?
So
Que
we've
se han
got some
abierto, pues,
live images
las
of the
puertas del
stadium
estadio
now.
y que, bueno,
As
pues
we
la
said,
gente
the
que quiere
doors
venir por
are
aquí, pues
now
eso siempre es
open.
una
So
buena
those
noticia. Estamos
early
viendo también
birds are starting to take
tráfico
their seats.
de lo que pueda
Those who
estar
have wanted
sucediendo,
to
de la
beat the
gente que se acerque
traffic.
un poquito más. Y bueno, pues volvemos aquí al set de comentaristas porque ya
So we're
incorporamos
back
una
in the
voz
commentary box with
a
us
esta
now.
retransmisión, al comentarista
And we're going
del Real
to
Mallorca. Le saludo y
incorporate
enseguida vamos con la entrevista que tenemos
another voice
pendiente en
into
directo.
this
Manolo Moya, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
narration.
Hola, buenas
So we're
tardes.
with Manolo
Pues aquí
Moya,
estamos,
our regular
partido de
recent
estos
commentator.
bonitos, partido que
So one of
teníamos ganas de
these
vivir,
amazing
partido que va a
matches,
empezar
obviously we
ahora
were
mismo.
excited to
Primeras sensaciones
experience
que
it.
tienes.
So how are you
La
feeling?
verdad que muy buenas porque
I'm
bueno,
feeling good.
Mallorca se va a enfrentar al líder de la primera división, pero
Obviously
bueno,
we're
es
up
un
against the
partido que
leaders in the
tenemos
first division
mucho
right
que
now.
ganar y poco perder y
We've got a lot to
bueno, los
gain
resultados
and
de este fin
little
de
to
semana han
lose.
sido casi todos favorables, el único que ha sido el
The
Levante
results this weekend
y
have
bueno, con
all
mucha
been
ilusión
rather
porque
favourable for
el
us, with
Madrid va a tener
exception
un
of
partido muy
Levante's
complicado
result.
aquí.
Bueno,
So
pues
yeah,
luego
it's going to be a really
arrancamos contigo,
complicated match
Manolo,
for
pero
us.
a mí me gustaría que, bueno, pues antes de nada, antes de ir con esta conexión que tenemos en directo, veamos
So before we
un
go
gol.
to see our
Un
next
gol del Real
guest,
Mallorca, no en este
we're going
estadio,
to
que también
watch a
existía,
Mallorca goal,
en
not in this
Luis Sitjar,
stadium, because it didn't even
un
exist
partido,
then, but
pues,
in
ya
our old
hace
stadium,
muchísimos
Luis
años,
Sitjar.
temporada 86,
Many years have
87,
passed since then. It
ahí
was
tenemos
in
el
the
Luis Sitjar abarrotado, y un
86-87
partido,
season,
el encuentro que disputó el Real Mallorca contra el Real Madrid. Bueno, las imágenes ya veis,
and it was a Mallorca Madrid
son
match.
vintage. Ahí
We'll
tenemos
see some
a
very vintage images
Josep
there that
Llobet
you're
ahí metiendo
seeing.
ese centro que paraba
There was a
el portero, que mandaba a todo el mundo arriba. ¿Y por qué lo
good
ponemos este gol?
save
Pues
there
ahora
from the
vais a descubrir,
goalkeeper,
¿no?
who was
El
sending
saque largo
everybody up the other
del
end. And why are we
portero.
playing this? Well, you're about to
Ese balón
find
que se va a
out.
ir, pues ahí a la banda. Y ahora esta jugada que va a empezar, que va a empezar. Ahí va a ir ese pase. Bueno, ahora lo recuperamos, pero es que el
Well, we're going to
protagonista
recover that image in a minute and see the actual goal, but because the author of it was Enrique Mandelena. So, good evening, and how are you? Pues I'm very well, and I'm really happy to be here with you.
Saludarte, nos gusta saber un poco, pues, cómo te va todo.
So obviously we'd love to know how everything's going for you, and especially in a match like this. We are going to repeat and have a look at that goal that you scored against Real Madrid, which was about 36 years ago now.
Esta temporada, ¿no? 35-36 años, ese gol en el Sitjar que le marcaste al Real Madrid.
Sí, fa molt d'anys, como decís.
Yes, it's a very long time ago.
No se olvida, es un gol.
But obviously, you never forget anything like that. It's something that definitely marked my career.
Hacía mucho tiempo que el Mallorca no ganaba al Real Madrid.
It had been a very long time since Mallorca had last beaten Real Madrid as well. And it was a great day.
Luego después del gol hemos mantenido alguna imagen también de la segunda parte, que es cuando
so we also have some images of the second half as well.
Estaba atacando el equipo, el balón que terminó en el portero, y cuéntanos un poco.
So because the other team was on the attack, and well, you can erase it for us, Enrique.
No sé si fue Orejuela o Paquete Higuera.
I think it was either Paquete Higuera or Flores Huelga who cut off the ball in midfield, and they sent it off to the right wing.
Salía del vestuario en el Luis Sitjar, centró otro Viana y se fue hasta la línea de gol, centró el pase de la muerte prácticamente y pude batir a Ullo en ese momento. O sea, fue muy rápido.
And obviously everything happened so fast, but I went for it and I had to go for it.
Me hizo una ilusión, lo celebré con toda mi fuerza, a pesar de haber estado en el Madrid y venir prácticamente a haber crecido allí.
Of course, even though I had been in Real Madrid for a long time and I practically just arrived, I gave it all I had in that match, and I just had to whack it in the back and see if it went in the back of the net, and luckily it did.
Vemos ahí viendo las repeticiones.
So we can see that it was a rainy day, judging by the umbrellas that we can see in the stadium. So this was the 27th leg of the league that year. We're now in round 28.
Era diferente la situación que teníamos.
Yes, of course. I mean, the situation was very different then.
Faltando partidos, estamos prácticamente salvados.
In that time, we actually had a very good season. We were practically saved, going to remain for sure in the first division.
Sin estar lógicamente en en una situación peligrosa, pero que sí hay que tener cuidado porque quedan...
And of course now, it's not that we're in a particularly dangerous situation, but we definitely have to be careful. And we desperately hope that we don't go below that dreaded red line on the league table. And then in that match, you were substituted by Damien Amel, if I'm not wrong. And also we've got some very interesting images here of the, people who definitely weren't paying for their season ticket because they could watch every match from their balconies. Yes, it's incredible to see them there, watching the match from their own balconies like that. However, there are still a lot of stadiums where that's possible, like Vallecas, for example. A lot of people still do that, and it's always very interesting to see. I mean, look at the mud on the grass because of the weather that day. That's something that definitely doesn't happen anymore, that kind of mud and weather conditions on the grass. Yeah, however, the mud was a really horrible thing about these kind of matches. And now, luckily, there's barely any matches that are played, at least in the top divisions, with the muddy grass.
El goleador del Mallorca, no solo en este partido, sino aquella temporada, pues Pichichi de la competición, fíjate, ¿no? Palabras.
So you actually were the top goal scorer that season, so that's really is a legendary figure to have with us. So speaking about this season now, Enrique, obviously very different situation as to when you were playing. However, parallel situation in the sense that we're up against Real Madrid, who are once again leaders of the league this year. So obviously we have demonstrated that we can beat big rivals. I think this is a good point in the season to have this match. They've come from a match against Paris Saint-Germain where they had a spectacular 30 minutes, and maybe even that 3-1 result was not that much considering how well they played. The majority of the match was for PSG, and then they managed to take advantage of their good minutes. However, it was a very easy match for the coach in the sense that he barely had to motivate any of the players. The motivation was already there, and it was an extraordinary couple of minutes. However, of course, today we have to remind ourselves that 3 points that are a win are the same 3 points as if we won against any other kind of rival. Of course, Real Madrid will be very, very eager to not to lose. They wouldn't want to lose the match today. They don't want to lose the match against Barcelona next weekend. So obviously, anybody who's complacent, thinking that they're going to be they're going to be complacent, they're going to be tired today. We definitely can't think that, and we can't judge them for that. It's a very competitive league that we're in.
No le veo entre esos tres equipos con problemas para bajar, pero lógicamente tampoco puedes.
At the moment, I don't think Mallorca is in those positions of being one of those 3 teams that are going to have problems and end up in the relegation zone or be relegated to second division. But we've just got to be very careful. But I think Mallorca is going to give everything they've got. And let's see if we can manage not to lose today and manage to hold on to at least a draw. So we've been saying a lot this season, how difficult it is to win, especially when you're in the middle of the road towards the bottom of the league table. Luckily, Levante didn't win, Alaves lost, Getafe drew. So it's really difficult to win, right? Yes, and the nerves keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. With Alaves, for example, about 15 or 20 legs of the league ago, there was talk about them possibly even getting to a European level, and then, look what's happened in the league since then. Because it's not only a physical thing, it's also a massively mental and psychological thing too.
y eso te hace pues también caer en nervios. Fue una pena, por ejemplo,
Because that also then has a massive effect on the players'
del
nerves.
partido del domingo pasado, meter 3 goles fuera y no haber podido ganar el partido. Eso ha sido una pena, con lo difícil y lo complicado que es marcar un
Because
gol.
of course then we have matches that happen like recently when 3 goals were scored away and you still weren't able to take home the win. I mean, that's a very frustrating thing and it's a very difficult thing to come to terms with.
Pero nos espera un partido apasionante.
But I think it's going to be a very passionate and lovely match.
Te ha quedado ahí el recuerdo.
Actually, when you were talking about the stadium there, you actually said the name of the old stadium, but that's completely normal because you played there for so long.
Es inevitable muchas veces, no.
Yes, unfortunately, sorry, but that's inevitable for me because that was my home. That's where I played when I was there. You know, Mallorca for me is always going to be the Luis Jar Stadium.
Sí, señor. Enrique Magdaleno, el primer pichichi del Real Mallorca en Primera División. Nada, un placer.
So Enrique Magdaleno, our first league maximum goal scorer for Real Mallorca. Thank you very much for talking to us. You look very, very well, I must say. Yeah, I mean, I've got to keep fit. I walk a lot, I go on my bike, and yeah, I keep try and keep fit.
Casi, no, casi. Te fichamos. Bueno, Enrique Magdaleno, esperemos que disfrutes del partido y un abrazo.
So we hope you enjoy the match, and we send you a massive hug from us here on the island. Thank you. Well, same to you, and best of luck for the rest of the league. And yeah, I have very fond memories of the team. So there you go, an interview with Enrique Magdaleno, an absolute legend in the club's history, the first league top goal scorer that we had on the team. Good, over 30 years ago now. So I was actually there that day on the images that you were showing then. It was a very, very wet day. What a team that Mallorca had at that point in time.
Y bueno, fue un día que llovió mucho y bueno, y Paco Bullo estaba de portero.
Paco Bullo, sí, lo conozco.
Paco Bullo was actually in goal that day.
Fue una jugada muy buena y
And the play they did at that specific moment was excellent.
Y bueno, Enrique Magdaleno, un espectáculo, un crack.
And Magdaleno was an absolute performer. It was he really put on a show. He actually scored 19 goals that season.
Con el Mallorca, además.
Con el Mallorca.
You know, with Mallorca, and in that place in time, that was an amazing feat. Yes, and also just to point out, it was amazing to have a look at those manual scoring balls there. You know, people changing score by hand. It really does show you how far we've come.
Aguantó a un gran equipo como era el Real Madrid y bueno.
Yes, that day they managed to hold off a magnificent Real Madrid that was brought out.
Que se ha visto ahí con las calzas bajadas que antiguamente no se llevaban ni espinilleras porque les molestaban a los jugadores.
I also saw Gordillo there on the pitch who had his socks rolled down, and just to point out, you know, people didn't even really use shin pads back then. It was a lot more raw than it is now, that's for sure.
En las redes sociales he parecido que tenía nuestro querido utillero y ha habido muchas risas con
Abdon Prats there.
Bueno, decías antes, Manolo, ahora voy con la alineación del Mallorca, por cierto, estamos esperando también a...
We will be going through the Mallorca starting lineup very shortly. We are waiting for that flash interview with Pedro Rostoy, Luis García Plaza's right-hand man. Yes, Luis García Plaza, who is, as I said before, is back on the bench today.
Luego recordaremos también alguna victoria del Mallorca contra el Real Madrid también en un día de mucha lluvia.
We will be reminding ourselves of some previous Mallorca victories over Real Madrid later in the program. Even though there isn't any rain forecast for this evening, we definitely will be ready and waiting with the umbrellas at the ready.
La confidencialidad de uno y otro y ahora pues me lo han pasado mis compañeros, así que pues os lo cuento ya. Vamos a ver ese 11 del Real Madrid.
So we're going to make the starting lineup right now.
Al Real Madrid se contaba antes
Luis García Plaza set for today.
Que va a formar con Sergio Rico en la portería.
Sergio Rico in goal for us.
Mallorquinista con Brian Olivan. Bueno, vemos ahí a Jaume
It's a Mallorcan wing on defense.
Va a jugar Brian Olivan en este lateral.
Actually, no, that was a mistake. It's not Jaume Costa. It's going to be Brian Olivan, Pablo Maffeo on the right-hand side, Martin Valgent and Antonio Raillo in the defense.
y con Antonio Sánchez. Mejor quitamos este 11 porque esto está mal, compañero, y yo pido disculpas. Os lo cuento yo, no pasa nada. Cosas del directo. Decíamos Sergio Rico en la portería, con Brian Olivan en
Yes, sorry, we're going to go actually only to this part right at the moment. So we've got Martin Valgent and Antonio Raillo in defense.
Mafeo en el lateral derecho, con Antonio Sánchez y con Baba en ese
Antonio Sanchez and Baba in midfield. Dani Rodriguez and Take Kubo on the wings.
En el día de hoy la formada por Ángel Rodríguez y por Murici.
And then up top, striking for today, we're going for Ángel Rodriguez and Murici.
A bote pronto, luego la analizamos un poquito mejor. ¿Qué te parece este equipo de Luis García?
Bueno, un
So what do you think of the starting lineup, Manolo?
más defensivos, pero bueno, juega con dos
I
puntas.
think it's definitely an offensive, competitive
Esta
team.
dupla, sobre todo, le está dando buenos resultados aquí en casa.
This double act up at the top is giving some good results, especially at home at the moment.
Y bueno, el Mallorca aguantará.
Hopefully Take is also going to be in a good position there, and we've just got to have to stick it out, and Madrid is definitely going to have to work hard.
Sí, luego lo vamos a recordar, Manolo, porque también tenemos las imágenes preparadas de ese partido, pero bueno, iremos luego a ello. Vamos a ir un poquito ahí cronológicamente porque hay alguna victoria más, ¿no?, que también queremos recordar.
So as I said, we are going to go through some previous results by Real Mallorca. I'm just hearing some applause here. Don't know whether the players are going on to warm up, but no, we don't think so.
Pero es que algún jugador de la primera plantilla que se estaba yendo ya hacia el vestuario para poner.
No, it's because the fans have seen one of the players enter the changing rooms and they decided to show their support from the stands. So this is the official graph for the starting lineup.
Solo falta el que meta el gol.
Exactamente, ¿no? Es decir, si el que tiene que marcar está ahí, está bien la alineación, ¿no?
Está bien.
Es lo que debe pensarse.
Well, to be honest, as Manolo is saying, it doesn't really matter who is on the pitch as long as they can manage to score a goal for us today.
Pues había que reforzar ahí ese centro del campo. Lo está haciendo muy bien Antonio Sánchez.
So of course, we definitely need a lot of support from our players in the midfield today. Antonio Sanchez is working very, very well at the moment. And we're going to Esteban, who is with Pedro Rostoy.
Sí, a ver si somos capaces de ponerle las cosas difíciles.
Yes, so today, let's see if we are able and capable of making it difficult for Real Madrid. We've had some good home matches recently, and we'd love to continue that. So obviously, Madrid's lineup is what it is, but they are tired, of course. You know, they came back against PSG, which would have been physically exhausting. Well, of course, I mean, today we need to be very good on our defense, being up against the team that we're up against. You know, we know that anything can happen on the pitch. The logical thing is that they dominate us for a large part of the match. But we know we've got to try and allow them to create as few goal-scoring opportunities as possible. So we've got Ángel on the wing.
Brian Olivan, perdón, lateral izquierdo, caen Jaume y cae Gio.
So we've got Brian Olivan on the other wing. Yes, of course, I mean, we usually like to bring on two strikers.
Pero bueno, creemos que hoy contra el Madrid poner dos delanteros nos puede venir bien, ¿no? Y luego poner a Brian en izquierda, bueno, pues quizá poner un poco más de físico, ¿no?
And of course, having Brian Olivan on the left wing today, we thought was a tactical decision in the sense that he's a very physical player. Of course, I mean, you are up against a Karim Benzema who can play in virtually any position. However, it's good to have Antonio Sanchez and Baba there who are natural ball recoverers, so hopefully that can give us some positive things. Yeah, of course, they need to make sure they're blocking any possible pathways that the Madrid players can get through, and that they can close off any gaps that they find in the center of the pitch.
Muy juntos y ahí en medio y seamos capaces de recuperar balones y impedirles su juego interior. Sí, claro, hombre, fue importantísimo, ¿no?
And of course, the support of the people in the stadium is going to be imperative today. We're eager for their support, and we hope that we can put on the show that they deserve for it to have, judging by the fact that they've all come down to watch.
Ellos se lo merecen porque nos están dando apoyo todo
And
el
the
año.
fans really do deserve the victory today because they support us all year round.
Dani, fins aquí les paraules de Pedro
So
Rostoy.
Pedro Rostoy's words there, Danny, is of course very excited to give a good show for the fans. Yes, so there were the words of Mallorca's second coach, Pedro Rostoy. As we can see, some tranquility there on the bench from some of the players on the team. And we're going to go to our first ad break. But before that, Manolo, so what did you think of Pedro Rostoy's interview? Anything that you take away from it?
Totalmente, bueno, el potencial ofensivo que tiene el Real Madrid ya se sabe, o sea, y parar esa sangre.
Well, of course, the offensive potential that Real Madrid has is incredible.
Pero bueno, ellos van a tener la posesión de la pelota seguramente y el Mallorca
They will probably have the possession, the main possession.
Ya lo ha dicho Luis García, pero bueno, es un partido 90
We're definitely going to have some sticky moments, but it's a 90-minute match. We shouldn't be scared. We've got to go out there politely and respectfully. And I think we're going to have a different match to the one that we had in the first leg. Well, we better hope that we do. Yeah, of course we're playing at home, and they are definitely going to suffer. We're going to make things difficult for them. And Mallorca is bringing out all their offensive arsenal. And, you know, football, you never know what's going to happen. If we manage to get in the lead before them, that would put us in a very interesting position. That would give us a lot to gain.
Bueno, pues ya veis que van siguiendo entrando aficionados del Real Mallorca.
So as you can see, fans still entering the stadium, filling up the stands slowly but surely.
Del mundo, la gente que sigue a Madrid y Barcelona.
Of course, anybody who follows Real Madrid and Barcelona always tries and flocks to see the matches being played, so probably any match up against one of those two teams would always fill the stadium. And like the Mallorca players, we're also going to have a bit of a chilled moment and go to a small ad break as we are an hour away from kickoff now. We'll be back with you very soon. We'll see you after this small ad break before this kickoff time at 9 p.m. tonight.
Lo contamos aquí en Play Relive. Hasta ahora.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida. Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto, muy pronto. En Europa, cada detalle cuenta.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Bueno, pues de nuevo directo desde el SIGUE Mallorca.
So we are back live from the visit to Mallorca Stadium. Of course, we are expecting kickoff in 55 minutes now.
Nos pasan despacito porque empezamos muy pronto, pero por otra parte nos pasa muy
Of
rápido.
course, the pre-match is always a very intense, lengthy and very nerve-wracking process for us because we like to start our pre-match coverage pretty early to make sure we've got time to cover everything that we want to go through. We are awaiting the players' arrival on the pitch now to begin their warm-up for tonight.
Real Madrid, como siempre, pues como digo, mucha gente joven también para ver a sus ídolos.
So as we can see, lots of young people have made their way to the stadium today to show their support as well.
Durante esta pausa publicitaria, ¿no? Con Manolo Moyá, que pues espera hoy Manolo una gran entrada, ¿no? También lo decía Pedro
Of course, we've got Manolo Moyá still here with us, and as Pedro Rostoy was saying, we would like to breathe that atmosphere.
Pero es verdad que, por ejemplo, el día del Cádiz se vivió
same as that the match against Cadiz, you know, that good magical atmosphere that we have when we are in the lead from the beginning.
Esperemos que haya un lleno absoluto y que esto sea una olla a
Well,
presión.
we hope and expect for a full house in the stadium tonight. And at the end of the day, the audience is going to be player number 12 on the team.
No importa motivar al jugador porque bueno, te enfrentas al Real Madrid, te enfrentas al líder.
And at the end of the day, the players don't need that much motivation today because they're already going to be motivated because of the fact that they're up against such an amazing team like Real Madrid. And yeah, they have lost. They lost it against Español. They've lost against Getafe, who are both teams of this relatively similar caliber to Real Mallorca.
Sin ninguna duda. Bueno, creo que podemos ir también ya a pie de campo para conectar de nuevo con nuestro compañero Esteban Ramón, que en un ratito también pues, nos va a ir contando, ¿no? Pues todo lo que se vaya cociendo por ahí abajo, porque hoy también hay algunas actividades programadas. Tornaven tu, Esteban, a peu de camp. Conta'ns un poquet com està...
So we're going to go back to our colleague Esteban, who is pitch side for us, to see what the atmosphere is like from down there.
Comença l'ambient, això mos agrada ja.
Yes, the atmosphere is definitely starting to heat up now.
He de dir-te que Dani ha vist un parell de camisetes blanques, però bueno, no passa res.
I have seen a fair few white shirts, Danny, but we won't pay too much attention to them. So obviously today a win would mean historic victory for us.
Un puntet per avui, per què no? Ja ho vàrem fer fa dos temporades.
Luckily, the results this weekend have been favourable for Mallorca, except that of Levante, who managed to clinch 1 point from their draw. Yes, 2 seasons ago, the last time we welcomed Real Madrid, it was a very positive experience for us.
Tu controles més això dels temps, Dani, de quan sortiran els porters, quan sortiran els jugadors.
Of course, Danny, we always rely on you to be under control of what time the goalkeepers and what time the players come on to begin their warm-up.
Per donar la sorpresa contra el líder i per sumar 3 punts que serien importantíssims per al Mallorca.
Yes, we are eagerly awaiting their arrival, and hopefully it's going to be a match that's going to give us 3 points. So yes, we will be going back to Esteban later.
Para este partidazo, ya vemos esa imagen en directo también de esta cámara.
There's live images of our motorway as well.
La autopista, esa vía de acceso principal, ¿no? Que iba aquí hacia el
that main access point to the stadium.
Cuando ve estas imágenes se ríe porque él viene con moto y claro, pues
Manolo, of course, always has a bit of a chuckle when he sees these images because he always arrives on a motorbike and he's extremely grateful for that.
O sea que, bueno, vas con cuidado porque la gente viene con tiempo porque hoy la entrada que va a haber en el Bici Stadi va a ser, bueno, espectacular y gracias a Dios el tema de la pandemia a ver si se nos va y bueno, y también a ver si se nos va esta...
Yes, of course, but we have to obviously make them take advantage of the fact that the restrictions are loosening now, and that there's more people being allowed into the stadium. We can hopefully expect the restrictions to keep loosening as we go on. So we've got some images of Manolo Reina there, who, of course, we remind you, wasn't sanctioned in the last match, so he's not allowed to be on the bench today. So he's off for 2 matches. He's not allowed to take the bench in that time. So instead, Leo Roman is going to be our first substitute option. There's going to be other players on the bench, such as Gio Gonzalez, Franco Russo, Salva Sevilla, Grenier, Abdon Prats, Kangin Lee, Alex Sedler, Amat Ndiaye, Fernandinho, and Javi Ebres.
Hemos contado antes el 11 blanco, luego lo vamos a recordar. Va a estar el portero suplente Lunin.
So just remind you of our starting lineup as well.
Modric, Marcelo, Gareth Bale, Dani Ceballos, Isco, Mariano, Camavinga y el mallorquín Marco Asensio. Imagen también de nuestro...
We're actually going through Real Madrid's starting lineup, which we'll be going through in more detail later on.
También va a seguir el partido, como siempre desagrada Luis Sillar. Y bueno, Manolo, pues ahora enseguida vamos a recuperar también alguna victoria del Real Mallorca. Enseguida pues vamos a...
So Manolo, we are going to be going through some old and previous Mallorca victories against Real Madrid.
Para pasárselo bien.
But it's definitely one of those days to make your way down to the stadium and have a good time. Yes, it is, and hopefully it's going to be a good performance as well. And then to get those 3 points at home would be a fantastic end. But you know, it's 90 minutes, and it's 90 minutes for Mallorca to give everything they've got, and we hope they do.
Titular cuando la gente pues poquito a poco no se va incorporando al equipo, y el viento que sopla aquí, que nos está aquí.
So the wind is definitely picking up as well, and it actually keeps blowing around our papers and our desks.
Y aquí evidentemente que el fresco se nota. Bueno, os decía antes que vamos a incorporar poco a poco pues más voces a nuestra retransmisión, y ya está aquí con...
So we are going to be having some more guests, as I've been saying.
Que también le ha costado un poquito venir hasta aquí.
So it definitely was a challenge to make his way to the stadium because de Engonga, probably because of the traffic.
De tenerte aquí en un auténtico pues partidazo.
So we're really happy to have you here, and so what a match we're about to witness. Yeah, it's a massively important match for Mallorca. Madrid is having an excellent season in La Liga, and now with that success wave in the Champions League and these recent results, and hopefully today everything goes our way. Yeah, I mean, it's about getting the points and hopefully getting a win.
Distanciarnos un poquito, al menos un poquito, de esa parte baja.
So it will be good to try and at least get away from that lower part of the league table.
A nivel de lo que es el Mallorca, sacar hoy un resultado bueno sería a nivel moral muy importante.
It would be very important on a morale level for us to get a positive result today.
Se pondría la cosa un poco más complicada. Quedan muchos puntos porque quedan como 30 puntos y son muchos, ¿no?
There's still 30 points up for grabs in what's left of the league, so...
La confianza vendría muy bien hoy ganar.
So on a confidence level, it would be really, really good for the team to get 3 points today.
Partido con nosotros, pero hemos estado recordando y lo vamos a seguir haciendo, alguna victoria del Mallorca ante el Real Madrid.
So as we said, we are going to go and review some previous Mallorca victories.
En toda tu carrera y con todos los equipos, 9 con el Real Mallorca.
So you played 9 matches with Real Mallorca. You had 3 wins, 3 draws, and 3 losses. So very balanced statistics there for you.
Cosas que firmaría siempre. Yo tuve la suerte de vivir buenos resultados contra el Madrid.
Yes, I was lucky enough to experience some good results, positive results against Real Madrid. There was a couple of years where Mallorca had some very good victories against Madrid, and it wasn't such heavily suffering matches as we've experienced recently.
como al principio del campeonato y consigue el triunfo.
Pues vamos a
But hopefully today is going to be successful.
que os comentaba, por ejemplo, la que
So we are going to go and witness one of those victories that we've been talking about now. This was in the 2000-2001 season. I think you were on this team actually. It's Mikel Soler there giving that pass.
Que yo no sé si buscaba que todo metiera el pie o no, pero vamos, ese balón terminó dentro.
And then thanks to Eto'o, the ball ends up in the back of the net.
Lo recuerdo como si hubiera sido.
Yes, I actually remember that match as if it was a kind of almost an easy success. You know, we played very well in the first half. I remember suffering a little bit in the second half. But yes, things were definitely slightly different back then to what they are now. There was Iker Casillas there, who was still wearing number 25 for Real Madrid. So very top level, top quality players. Salgado, who was passing the ball to Luis Figo now.
Leo Franco. Aquí en el
Leo Franco.
Recordemos esta victoria por 1-0 con ese solitario gol de Albert Luque la temporada 2000.
It was a 1-0 win there with Alberto Luque's solitary goal.
Sí, creo que fue el año que, si no me equivoco, que llegó Zidane al Real Madrid.
Yes, I think that was the season where Zidane arrived in Real Madrid.
El Madrid, la verdad es que tenían un equipazo a nivel de individualmente, ¿no? A nivel de jugadores y.
But yes, Madrid that season had an amazing team on an individual player level.
Sí, pero nosotros en esa época éramos un equipo, aparte de muy unido, muy bueno.
But apart from a united team, we were a really good team at that point in time.
Sí, señor, ahí estaba el intento de vaselina en la que era, pues, digamos, la última ocasión, ¿no?, que hemos puesto de este partido que finalizaría.
Yes, there was that another attempt there at goal scoring. The last one we've included in our footage today, and that was the final whistle and the absolute jubilation there from the fans, which is something that we hope to experience once again today.
Recordemos la victoria, ¿no? Es decir, ya que estamos para recordar precedentes, pues acordémonos de lo bueno, ¿no?
Sí, hombre, yo creo que el Mallorca tiene que intentar siempre pensar en positivo, ¿no?
Yes, I think Mallorca always has to keep thinking positively.
Ganar al Real Madrid a pesar de todo el resto de cosas que ocurrieron.
Apart from everything else that happened, despite everything else that happened 2 seasons ago, Mallorca still managed to beat Real Madrid. So as we know that in football anything can happen.
Y los niveles de juego pueden variar, pero siempre tienes la posibilidad. Está claro que a un partido tienes que salir con la cabeza fría y dando.
You know that you've got to walk out there and give 100% with a really cold head. So what do you think of the starting lineups today of both teams? Is it what you expected? Are there any surprises for you?
Ancelotti es un técnico que no suele cambiar mucho en las alineaciones.
Well, Ancelotti is the kind of manager who doesn't really change the lineups when they're working well for him. So there's not usually that many surprises in Madrid's lineup.
Tienen claro que cuanto antes finiquiten la liga, pues más tranquilos van a poder vivir en las otras competiciones.
Of course, they know that the sooner they have the league in their hands, the sooner they can concentrate on more international matches.
Pero un poco más para intentar tener la pelota para.
Of course, Mallorca is slightly more conservative.
Segunda línea que el Mallorca tiene buenos jugadores con buen disparador.
But we have very good players as well. And very good youth players too. So let's hope that their bet today in their lineup is a positive one and that it has the correct effect.
Decía Vicente una cosa, Manolo, también que apuntábamos antes, ¿no?
So Manolo, just picking up on Vicente's words there.
Ancelotti tampoco rote demasiado.
The fact that Ancelotti is not one for much innovation.
Mendy antes del clásico, ¿no? Es decir, que no.
Mendy, Casemiro.
Juega con ellos también.
Sí, no se
So at the moment, those are the only risks that he's taking.
Y bueno, ves el 11 del Real Madrid.
Yes, they're midfield risks. However, we can use that to our advantage maybe. We are playing at home at the end of the day.
4-0, los demás partidos han sido 0-1, 2-1, el Cádiz estuvo a punto también de empatar contra el Atlético Madrid y ¿por qué no? O sea, es un partido.
You know, looking at the results this weekend, with the majority being 1-1 and 1-0, and then with the exception of that 4-0 by Barcelona. And I think why not? Why couldn't it be a positive day for us?
Esperemos cambiar esa dinámica, sobre todo de resultados.
And hopefully we can change up today our results dynamic from recently. So you travel a lot, Vicente. Have you got any more trips lined up, or is this a calm time for you now?
El viernes hay lista y espero estar el lunes o el martes en Madrid para la batería de partidos amistosos.
Well, I do think that I hope to be Monday or Tuesday back in Madrid for a lot of friendly matches that are coming up soon.
Y la verdad es que es
I really enjoyed that aspect of the job.
Estás con ellos y les ves en el día a día lo que hacen, las grandes diferencias que hay hoy en día en la manera de vivir de ellos, en la manera de vivir que teníamos nosotros.
So, yes, I mean, when you have a look at the youth players and just look at the difference in lifestyles of the players right now, and especially the young players, and the kind of lifestyle that we had back then is completely different, and it's very, very interesting to witness. And also the fact that they're all true athletes. It's quite amazing.
El tema no ya solo a nivel de entrenamientos, el tema de cuidados.
Alimentación, todo, ¿no?
Well, especially, that's the thing, not only on a training session level, but also on a nutritional level.
Como les cuidan a ellos y nos hubieran puesto.
And the fact of how well they're looked after now, and with the physiotherapist on that level and everything like that as well.
Y el hecho de que el fútbol haya variado para que haya más juego, para que el ritmo
and of course the fact that there is the rhythm is higher now than it used to be, but there's also more play involved than there was before.
Con 30 y 35 estén rindiendo a un nivel espectacular, porque lógicamente
it's quite incredible now to see players that at 30 or 35 years old are still at a really, really high athletic level, and it's probably because of this amazing treatment they receive.
Y ver a 2 metros, como estoy ahora de vosotros, la calidad que tienen, la velocidad a la que mueven la pelota.
I know, and to see now from the distance that you are from the pitch, to see the speed with which they move the ball and the technique that they use, it really is it's quite amazing to see. Well, Manolo, how do you feel about this? Yes, well, as we were saying, we're very grateful to Ancelotti for not putting on Modric. And yes, speaking of players that don't seem to age, that are aging very well, Modric is one of them. I mean, he looks amazing at his age. He's 36 years old now.
Ves, antiguamente, ves al segundo entrenador que cuando va a hacer un cambio saca la tablilla con las jugadas de estrategia. Claro. Antiguamente a nosotros, que se lo dijeron.
Now we see the second coach that when they're discussing the possible changes, they bring out their tablets and they're looking at those, the different distributions. It's absolutely nothing to do with how it was when we were playing back in the day.
Te daban el reflex. O sea, el reflex, no te daban ni agua, como diciendo, vete de aquí ya y la bota.
Now, of course, you're not allowed to wear blood on your shirt if you get it stained because of a collision or anything. You can ask for water all the time. It definitely wasn't like that when we were playing back in the day.
Bueno, pues ahí tenemos el calentamiento de los porteros. Yo creo que en breve pues ya va a
ser. So yes, we are witnessing the goalkeepers warm up right now.
Recordar otra victoria, esta ya es un poquito más reciente, aunque ya han pasado años, porque
so going to remember another victory now, a slightly more recent one. So we're going to the 2005-2006 season. One that definitely stays in people's memories, I'm sure. Because of the rain that there was that day as well, and also because of the unity that we felt from Mallorca that day. Real Madrid took the lead at the beginning. There was that header from Sergio Ramos there.
Ver el partido, me acuerdo de la situación, me acuerdo del carácter del equipo, porque no es fácil.
Yes, I remember the situation. I remember the team's spirit that day.
Al final todo fueron risas, ¿no?
And I remember it was just a very fun match, and everything seemed to go our way.
Al final ejecutó al Madrid, y bueno.
Arango luckily was the one to in the end execute against Madrid. So it was a penalty. There was that yellow card by Sergio Ramos for grabbing Tuni from the back from behind. It was very clear. There was that cold-blooded penalty there, scored easily.
Realmente espectacular esa celebración con el galgo, con Jonás Gutiérrez, como engaña perfectamente ahí a Iker Casillas lanzando por el centro.
Perfectly tricked Iker Casillas there, aiming for the center.
Imágenes también, ¿no? Que nos dejó pues este partido y ahí estaba, el pase de Basinas ahí entre líneas pidiendo fuera de juego, pero no había nada. Como Arango se va del portero de Iker Casillas.
Basinas' pass there, asking for it, but nobody was there to give it to him. But Arango ended up managing to put it in the back of the net very easily.
Y esa victoria, vaya pase de Basinas, que metió ahí el griego.
Buenísimo, buenísimo. La verdad es que un gran futbolista y una gran persona. Yo, sí. en el momento en el que en esta época yo coincidía que estaba aquí trabajando en la casa, le veía día a día, a veces hablábamos y esto, y bueno, he coincidido no hace 3-4 años con él también en Atenas.
So I luckily coincided several times with these players that we're seeing on those images, and it's always a massive pleasure and it's always really special. So we are seeing some live images now of the players that are going to be in the starting lineup today, and they're making their way onto the grass. They're just about to begin the warm-up. Got some really positive, intense music going on in the stadium right now.
El entrenador del Real Mallorca que hoy vuelve al banquillo. Taque Kubo.
Taque Kubo there. Pablo Maffeo.
Vemos ahí al director deportivo Pablo Ortiz saludando uno a uno.
Pablo Ortiz, our sporting director there, making sure he greets each of the players as they make their way onto the grass. Different corridors, Vicente, since you were here, of course.
Lo que ha cambiado es la sensación de los futbolistas cuando tienes que salir a calentar, que ya es cuando sabes que es de verdad, cuando viene lo bueno.
Yes, the only thing that hasn't changed really is that nerve-wracking adrenaline that all the players will be feeling now as they make their way onto the grass, which is always absolutely irreplaceable.
Esos momentos de tensión son a veces difíciles de manejar, incluso.
But yes, those moments of tension are sometimes quite difficult to manage. Yes, so there's lots of applause there as the Madrid players have made their way onto the grass and begin warming up. And Luis García Plaza's men are on the pitch now, ready to begin their warm-up. It is 34 minutes away from kickoff now. So Esteban Ramón, your pitch side, what's the atmosphere like now? When Esteban is able and available to speak to us, we will go straight to him. So we've got Brian Olivanda and there's Antonio Raello on screen, who's going to be defending today with Martin Valgent. And as we've been saying, today is definitely a day to be defending with everything we've got and try and avoid Madrid being able to take any goal-scoring opportunities, or at least as few as possible.
Ahora sí, Dani, ahora sí estamos aquí ya en posición, preparados, acaban de salir todos los protagonistas. Tanto
yes, we are definitely ready and raring to go now. The Mallorca players have all taken their positions on the pitch.
Titulares que ha elegido hoy Luis García Plaza ya están haciendo los primeros.
So we will be in red today.
En el momento que Dani estoy empezando a ver.
And Luis García Plaza's chosen 11 are on the pitch now, on the grass.
Es un día importante, es un día bonito y
veo cositas preparadas. Creo que se va a hacer very, very important, beautiful match.
Por esa grada sol. Y la verdad es que tengo ganas de ver la sorpresa que nos harán hoy desde el Mallorca para animar al equipo, para lo que decíamos también, para intentar conseguir los 3 puntos ante el líder, ante el Madrid.
Of course, we're going to be trying desperately to get those 3 points against the league leaders, Real Madrid, today.
Ahí las lancen al viento y puedan hacer ese recibimiento, ¿no? Como se merece al equipo.
Of course, lots of Mallorca scarves to be able to wave them and throw them up in the air and welcome the team as they, of course, serve.
Cántabro del norte, imagínate.
So Vicente, you don't even have a big coat on today. I'm wearing 3 or 4 layers because it really is chilly in this commentary box. You can tell you're from the north of Spain, which you are. You're from Cantabria. Yes, of course. Well, he's used to playing in Menorca, where we know it's very, very, very windy.
Bueno, ahí tenemos a Ataque Kubo, Vicente, también un partido, ¿no?
Sí, Ataque Kubo,
de esas sensaciones de los jugadores antes de salir, a calentar y también, pues, un poco que debe pasar por la cabeza, ¿no? De este chaval tan joven, 20 años, segunda etapa en el Mallorca, con ganas imaginadas de poder ante el equipo.
Lots, of course, going through Ataque Kubo's head. You know, he's a very young player. He is property of Real Madrid at the moment, and he knows the spotlight is going to be on him. Yeah, it could be the best and also the most difficult match of his career so far. He needs to show that he's on the level of the players that he's up against. He also needs to control his nerves. He can't let them get the better of him. I personally didn't expect to see such the growth that he's had in the last 2 years. He's developed some amazing qualities since the first time that he arrived in the team, and I think he's a great player. The other day I was watching a Valiant interview and I started to understand why. Because Take lives just for football, to be honest, and he is always extremely dedicated to just improving himself constantly. And I think that kind of grit and dedication and ambition is what Mallorca really needs right now. Yes, well, he's definitely a different profile of player, and today is the day for that kind of players, isn't it, Manolo? Yes, of course, because he needs to come on and be extremely eager and just extremely raring to go and just wanting to show his worth. Luckily, Madrid hasn't done that typical fear clause to make him kind of intimidated as he goes on the pitch. So I think we can expect a great performance of him. So yes, Take Kubo is definitely going to be one of today's main characters, and if he can perform well for us, that would be excellent news for Real Mallorca. So we're going back to Madrid now. We were talking to the Peña Meseta, which is a Mallorca fan based in Madrid, and we're going back to there now. So back to Álvaro Cobarro, and this time his colleagues and his mates that are going to be following the match tonight. So what's the atmosphere like over there? Yeah, so we're still definitely waiting for some of the fans. Some of them are a little bit late. Of course, it is a Monday at the end of the day. We've got a Sedlar poster here. So we've got the candles on already, you know, worshipping Sedlar. Yes, always. And we've got everything ready. We're just waiting for some more people to arrive. And hopefully we'll be also worshipping Maurici and see if he can bring us the victory. So are you excited or are you also a little bit scared? So what is your match prediction for tonight? Well, this guy's saying 5-0. This guy's saying 1-0. 1-0 as well over here. And I think it's going to be 2-1 because I think Madrid are going to score 1. But 2-1 will be fine for us, that's for sure. We've gone from the most optimistic to the most conservative there, but they're all results that we would be happy with. So you'll be following the match from Madrid. So I guess you're feeling slightly jealous of us in the stadium right now. Yes, it looks like an amazing atmosphere, but of course, whenever we can, we make our way over to Somos, and we just hope that there's not too many Mallorca fans in the stadium tonight. Well, I mean, it's fine. We always need to leave a small space for the visiting fans in the stadium, but thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck and enjoy the match.
Sí, claro, tenemos Manolo, Peña mallorquinista por todo, también en Madrid, la Peña Meseta, y claro, pues digo, un día que jugamos contra el Madrid.
So we've got Mallorcans everywhere, even in Madrid, of course.
El bar estaba cerrado porque el lunes de descanso y
and they've actually opened the bar because of them, because it's, they usually close on Mondays. And that is something that we can only get in Spain, I mean, only because of football, that's for sure. That they open a closed down bar just for the football match. So as you can see, we've also got some live music happening as well. It's actually saying, I'm complaining about the cold, but I'm looking at the singer here, and they definitely look like they're going to be a bit chilly with those outfits.
Sí, señor. Bueno, Esteban, ahí estás a pie de campo también. No sé si
So Esteban, I guess you're still pitch side. I'm not sure if you're still. I'm not sure if you're near that concert that's happening. Well, I'm not right next to them. But I'm young and I'm cold, Danny. So I can't even imagine how cold those guys are.
No sé si llevan alguna de más o no para aguantar este frío. Espero que no.
Hombre, pues no lo sé, pero bueno, vamos a ver si nosotros nos tomamos en la última copa con una victoria, ¿no?
Hopefully they haven't been having a couple of drinks to make themselves get ready for the cold, but we will definitely be having a drink after this match, after the stress that this match is going to give us, but hopefully it will be one toasting the victory that we're going to witness here. So we're going to a short ad break and we'll be back with you the last part of our pre-match coverage very soon, 25 minutes away from kickoff now, as we await the match against Real Madrid.
Española con la que vuelan cada año más de 10 millones de pasajeros a más de 50 destinos en todo el mundo. Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto, muy pronto. En Europa, cada detalle cuenta.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja veiem què passa, ja veiem què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Bueno, pues volvemos a estar en directo aquí en el RCD Mallorca Stadium.
So we are back live in Visit Mallorca Stadium right now. Just like to, of course, always thank the people that are watching us on our YouTube channel and remind you that you can follow from Movistar once the match has kicked off. So we've got Vicente Engonga and Manolo Moya with us in today's match, as well as Esteban Ramon on pitch side, always to bring us the atmosphere from down there.
Tenemos ahí sobreimpresionado encima de la imagen el Mallorca que va a formar con Rico bajo palos, con Olivares.
So just to remind you of my starting lineup again, we've got Sergio Rico in goal, we've got Brian Olivan and Pablo Marfil on the wings, Martin Valgent and Antonio Rayo defending today, Antonio Sanchez and Bauer in midfield, Take Kubo and Danny Rodriguez on the wings, and then Ángel Rodriguez, and Rooney Sheep on double strike today.
Pues la presencia ahí de Antonio Sánchez, que está haciendo buenas jornadas.
So just to highlight the presence of Antonio Sanchez there, is having some really good matches. Of course, we are definitely knocked by Galarreta's absence, and we're definitely going to miss him today in midfield.
Que ayudar muchísimo a tanto todas las ayudas a los laterales y
Yes, the wingers are definitely going to have to be helped a lot today.
Lógicamente, si al Madrid le quieres ganar, tienes que tener la personalidad de intentar tener la pelota si puedes, y si no, de intentar hacer contra rápida y
And they've got to try and do any damage that you can, and if not, at least go out on your counter attacks and just try and instill a little bit of fear in them as much as possible.
Que en las dos bandas tienen dos futbolistas buenísimos en el 1 contra 1.
They've got Real Madrid has got two wingers that are fantastic on the 1 against 1. Of course, Benzema has been absolutely superb in the last 2 seasons and can do absolutely anything on the pitch. But they are, the 3 of the players that are going to give Real Mallorca a lot of work to do tonight. But of course, they and we are ready for that, and the plan of the match will have considered that already. So we hope and expect there not to be any physical problems, and just hope for the best.
Digamos que luego al final pues haga que la incertidumbre y la inseguridad entre en el equipo, y a partir de ahí la cosa.
And of course we hope for not for an absence of negative moments at the beginning of the match, so as not to knock the team and the players' confidence.
Saludaba también a
see some of the Real Madrid players there. Just going through Ancelotti's lineup as well, with Courtois in goal, Mendy on the left wing defending, Lucas Vázquez defending on the right wing, central defence with Alaba and Nacho, midfield with 3 players, Kroos, Valverde and Benzema,
Vinicius Junior, Rodrigo,
and then we've got Vinicius Junior, Rodrigo and Benzema striking for Real Madrid today.
Vamos a recordar ahora, ¿no? Pues ya por último, ¿no? Recordando aquí pues partidos y victorias con el Real Madrid. Bueno, pues nos hemos ido
So going back to that trip down memory lane of victories against Real Madrid, we've gone right from the 1980s right up until only a couple of seasons ago, and now we're going back to 2 years ago, which was our last season in First Division, and we actually beat Real Madrid in the stadium. See, visiting white kit of Real Madrid there. It was a 1-0 match, one solitary goal by Lago Junior, which arrived in the first half. Excellent recovery of the ball. So you remember Manolo Lago Junior's goal, I guess. Yes, he decided to go inwards.
Fue la primera vuelta y 1-0, aguantamos bien, ellos tuvieron sus ocasiones en Madrid.
So it was in the first leg of the league, and it was a really positive match for us.
Lago Junior que con el dedo decía yo estoy aquí. Ahí veíamos ese pase.
That pass there, I think, from Dani Rodriguez over to Lago.
Y esa engonga es que se la vimos hacer tantas veces a Lago.
So we saw Lago Junior do that so many times, and he's always so good at it as well.
La verdad es que hay futbolistas, llámale Marco Asensio, llámale.
Yes, I mean there are footballers, you could say Marco Asensio or others of that caliber that have like a magic touch on the ball, and it seems that they never even like practice or rehearse it. It just seems to just come out naturally, and it always works. Of course, it was a match where there was some suffering.
Sin sufrir o sin que el equipo contrario te llegue 3 o 4 veces y tenga buenas ocasiones. Pero yo creo que fue un partido que el Mallorca estuvo siempre bien asentado, funcionó muy bien como equipo y que merecimos ganar.
Sin duda.
I think it was a match where we were very focused as a team and that we definitely deserved to win. Yes, we did deserve to win, and let's hope that we deserve to win today once again. That was just about 2 years ago now. That was the first round of the league, of course. Now we are on the 28th leg. But it would be a great confidence boost for us, of course, to be able to clinch a victory against the leaders of the league. So we're now only 14 minutes away from kickoff now. So what's the atmosphere like pitch side, Esteban? Yes, so I was just seeing the midfielders warm up and the wingers warm up. Pedro Joan and Leo Romano have done an excellent warm-up as goalkeepers today. It's almost like they want to have Sergio Rico fighting for his position as a top goalkeeper.
Sobre esto, porque al final el calentamiento del Madrid lo he visto como mucho más relajado, ¿no? Bastante chut.
However, I definitely noticed that Real Madrid's warm-up, they were all very static, much more calm and much more chilled than Mallorca's warm-up. I don't know if that's a tactical thing or it's a regular thing, but we definitely seem that we are giving it our all in the warm-up, and there's lots of sprints that are very characteristic of the team's warm-up, so it's a very passionate warm-up today for the boys.
Siempre encuentra aquí gente conocida, también los directores de partido. Gente top, gente que la verdad que hacen que
So just with Manolo here at the moment, because Vicente has just seen several people that he needs to go and greet, of course. Every time he comes back to the stadium, he is obviously a very well-loved person. And obviously, it is incredible to see how the difference in players and the evolution that they've had.
Tanto la selección como la liga, como todo, ¿no? Cómo se ha profesionalizado, ¿eh? Es otro nivel.
But everything has become more professional, hasn't it, in recent years?
La evolución del fútbol digamos, con Inglaterra a la cabeza, ¿no? Porque los ingleses ya hace muchos años.
Yes, for sure. I think maybe with the English model as a spearhead, because I think those were the first ones just to start this kind of model.
Todo el tema de la modernización y de la competición.
And then I think the Spanish league wanted to follow that much more professional environment. You can't sell a performance or a spectacle if what you're selling, the product that you're selling, is not up to that standard.
España ha tenido la suerte de tener durante muchos años a los dos mejores jugadores del mundo en la misma liga.
Spain was very lucky to have the two best players in the world in their rival clubs for many, many, many years.
A eso sumado con una cantidad de calidad en los futbolistas.
And of course, adding to that the immense high quality of all the players across the league. That is something that sells a lot, and the Spanish league really needs to pick up on that and start to take advantage of it. Of course, back then the president of the club was a businessman that was much more risky with his money, and now of course everything is much more business orientated, and everybody needs to get some kind of economic benefits out of it, of course. And the players are the most important part of that spectacle.
Bastante más alta que cuando yo jugaba, ¿no? A nivel físico, a nivel mental, a nivel de exposición a todo el tema que hay hoy en día de cómo ha evolucionado la vida con el tema de las redes sociales.
And of course, on every level, it's just a lot more of a performance right now.
Todo tiene que funcionar y todo tiene que estar medido al milímetro.
And everything needs to work, and everything needs to be top notch. It is very different. And we've all got to play our part in that as well. We're all very interested in making everything seem very polished and go off and work without any hitches.
Estas situaciones pues siempre son buenas para el mundo del fútbol.
Sí, señor. Oye,
and these kind of situations are always positive for the world of football.
Bueno, indumentaria diferente a la habitual porque hoy lleva corbata, ¿eh?
So we can see Luis García Plaza dressed quite differently than usual. He's wearing a tie today, which is much more dressed up than he usually is. Hoping that will be lucky. We are going to go to our last quick ad break before the beginning of the match now, and we'll be back with you very soon. 10 minutes away from kickoff.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Bienvenido a bordo. Déjate llevar por la compañía española con la que vuelan cada año más de 10 millones de pasajeros a más de 50 destinos en todo el mundo. Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto, muy pronto. En Europa, cada detalle cuenta.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
I aviam què passa, i aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Vemos el tifo que han preparado la afición del Real Mallorca.
So we can see the very big sign there prepared by the Mallorca fans for tonight.
Los aficionados del Real Mallorca pues ya esperando la llegada de los
Fans eagerly awaiting the arrival of the players on the pitch.
Cuéntanos un poquito el ambiente que se
So Esteban, tell us what the atmosphere is like down there.
Con palmas, Mallorca, Mallorca, la gente.
You can just hear the applause now of Mallorca, Mallorca by the whole of the stadium. The stadium is absolutely packed. I think it will definitely be the highest attendance figures of the season, but we'll wait for those statistics to come through later.
Secando el puño con esa palabra gol y ese capomunt, que es lo que necesitamos hoy, fuerza y ánimo de todo el mallorquinismo para conseguir
Excellent sign there with the word
que
goal.
al Real Madrid, que lo recordamos ahora en el momento que sale justo Carlo Ancelotti. Al verde justo ya queda nada para que
We
salgan
can just see, witnessing live how Ancelotti is making his way onto the stadium. Just 4 minutes now away from kickoff time. So Vicente, Manolo, how we can't wait to see some football today.
Pues deseamos una derrota por 0-1. Hoy ganas de ganarle al Real Madrid. Muchísima gente también entrando todavía.
Of course, yes, I'm very, very eager to beat Real Madrid. We'll see what we can do. So the players of both teams are now in the entrance tunnel. Sanchez Martinez is going to be head referee today.
En el videoarbitraje, Medía Jiménez y Estrada Fernández.
Jimenez and Estrada Fernandez are on VAR. So the timer is on 0-0. And yes, it is time for the players to go into the stadium.
Los jugadores del Real Mallorca saltan, los jugadores del Real Madrid. Lo decíamos siempre, cuando estás en primera quieres jugar contra los más grandes. Y hoy viene el líder, hoy viene
So of course, when you play in First Division, you do wait all season to play against the top teams of the league. And that is what Mallorca is going to do today and try and make their mark on Real Madrid. Of course, all rivals are important in First Division and in any division, but today we are up against the leaders of La Liga this year, Real Madrid. Amazing support here in the stadium. They have made their way out here Monday, 9 PM. So we thank everybody for that from here as well. So the last 3 minutes now before kickoff time, 3 incredibly important minutes as well. So there's a greeting between the 22 main characters for today. Ancelotti's men are prepared for their official photo, as are the Mallorca players.
fotografía. Recordemos esos 11, es el Mallorca que va a formar.
Just going through the lineup once again. Got Sergio Rico in goal. Lineup 4 of defence with Brian Olivan, Martin Valgen, Antonio Rayo and Pablo Maffeo. Midfield is for Antonio Sanchez and Baba. On the wings we've got Take Kubo and Dani Rodriguez, and striking are Maurici and Angel Rodriguez. Courtois for Madrid in goal. Mendy and Lucas Vázquez on the wings. Nacho and Alaba in central defence. Casemiro, Kroos in midfield. And then the trident of offensive today, Rodrigo, Vinicius Jr. and Karim Benzema, who is also captaining for Real Madrid.
Bueno, pues finalizó el himno. Continúa ahora la piña a los jugadores del Real Mallorca.
So that was the Mallorca anthem there.
Colegiados que verifican que esté todo ok.
Referees and linesmen are just making sure that everything is okay. Karim Benzema just having a quick drink of water. So extremely excited for what we're about to witness. We thank you all for watching and listening on our YouTube translation and our YouTube commentary. So Karim Benzema is going to have the first touch on the ball. Clock is ready and waiting to go.
A la izquierda de sus pantallas en esta primera parte. Anima y de qué manera la grada Luis Sillar, también el resto del estadio. El árbitro
So support is absolutely electric from the fans in the stadium.
Cronómetro en marcha, arranca el partido.
And here we go.
Futbol, vuelve a jugar el Real Madrid aquí. Está Toni Kroos tocando en defensa.
So Kroos is in possession in defense, who passes to Nacho.
De nuevo el central del Real Madrid.
Back to Madrid's midfielder.
De primeras con David Alaba.
Kroos playing with Alaba.
Nacho, otra vez con Alaba, de momento primera posesión del conjunto de Ancelotti. Kroos jugando con Casemiro.
So first possession from Ancelotti's players, pass to Casemiro.
Será de Vinicius, quería decir el Junior. Será saque de banda para el Real Mallorca.
It's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca now. Obviously, we have to remind ourselves how crucial it is to try and have some possession in these first compasses of the match.
Creo que es importantísimo el intentar o el conseguir que se juegue al ritmo que ellos quieren, no al ritmo que quiera el Madrid.
Yes, of course, it is very important to try and play at the rhythm that we want to play on, not on the rhythm that Madrid forces us to play on.
Por intentar de principio conservar la pelota o intentar ir directamente ya a buscar los últimos metros del campo, ¿no?
Quiere jugar por esta parte derecha Lucas Vázquez, recibe la falta, ¿no?, de Take Kubo, del jugador japonés del Real Mallorca. Sacará rápidamente el Real Madrid, de momento en defensa, en una posición sin problemas para el Mallorca, que está bien posicionado por el momento. David Alaba,
so Mallorca quite well positioned at the moment.
De nuevo con Alaba. Este con Nacho, de
Mendy playing with Alaba.
Sin encontrar espacios el conjunto blanco.
Pass backwards at the moment. No gaps left for us. Pass to Toni Kroos. Maurici putting the pressure on.
Abre a la derecha para Lucas Vázquez.
They open up to the right with Lucas Vázquez.
Ahí está tocando atrás para Nacho.
Pass backwards to Nacho. It's a long possession for Real Madrid. Alaba trying on the other side this time. So Benzema takes the ball and advances very quickly. It could be the first approach to goal for Madrid. Divided ball now.
Sí, la verdad que bueno, la velocidad que tiene Vinicius, pero bueno, menos mal que
As well, Vinicius' speed there is incredible.
Madrid, como vemos, no rifa la pelota, intenta jugarla desde atrás y el Mallorca pues aguantando a ver si le podemos quitar la posición de la pelota, que es lo más difícil.
Pone ya velocidad en Rodrigo, perseguido aquí por Take Kubo, toca hacia atrás, viene Fede Valverde con Karim Benzema.
Valverde and Benzema in possession.
Jugando el Madrid atrás. Toni Kroos. Balón en largo de Lucas Vázquez, cuida de fuera de juego, cuidado el movimiento de Rodrigo dentro del área.
Could be offside, but Rodrigo is inside the goal-scoring area, but very good work from Raillo defending.
Incorporación del jugador del Real Madrid, cuidado Muri, cuidado
That
Muri.
was very dangerous. We've got to be careful with Murici now. Angel is asking for too long pass there. And into Courtois' hands. Yes, we think that Maurici's counter-attack there and the pass was a bit too long. He could have made the most of that opportunity and worked with Take Kubo. I'm quite surprised that Take Kubo is on the left wing working against Lucas Vázquez rather than change it up a bit and have him on the opposite position today. Maybe they could have placed Dani Rodriguez there, who's slightly more capable in that position. Murici wanted to take the ball then, and he's fighting against Nacho right now. And it's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca because I think the last touch on the ball was by a Madrid player, and yes, it was. So that's another excellent thing that Murici has, this absolute ability to dedicate himself to what is happening on the pitch. So that, and the audience is definitely in with this match.
Es verdad que el Madrid está teniendo la posesión, pero la gente no para de animar. Veremos si de esta llega la primera oportunidad para el Mallorca.
So support is definitely there at the moment.
Rechaza de momento Casemiro. Se la queda Antonio Sánchez.
Casemiro defends, but Antonio Sánchez keeps the ball. Passes backwards. Raillo and Antonio Sánchez in possession. This could be good for Mallorca now. Tries to pick up the pace. Take has the ball and he goes down. He's looking for a foul, but the referee's not whistling it. And it's going to be a ball for Real Madrid. Yes, that was very fast play there. But Real Madrid is on the counter-attack and Vinicius passes to Benzema. And Sergio Rico manages to save, but sends it to a corner for Real Madrid.
Era el que estaba defendiendo, Ángel Rodríguez.
So it was actually Ángel Rodríguez, the one that was defending there, and that was excellent. Very, very good from him. Vinicius leaves it there for Mendy. Somebody had a touch on that there, because the referee has whistled corner again. It didn't look like anybody had a touch on it, but maybe it was Sergio Rico.
Pero ojo con estas jugadas rápidas del Madrid que lo tienen.
Of course, we've got to be very, very careful with those fast plays from Real Madrid. So Toni Kroos is ready to take this corner. His right leg, very, very long ball. Looking for some of the players' heads, of course.
La falta ahí por el jugador del Real Mallorca, la pitó el colegiado. Balón para el equipo de Luis García Plaza.
Going to be a ball for Luis García Plaza's team. So Luis García Plaza, as we might point out, looking very smart and very elegant for today with that coat and shirt and tie outfit. Yes, well, of course, I think that maybe Luis García Plaza has dressed for the occasion, and who can blame him? Take Kubo had gone down after receiving a slap there from one of the Madrid players, but he's back up on his feet. And let's see if this today can be a great day for him.
Con esos buenos reflejos, providencial para evitar el primero de Benzema.
En este principio de partido parece que el Mallorca está todavía un poco indeciso en las situaciones de presión y bueno, la contra del Madrid es una de las consecuencias, ¿no? En estos momentos el Madrid está claro que ha salido claramente a dominar el partido y a intentar darle.
Yes, what is clear is that Real Madrid definitely looking to dominate the match and dominate possession, and they're taking no prisoners at the moment. And Mallorca seem to be struggling slightly to find points in the match and trying to gain some more possession. Olivan playing with Antonio Raillo in defence, he passes to Martin Valgent. There cannot be any mistakes made here. Back to Raillo now. Doubting and passes it back to his goalkeeper, Sergio Rico.
Desde atrás.
For it to be Sergio Rico who brings the ball out from behind. Long ball looking for Marici, but Nacho intercepts it. Dani Rodriguez dives forward to try and intercept, but it's Madrid who takes the ball and Vinicius is there. Casemiro in possession now, playing with Nacho. And back to the start for Real Madrid. Lucas Vázquez and Alaba are playing in midfield. They're also finding the spaces there with Casemiro, the pass to Vinicius and back to Mendy. Of course, Mallorca putting all the pressure on from all the players now. But as we're seeing, it's very, very difficult to try and take the ball away from Real Madrid.
Cuidado, que viene Mendy. Le quiere pegar, se lo pensó 2 veces y ya se le echó
Mendy there wanted to shoot, but he definitely thought about that twice. He manages to pass to Benzema, who's playing with Kroos. Casemiro is looking for the ball. Valverde takes it though, and now Mallorca is on the counter-attack with Kubo looking for some gaps to work through. Kubo was looking for Rodriguez. The intentions there were very good, but his intentions were read and intercepted.
Y ha intentado el pase directo, que era quizás más difícil, ¿no? Hubiera sido un poquito más sencillo simplemente abrir a banda y habría dejado vía libre.
It probably would have actually been more simple to open up to the wings.
Anthony Sánchez que juega a la derecha para Dani Rodríguez. Con Murici de nuevo. El Tigre de Betanzos con Baba.
So Dani Rodriguez playing with Baba now. Quite a long possession for Mallorca at this point.
Saque de banda para el conjunto de Luis García Plaza. Se había ido al suelo Pablo Maffeo.
Pablo Maffeo has advanced by himself, but it's going to be a throw-in.
Martín Vallen, primeros
So it's a quick one from Martin Vallen in this first 10 minutes now of the match. Of course, Madrid have had one clear opportunity to score by the hand of Benzema, but now Marici is asking for the ball. Rebound kick there, and unfortunately it goes out. Maybe the best option there was to control it, but Marici was definitely looking to rebound, and that was an excellent idea, of course, and that could have been the first opportunity for Mallorca.
Yo creo que era la mejor opción, porque si hubiera controlado, Álava hubiera quedado ya medio tapándole.
Sí, no se espera que puede el centro de Oliván, no se espera, parece que la va a cortar Álava y no se lo espera Muri. Y si lo hubiera esperado que se pase, entonces hubiera...
Yeah, I think there was something unexpected there that Muri wasn't quite prepared for. If he had anticipated that, I think it could have been another story.
Así a la contra al Madrid.
Tuvo una Benzema, ha tenido la suya el Mallorca en los pies de Murici. Empatados oportunidades, de momento la posición para el Madrid. Ahí está el centro.
One opportunity each for the teams right now at the moment. So advantage from Maffeo now, who gets the head in there.
Juega hacia atrás con Mendy.
Mendy in possession for Madrid, who does a short pass to Benzema, back to Mendy now. We've got to be careful with this counter-attack from Real Madrid.
En cortito con Toni Kroos. Es Dani Alaba en territorio.
Casemiro and Toni Kroos.
Presiona por aquí Pablo Maffeo, obligando al Madrid.
Pablo Maffeo putting the pressure on, forcing Real Madrid to work backwards to their goalkeeper. So Courtois is in possession, playing with Nacho.
Para Casemiro. Vio bien a la derecha el movimiento de Lucas Vázquez. El control que se le escapa un poquito. Algunos reclamaban mano. Jugando para Toni Kroos, muy forzado, pero
Some people saying handball there from Real Madrid. Kroos passes to Rodrigo, back to Kroos.
La acción estaba invalidada.
And then the ball did fall onto Baba, but immediately it was disallowed for being offside. No, it was actually Karim Benzema who was offside. Luckily, they were already in a dangerous zone there, so it was a good thing that that play was disallowed.
No parecía, ¿no?, que iba a pasar ese balón y el delantero kosovar que no se lo esperaba, pero bueno, ha sido el primer acercamiento del Mallorca y el Madrid que sigue con la...
Yes, that was the first approach there from Mallorca.
Sergio Rico entregó directamente la pelota al Real Madrid, que lo intenta por esta parte derecha.
Sergio Rico made a mistake there with that kick, and he gave the ball directly to Real Madrid. But we're back in possession. Antonio is looking for Ángel. Good detail there from Kubo. And there's a foul there, whistled by the referee. Performed by Casemiro. So the ball is going to go for Mallorca. And some of the players asking for a yellow card. Yes, however, that did look pretty obvious there from Casemiro.
Con las dos piernas, el jugador brasileño del Real Madrid, justo en el momento que Ángel pues ya salía directo hacia campo contrario, parecía tarjeta clara, no la ha visto así el árbitro.
Yes, it did look like a clear yellow card there, but unfortunately the referee does not seem to agree with that.
Sí, la verdad que sí. Viendo la acción, podía haber sacado tarjeta amarilla.
Sí, para mí es tarjeta amarilla porque claramente él va con la intención de tocar primero balón, pero con la
otra pierna.
Con la otra pierna él sabe positivamente
que le va a derribar.
Sí.
Lo sabía Casemiro, pero bueno, se libró de la primera cartulina del partido.
Se libra de muchas,
Sí,
So Casemiro did definitely realise what he had done, but luckily for him, he has escaped the first yellow card of the match, as he often does. He has quite a reputation for being able to do that.
Aproximándonos al primer cuarto de hora de encuentro. De nuevo Mendy con David Álava.
So Mendy and Álava in possession now. Pass back to Nacho.
Madrid lo tiene claro, evidentemente. Si no puede por un
He
costado,
has no doubt in his mind. If he can't get through one side, he'll get through the other way instead. Maffeo and Baba ready and waiting to receive any of those balls. But Maurici is the one who's battling up the top of the pitch. Antonio Sanchez gets a head in there as well, and Kubo is also in the mix. The referee is saying to play on.
Álava por abajo con Mendy de nuevo. Gana metros el futbolista francés del Real Madrid. Toni Kroos.
Mendy in possession, advancing.
Nacho ya pisando prácticamente territorio mallorquinista. Lucas Vázquez a la derecha con
On
Rodrigo.
Mallorca's half of the pitch now.
Del jugador de Rodrigo Goes.
Rodrigo in possession.
Tiene prisa el conjunto de Ancelotti. Bien, Kroos ahora con mucha calidad para Casemiro, que se va también del árbitro. Ahí está abriendo
Pass to Casemiro.
que levanta la cabeza, que prepara el centro. Le vuelve la pelota a Casemiro.
Vinicius raises his head. He's ready to receive the pass. Go back to play with Nacho. They're at 3/4 of the way up now.
Martin Valgent y sale.
Martin Valgent goes on the rebound, and Mallorca tried to go on the counter-attack.
Encontrando a Valgent.
Maurici's there, he finds Valgent. The ball goes back to Maurici after a bit of a mistake there. So Maurici and Take are playing. Valverde throws himself on Kubo, and that is a foul and a yellow card. Well, actually, you know, the Casemiro one looked like much more like a clear yellow card than this one. This one genuinely did look like he had Take had tripped and Valverde fell on top of him, but or more of just a genuine collision, but this is the one that's going to take away the yellow card. Yes, it does seem that it was a bit of a tough collision there for Kubo, a bit of a knock to the chest for him. He's just having some stretches performed at the moment so that he can breathe slightly more easily. But very, very quick counter-attack there from Luis García Plaza's players.
Sí, en la estrategia se iguala todo, ¿no? Siempre se dice que no es solo cuestión de si le pegan.
Yes, well, as they say, all's fair in strategy, of course. And we'll see how many times Kubo is tackled today.
Bueno, pues mientras tanto se va recuperando ahí Kubo. Vamos a ver el lanzamiento de la falta.
Rodríguez.
Sí, iba a decir que está Brian Oliván también al lado del balón. Take que se acercaba, pero Oliván le ha dicho: tú recupérate. Respira un poquito, que esta es para nosotros. Le puede pegar Oliván con la izquierda. También Rodrigo.
Oliván is trying to shoot with his left foot now. Lucas Vázquez is down. the 17th, almost 18th minute of the match. And it's going to be Dani Rodriguez who's going to take the free kick and on the rebound and goes out of target. Left of the goal. Kubo tried to distract the goalkeeper, but then clearly distracted himself as well. And it was too gentle a kick then. Yes, the execution of the free kick was good to open it up.
Tenía una buena posición, la verdad, para haber hecho más daño.
Sacó ya el Real Madrid de portería jugando David Álava.
David Alaba
presiona por aquí,
in possession with Toni Kroos.
Que le cae al jugador ganés del Real Mallorca.
See, foul there for Baba.
Toni Kroos jugando con David Álava de nuevo.
So Kroos and Alaba in possession again.
Largo, el control bueno ahora de Fede Valverde que le pone la quinta marcha.
Valverde is in possession. He puts fifth gear on and passes to Benzema.
Y Antonio Rayo que le dijo, aquí estoy yo.
And he's found a Mallorcan wall there in the name of Antonio Rayo, and it's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca. So Esteban, it seems that Take is up and recovered. Yes, he is back on his feet and ready and waiting to receive the next balls. So Benzema is there, he's looking for Vinicius. Rayo defends.
Que le agarró, le ganó muy bien la posición.
And was grabbed by the Real Madrid player.
Dejaba el brasileño de la falta, pero bueno, parecía bastante claro el agarrón. Y te iba a decir, os iba a decir o comentar que es brutal Luis García Plaza cuando recibe a algún jugador de banda, cómo pide la ayuda directamente de Baba, si es Vinicius, y de Antonio Sánchez, si es Rodrigo por el otro costado. Es muy curiosa la imagen, cuando justo llega el balón a banda, Luis García Plaza enseguida ya pide la activación de los compañeros.
It's quite interesting to see that whenever the ball goes to the wings, Luis García Plaza immediately asks for help from those well-known ball recoverers like Baba. So Rodrigo in possession for Real Madrid.
No, porque igual para compensar se la sacan.
Por una entrada así no te pueden sacar.
No, ya, pero es que yo ya...
En la situación en la que estaba.
Ya lo he visto todo, Vicente.
Si no, esto sería un partido de baloncesto.
No se pueden tocar, ¿eh?
Claro.
Vamos a ver la falta.
Yes, we were just debating as to whether there was a free kick there for Real Madrid. Toni Kroos is ready to take it. We were wondering whether one of the Mallorca players was going to get a yellow card, almost to kind of compensate for the previous yellow card for Real Madrid. But as we said, we hope not, because otherwise this is going to become a basketball match very soon in that sense. And luckily after that free kick, it is offside. I think caused by Vinicius.
La pone donde quiere prácticamente.
No va de bromas, ¿eh, Manolo?
No. Bueno, parecía el guante de Beckham, como hemos visto antes la imagen. La misma falta se sacó de ese lado.
Me está llamando la atención que en salida de balón sí que lo han hecho un par de veces, pero en jugadas como ahora balón parado, el saque por arriba sea para Muriqui, pero que siempre se venga al lado de Álava o de Casemiro, cuando la lógica te dice que lo normal es que fuera a buscar a Nacho y ganar ahí la espalda.
Claro.
¿No?
Cuidado ahí ese pase de Muriqui con Pablo Manfeo que venía de carrera, recupera el Real Madrid. Vinicius que entra ya dentro del área.
Vinicius in possession, he's in the goal scoring area.
El punto de penalti providencial de nuevo, Antonio Raillo.
Excellent defense work there by Antonio Raillo, which sends the ball far away from the goal.
Balón atrás de nuevo para David Álava con Toni Kroos.
David Alaba in possession.
Aparece Nacho de nuevo para jugar con el alemán en el círculo central. Álava ya pisando territorio bermellón.
So Alaba in possession for Real Madrid.
Se viene hacia el centro, se quiere
passes
marchar
left
Dani Rodríguez.
to Vinicius.
Con Mendy.
They're trying to run away from Dani Rodriguez, and Mendy goes down, and the foul is whistled.
A Dani Rodríguez.
And they're going to give Dani Rodriguez a warning.
Dani, te he visto y ya está.
And the referee is genuinely just saying, Dani, I saw you, and that's that.
Le pedía un poco de calma al Tigre de Betanzos, que le sigue mirando al árbitro como diciendo yo no me puedo quitar de la carrera de Vinicius. Un Vinicius que la busca y la quiere.
Of course, Dani Rodriguez is trying to communicate to the referee that he can't get out of the way of Vinicius. He's not trying to do that on purpose. But Toni Kroos is there, ready to take the free kick once again. Mallorca is defending with everything they have. It hits the second post. Good defense work, and the ball is back in Madrid's possession.
Futbolista más atrasado ahora mismo en esta acción.
Lucas Vázquez is the player that is behind the most at the moment for Real Madrid. Passes back to Toni Kroos.
No, era de David Alaba, que se había quedado al remate después de haber subido ese balón filtrado. Bien, de nuevo Antonio Reyes. Bueno, vaya partidazo de momento de Raillo,
Excellent match at the moment for Antonio Raillo with some really positive defense work.
El Kaiser está implacable.
O sea, la verdad que muy bien a los cortes y estamos también siendo agresivos porque, bueno, estamos haciendo más faltas que el otro día, ya lo dijo Luis García Plaza, que hay que ser más agresivos y más contra el Real Madrid.
Because at the moment we are fouling more than we did the other day, but as Luis García Plaza has said, it was necessary for us to be meaner on the pitch. Of course, we've got to take those kind of risks.
Sí, creo que de momento el equipo está trabajando muy bien defensivamente. Creo que ahora no ha sido falta. El equipo está trabajando muy bien defensivamente y
team is working very well defensively at the moment, and the three midfielders are demonstrating a really high level.
Líneas de pase, con lo cual no están recibiendo fácilmente ni siquiera en sus costados y a partir de ahí pues es donde están intentando fundamentar un poquito la tranquilidad, ¿no? De que el Madrid no consiga crear situaciones graves.
Of course, we're trying to reach a calmer point in the match where we're not on edge because of Real Madrid. Pablo Maffeo there, very good defense work, but it's going to end up in a throw-in for Real Madrid.
Justo en mi cara la había sacado el jugador del Madrid, el árbitro lo tenía claro que era para el conjunto blanco la pelota y ojo con este saque de banda.
Tocando de primeros Toni Kroos.
Be careful now with Toni Kroos gets the first touch, but it's Mendy loses the ball. So Mallorca recovers the ball in this 25th minute of the match. Creeping up to the half-an-hour mark. So Manolo, what are you thinking? Well, we're holding them off very well at the moment. It's not an easy thing to do, of course. We've had one good counter-attack, which was Maurice's, but we're doing very well. Madrid is giving everything they've got.
Y hay que pillarles en una contra que les haremos daño y a ver si tenemos suerte.
Sí, en estos partidos yo creo que el Mallorca de momento el plan defensivo lo está llevando bastante bien, ¿no? Y la verdad es que la cuestión es si es capaz de realizar ese ejercicio de paciencia durante mucho tiempo para no descomponerse y para tener esa capacidad mental de en el momento en el que toca poder hacer las contras peligrosas. Pero mientras el Madrid no vaya haciendo situaciones muy graves de peligro, siempre...
Of course, we must remember that whilst Madrid is not creating situations that are too dangerous, we can definitely count our blessings in that sense.
Martín Valiente, esa salida de balón. Maffeo que no quiere problemas, lo tiene claro. La cabeza de Nacho, Casemiro de primeras con Valverde, la perdió el jugador del Real Madrid, recupera Baba. Vamos a ver que atacamos con 5. Cuidado que se le echó encima.
Counter-attack now.
Ese balón para Olivan.
Very good work from Baba, who passes to Olivan, and we need to finish off this play. It's a rebound. And straight into Courtois' hands.
Vicente Engonga decirnos acaba. Y acabó.
Sí, porque era...
Yeah, you, Vicente Engonga, saying under your breath then, please finish off this play. And they did, so well done them for that. Pablo Maffeo stolen the ball from Real Madrid. And it's a throw-in for Mallorca.
Intentas dar el pase y acaban quedando 5 jugadores fuera de jugada y haciéndote el Real Madrid una contra que acaba en 3 contra 3 la tía.
Había que terminar como fuera.
Sí.
Y ese disparo acabó en las manos de Courtois. Vuelve a insistir el Mallorca, que poquito a poco va teniendo más tiempo el balón. Kubo atrás para Baba, por abajo con Murici, la toca de primeras. Buscaba el movimiento.
So Murici having the first touch on the ball there, passes to Angel.
Y brutal la recuperación de Pablo Maffeo, ha sido
very good recovery from Pablo Maffeo.
El balón en largo ya le estaba mirando de reojo el jugador catalán del Mallorca. Y nada, ya lo decía antes, esa batalla, esa disputa que están teniendo los dos, ojo esta.
Cuidado Benzema, la conexión con
We've got to be very careful with Benzema here. Pablo Maffeo is trying to put the pressure on.
Disparo en semifallo que no encuentra portería, incluso pegándole mal, es peligroso este futbolista. Será puerta para el
Even
Mallorca.
a bad kick from Benzema can be dangerous, but luckily it was off target, so it's going to be ball is going to go to the goalkeeper, Sergio Rico.
Sacará de puerta Sergio Rico, el colegiado que le dice que lo haga.
Sergio Rico is going to kick from the goal.
Decía que quería jugar
en cortito Luis García Plaza, ¿eh?
Sí, la quería también Antonio Reyes.
Luis García Plaza wanted a short pass there, but Sergio Rico is going to do a long one.
Jugando ahí Ángel Rodríguez, bien, como la.
Ángel Rodríguez is in possession.
Problemas ahora para Ángel.
Trying to keep the ball. He's got some problems now, but Olivan is there to help, as is Kubo, but Casemiro takes it. He's going on a very, very strong counter-attack and passes to Benzema, who at the moment is not doing that much, but we know what he's capable of. Vinicius is there, but Pablo Maffeo enters to defend, but Vinicius goes down.
Vaya partidazo que también está haciendo Maffeo.
And what a match Pablo Maffeo is having as well.
Cuando ha decidido ya ir hacia la pelota al cruce y bueno, Vinicius parece que se ha hecho un poco de daño.
And Vinicius does seem like he has hurt himself a little bit.
Vinicius y Ángel, tarjeta para los dos.
Vinicius and Ángel are having a bit of a confrontation there. And it's because Pablo Maffeo extended his hand to Vinicius after tackling him. Vinicius said that he was not going to shake his hand, but Ángel approached to defend his teammate. It was a very clean collision, to be honest. But unfortunately, these two players have let their tempers get the better of them, so they've both been given a yellow card each. And Vinicius is still protesting against this action. Raillo has approached the scene to try and exert his captaincy influence.
Ahora el colegiado que también va a hablar
con
el capitán del Real Madrid, que le está recriminando, ¿no?, la actitud del brasileño, que ahora recibe también.
Antonio Raillo is complaining to the referee about Vinicius's attitude.
Calentado, ¿no?, en esta acción un poquito el partido, pero
bueno. So the atmosphere is definitely heated up then, but that is football. There's a lot to play for.
Jugando de nuevo Toni Kroos.
Madrid is obviously risking the league, and we are risking remaining in first division. So we're now on the half-an-hour mark.
Para Rodrigo.
The ball goes right to Rodrigo. Back to Valverde.
Aparece de nuevo Toni Kroos.
Back to Nacho, and Toni Kroos is ready. Antonio Sanchez and Baba putting pressure on. But Lucas Vázquez remains in possession for Madrid. Leaves it for his teammate Valverde. Looking very powerful now. Mendy is there too. He raises his head. They're in the goal scoring area. They're in a good position now. Very good, Olivan impacting with his torso there. Brian Olivan well positioned again against and it ends up in a throw-in.
Sí, creo que el Mallorca ha estado bien defensivamente ahora en toda la basculación.
I think Mallorca are doing very well defensively at the moment, or as well as they can be doing. So no, you're liking this team, aren't you? Yes, especially on a defensive level. There are a lot of the players are stepping in to help as well, like Take, for example. And we've got to point out we're already on 32 minutes. So Kubo, Antonio Sanchez passes back to Martin Valjean, passes from Pablo Maffeo. It's a long pass, looking for Mauricio. They're looking for the second post. And it's going to be a throw-in for Madrid in the end. Maffeo maybe got a bit too overexcited then with that long pass, but I guess he had to try it.
de tranquilidad de 3/4 hacia adelante, ¿no?
Yes, I mean, maybe once they reach the 3/4 point, maybe they should try and remain slightly calmer than they have been until now.
Pase directo, ¿no? La situación que parece que ves el hueco, que tienes pase como para hacer mucho daño y no está saliendo bien por la precipitación. Yo creo que a veces el dar un pase más o dos te acaba abriendo la puerta, ¿no? Cuando estás cerca del área.
De nuevo el saque de banda para el Real Mallorca, preparado Brian Oleman.
Throw in once again for Mallorca now.
La mete para Murishi, dentro también Ángel, Take Kubo y Dani Rodríguez. Ahí está, buscando.
Dani Rodríguez, Take Kubo and Murishi are already waiting to see if Ángel turns around, passes to Murishi and Take Kubo. There's those rebounds that end up actually going in Real Madrid's favour. With Alaba in possession now. He's trying to break away. Pressure from Dani Rodríguez is on.
Vinicius. Pablo Maffeo será saque de banda. Bueno, vaya batallita Esteban que tienen ahí abajo Vinicius y Pablo Maffeo.
Brutal, brutal.
So what a battle now between Pablo Maffeo and Vinicius is definitely bitter.
Se están buscando constantemente, bonito.
Bueno, la recuperación del Mallorca. Viene Murishi.
Mallorca recovers now. Murishi is in possession.
Eso son palabras mayores. Sale el Real Madrid.
But Real Madrid goes on the counter-attack thanks to Kroos.
En la derecha Lucas Vázquez, el control orientado y el pase para
Vázquez in possession, he passes to Rodrigo.
Recolocándose el Real Mallorca.
Real Mallorca trying to place themselves correctly once again. Benzema well placed as always, of course, ready and waiting to receive any balls that may come his way. Murishi and Take Kubo. Murishi in possession. Dani Rodríguez is in possession now. Passes to Murishi. And Ángel is there. And they're asking for a penalty. And it hits the post. Pablo Maffeo shoots and hits the post. They were asking for a penalty against Ángel Rodríguez there. VAR will have seen it if there was a penalty, of course. Left-footed shot at goal from Pablo Maffeo. VAR has told the referee that it's not a penalty, but what an opportunity that has been for Mallorca there.
Lo que hablábamos antes, ¿no? Quizás a veces en esa situación dar dos pases de más al final te acaba abriendo. Creo que quizás ha sido la mejor jugada del partido en ataque.
Yes, that definitely seems that it's been the best play of the match so far for Mallorca.
Que fuera suficiente el empujón o que tocó balón. Y bueno, luego la mala suerte de que no haya acabado un gol.
Maffeo llegó un poquito forzado, ¿no, Manolo? A ese remate. Bueno, forzado, ¿no? Es decir, es que recuperó el balón, pero cuando ve que el jugador se le tira encima, le pega como puede y no puede precisar muy bien.
Es que ha presionado muy bien esa jugada Mendy, se la ha robado y la verdad que, bueno, con la presión...
Yes, Pablo Maffeo put the pressure on Mendy and did it very, very well.
Y no ha sido gol de milagro porque Courtois estaba...
And it's actually a miracle that didn't end up in the back of the net, unfortunately.
Vaya combinación, Murishi, Dani Rodríguez, Ángel.
What a combination there, though, with Murishi and Dani Rodríguez as well. So how important it is to believe in every ball that comes your way and also just go for it when you're in the opposite side of the pitch.
Bueno, pues otro sustito, y ya llevamos dos.
So another scare from Madrid there. That's the second one in 36 minutes. And the stands and the audience know it. Baba recovers the ball. He passes to Ángel. Kubo is asking for the ball. He's in possession. We'll see what he can do here. Unfortunate last pass there.
Para la contra. Se alió con el Mallorca. Va a ser balón para el Real Madrid.
And it's going to be a ball for Real Madrid now.
Te iba a decir que el partido ha cambiado un poco los últimos 8-10 minutos. El Madrid
the match has definitely changed in the last couple of minutes.
Como al principio y el Mallorca está consiguiendo robar el balón un poquito en el centro del campo con posibilidades de transición rápida, ¿no? Y bueno, esto es lo que está ocurriendo en este momento y lo único que falta es ese
So there's lots of counter-attacking happening at the moment.
En dar el pase, en llevarla de un lado a otro bueno, creo que
People are getting more and more daring when they are deciding their passes and going on the counter-attack.
Decantándose un poquito por el Real Mallorca, que tiene más posesión, que tiene llegada, que tiene peligro. De nuevo, Pablo
So we're
Maffeo.
seeing a Mallorca who can reach Real Madrid's goal and can create some serious situations for them.
En este tipo de batallas siempre, porque la terminó perdiendo ahí Maffeo, le hace falta sobre el brasileño.
Maffeo enters a battle there and loses the ball and fouls the Real Madrid player, so Casemiro takes a throw in for Mallorca. Leaves the ball for Vinicius now, it could be a dangerous one. Mistake there.
Le entrega la pelota a Karim Benzema. A la peor al que se la puede dar. Viene Lucas Vázquez del centro y se la
Mallorca actually gives, Baba unfortunately gives the ball there to Benzema, and after that it ends up in a corner for Real Madrid.
Echar la banda y que se pudieran colocar todos. Y bueno, se ha confundido por desgracia es córner, que tampoco es que esté el Madrid falto de buen sacador y buenos rematadores.
Y buenos efectivos ahí, el Mallorca que lo sabe y está metido dentro de su área. Viene Toni Kroos buscando
Mallorca of course knows how dangerous this could be. Toni Kroos is looking for the penalty point there, but Raillo is also there
vuelve a insistir, vuelve a la carga
and manages to rebound.
Ahí está, en el piquito del área. Jugando atrás, Toni Kroos en el centro.
Toni Kroos
pone la cabeza
playing in midfield.
La controla con el pecho Ángel Rodríguez.
Passes to Olivan for a header.
La pitó el colegiado.
And that should be a foul there for Mallorca.
Se cayó al suelo rápidamente y pitó la falta Sánchez Martínez.
Creo que un futbolista como Toni Kroos, con toda la calidad que tiene y la capacidad de generar juego, hoy se le está viendo un poquito, se le está notando que no tiene ese ritmo, que está volviendo, ¿no? Que no tiene
I think we can point out that Toni Kroos usually does look a lot more put together than he does today, we have to say.
Gracias a Dios se le está notando un poquito.
Sí, y que siga así. El rechace de Nacho, la ventaja aquí para Martin Valgen, que tenía el pecho ahí delante de la presencia.
Martin Valgen has the advantage at the moment. We've got to be very careful here because he's lost the ball and Benzema recovers the ball. Fortunately, the defense counter-attacks there, but excellent work from Baba. Take Kubo. Ángel Rodríguez is with him.
El puntito de calma que le hacía falta ataque también. Y que no ha tenido, seguramente.
Sí, se ha equivocado porque si hubiera esperado un segundito.
Yes, there was a mistake there from Taki, because if he'd waited a second or two to be close to the first post, that would have been possibly a different situation.
No hay falta de Baba, le quitó el balón limpiamente a Casemiro.
Baba steals the ball from Casemiro and there's no foul there. That was fair play. Ball goes to Antonio Sanchez.
Claro, la gente se desespera buscando un pase rápido, es que la gente está muy metida, Manolo.
Está muy metida.
Obviously, the viewers are getting absolutely desperate for these short, quick passes. Of course, everybody wants that fast, intense play.
Y esos son de los que hace daño, ¿eh? Lo sabía Toni Kroos y ahí se ha equivocado el Mallorca, sacando rápidamente. Pero bueno, de nuevo recupera el Madrid. El pase de Casemiro.
Madrid recover there.
Esto es un problema.
Casemiro and Benzema, this could be a problem. Brian Olivan is trying to defend. Shoots and misses. It's off target.
Estábamos hablando de las 2 o 3 carreras, ¿no? El equipo, lógicamente, hay momentos en los que tiene que descansar y esta falta en 3/4 de campo del Madrid pues, hubiera sido el momento ideal, ¿no? Eso hemos acabado con una contra que este equipo en el 1 contra 1 todos los futbolistas de ataque del Real Madrid.
Of course, obviously, anytime you've got to counter-attack, you've got to be very careful and very mindful that they are an amazing team on the one-on-one.
Como pidiendo un poquito más, pero es que la cara de los jugadores es ya de cansancio porque le están dando absolutamente todo en estos primeros 40
We've got to say that even though this is an amazing match to be witnessing, the players have already looked absolutely exhausted and the exhaustion is clear on their faces. They are doing an excellent job though, and we must commend them for that.
La posición de Rodrigo. De nuevo Lucas Vázquez con Casemiro, toca hacia atrás.
So Vázquez and Casemiro in possession.
Vázquez que ahora habilita a David Álava, por abajo con Benzema. Jugando de primeras el equipo de Carlo Ancelotti. Álava que la pone por abajo, el movimiento aquí de Karim.
Álava passes, Karim. Vinicius in possession there. But excellent work from Pablo Maffeo, who sends it to a corner. Karim Benzema was playing very, very well there.
El pase de Álava ya era buenísimo, viendo dónde
estaba. Álava's pass was already very, very good. He knew exactly when Benzema was and where he was going to go. And that is a testament to how good he is. However, excellent work from Pablo Maffeo too, we must point out.
Saque de esquina para el Real Madrid, de nuevo como siempre, Toni Kroos al saque, bien la cabeza ahora de Murici, al suelo se fue un jugador del Real Madrid, creo que fue Casemiro, vuelve a insistir el equipo
in position there, but Casemiro goes down for Madrid. This time Madrid is in possession.
La tercera que va a intentar el Madrid, ese balón que queda cortito, fuera.
Third attempt for Madrid, but they're offside.
La típica que cuando acaba el partido si ha sacado algo nadie recuerda, pero es la que te ha dado.
Yes, Maffeo's touches on the ball at the moment are the kind of ones that when the match finishes nobody really talks about, but it really is commendable, and we hope that he will get credit for that.
La pelota va arriba y está Casemiro con Muriqui, ¿no? De cada 10 veces 10 le hace falta y no ha pitado ni una. Vale que Muriqui mida 1,90, pero todas han sido empujón de Casemiro. Algunas se las ha llevado, pero todas las que le ha ganado.
Every time Muriqui and Casemiro have come into contact, despite Muriqui being 190, all the shoves have been on Casemiro's behalf.
En la altura pues te da ese plus que el árbitro dice, bueno,
a mí me ha pasado al revés, quiero decir, o sea, me ha pasado que no me pitaban falta y parece que como mide 1,80 todo el mundo le puede pegar. Ojo.
Cuidado Vinicius dentro de la lesión de la
We've got to be careful with Vinicius now. Leaves it for Alaba.
Olivan para salvar a su equipo.
And luckily Olivan goes down to save his team. However, I am slightly worried about Pablo Maffeo diving down there as well in case he hits it with his hand. And Baba is down as well, who seems to have hurt himself in one of these instances. However, yes, I can't believe Pablo Maffeo there when he dived down. I can't believe he managed to not touch the ball with any part of his body, but look, good thing he did, because that would have been very dangerous for the team.
La primera parte y parece que están deseando que llegue el descanso.
Yes, I think this first half now is really dragging on, and we can't wait for half time because Madrid really put in that run. Karim Benzema is nearing the goal now. Control and recover. But they lose it again to Mendy. Baba and Antonio Sanchez recover for Mallorca. We're already on extra time now of the first half. Got 2 extra minutes, so we're going to be here until the 47th minute, and Madrid recovers the ball. Which stays with Martin Valgen, who does a long pass so that Murici can battle. So they will attack Kubo. Take obviously looking for a tackle there, but the ball is for Mallorca with Murici as the main character, playing short passes with Baba. Baba trying to have the last possession on the ball and trying to slow the rhythm down now, following Luis García Plaz's instructions. We're on 45th, coming up to 46th minute.
Esa última posesión, ahora el colegiado que le pedía un poquito de velocidad a Raillo, mirando su cronómetro, y el Mallorca que quiere que no se juegue más que esta ocasión, esta posible falta.
Of course, Mallorca does not want
falta que va a sacar el Mallorca. Ahí está Raillo.
Any more to happen now in this first half. Maurici's there with the header, and that's a shame, leaving for go ahead. But Take Kubo's in possession. Take takes the ball, it could be good. Shoots, but it's rebounded by Real Madrid's defense. The ball goes to Mallorca once again. Ends up in Sergio Rico's feet. Luckily, because Vinicius was there ready and waiting to steal it. Of course, we want to have the last possession on the ball now. There's not much left of this first half. Valverde and Lucas Vázquez, who passes back to Toni Kroos.
Recuperó la pelota el Mallorca, levanta su mano el
And Mallorca recovers the ball, and there's the 3 whistles to indicate that it's half time.
Y Esteban arranca el aplauso del público.
And there's applause from the state, from all around the stadium, Esteban. Yes, lots of fans on their feet applauding the effort of the players. At the moment, we can definitely take our hats off to the Mallorca players. We go into half-time 0-0.
Pero lo que sí sabemos es que este Mallorca nos gusta y esperemos que la segunda parte
What we don't know what's going to happen in the second half against such a rival as is Madrid. What we do know is that we are happy with the boys' performance at the moment. We hope for many more exciting things to come in the second half.
Primera parte del equipo, alguna oportunidad para el Real Madrid,
So it's been a very positive first half for Mallorca.
Para el equipo de Ancelotti, como no puede ser de otra manera.
More possession, of course, for Madrid, for Real Madrid and Ancelotti's players at the moment.
Un poquito de descanso y bueno, pues primera valoración, Manolo Moya, de esta
stadium now, of course, looking for a bit of rest time.
Mallorca ha estado muy bien, ha tenido solamente una ocasión muy clara que ha sido de Benzema. Y bueno, y la ocasión más clara ha sido del Mallorca.
Real Madrid at the moment have had only one real opportunity to score, which was Benzema's. And apart from that, it was Mallorca that had the most opportunities, really, and the most clear one as well. Mallorca on the defense level are doing very, very well.
Pero esperemos que podamos aguantar la segunda parte y estamos en el partido 0-0 y la ocasión más clara ha sido del Mallorca.
So yes, we are 0-0 at half-time, and the clearest opportunity has been Mallorca so far.
Bueno, yo creo que el partido a nivel defensivo del Mallorca ha sido perfecto, prácticamente perfecto, raramente.
So on a defensive level, the match has been very good for Mallorca so far.
Cerca de lo que es el área y por dentro, casi todas las jugadas han venido del lado de Vinicius por fuera y bueno, en ese sentido yo creo que está haciendo un partido perfecto. Los primeros 20 minutos, 20-25 minutos.
I think on defensive level they're having a perfect match at the moment. I think we struggled to find our rhythm at the beginning.
Mallorca le ha costado las 2 o 3 veces que ha robado entender.
No, we have struggled to steal the ball.
Que no han jugado un poquito precipitado, ¿no? Entender que a veces el hecho de dar 2 pases en vez de tirarla al primer desmarque te puede beneficiar. Y luego el Mallorca yo creo que ha subido el nivel, ha estado mucho mejor.
I think that Mallorca did definitely bring up the level.
Para el descanso y que en ese punto.
And they knew that they were approaching half time and that they knew when to put the pressure on.
Se puede decir que es justo, ¿no? Pero la mejor ocasión
I don't know if we could say that the result at the moment is fair or not, but it's definitely looking positive for Mallorca.
El ver que en los últimos 3-4 minutos al equipo se le ha hecho como un poquito largo, ¿no? El ritmo de juego. El Madrid parecía que andaba con un poquito más de ritmo, tanto en velocidad de balón como en la llegada y bueno, esperemos que en esta segunda parte, pues tras la recuperación y el plan de
partido. We hope now after a bit of a rest and after slowing down the rhythm in this half-time mark, we can come back and still make the most of it and take advantage of having rested for a while. So we're taking advantage with the stadium now of these cams that are on the match viewers.
Y ahí vemos cómo bailan algunos aficionados aquí que han venido a presenciar esta primera parte. No sé si tengo también comunicación con nuestro compañero Esteban Ramón ahí a pie de campo. Esteban, no sé si estás por ahí o ha ido a descansar un poquito, que también podría ser. Pero bueno, una buena entrada también hoy de este Busy Mallorca Stadi. Y bueno, la gente que a veces le cuesta un poquito,
So good attendance figures today in the Visit Mallorca Stadium. Obviously, it is a bit of a difficult situation when you go on the camp and you're asked to have a kiss when you're eating your baguette, your half-time baguette or your half-time hot dog.
Ahí estaba ese besito, claro que sí, que se daba estos dos aficionados y buscando pues más reacciones, ¿no? Aquí en la grada en este tiempo de descanso. Y ahí tenemos, parecido razonable, sí señor. Claro que sí.
Ahora sí,
Este Rosalía, ¿no?
We're also going for apparently some dead ringers there. That's the Spanish singer Rosalía. So very well searched. She seems quite impressed about it.
Que no nos hayan preparado ninguna para nosotros y vamos a ver aquí también si.
We hope we don't have any dead ringers coming our way in the commentary box.
Paquita Tomás, la cocinera de ahí de IB3 Televisión, sí señor.
So that's Paquita Tomás, the famous chef on Mallorcan television.
Sí, igual es ella, Vicente, yo creo,
Maybe it actually is her. If she can take her mask off, it might actually be her. Yeah, I think she is saying that it is me. And she's made her way to the stadium to watch the match, but she's definitely having a good time. That's
Se ha venido arriba, así me gusta.
Qué bien, qué bien.
Yo me quedaría 15 minutos con ella, Mira, nada, corazoncito al aire.
I'd spend all half time putting the camera on her, to be honest.
Buenísimo, buenísimo. Bueno, y la gente joven que también lo celebra con ella.
A couple of kids there behind her celebrating with her.
Parecidos razonables, que también pues es una cosa divertida, ¿no? Que hacemos en este tiempo de descanso para que la gente, pues, aquellos que no están comiendo.
So the Dead Ringers feature, a new thing that we've decided to start doing in halftime as well. Something else, more entertainment for this halftime mark.
Hombre, Esteban, es tuyo.
So this is another interesting one.
Muy buena esta,
That's the Spanish singer David Bisbal.
Es un poco entre David Bisbal o el actor secundario Bob de los Simpsons, también te digo. Para el próximo partido lo buscamos, sí señor.
O David Luiz también.
También, David Luiz cuando era joven, sí.
Esteban is also saying it looks like a young David Luiz.
Este hombre se espera lo peor.
So this gentleman's clearly expecting the worst here as well.
Muy bueno ahí, Es que hay actores, claro, viene el Real Madrid y vienen actores aquí al partido, claro, es lógico.
Of course, yeah. I mean, Real Madrid comes to visit Mallorca Stadium, and it's normal that famous actors make their way down to the stadium. Why not? You never know.
La gente que se lo está pasando bien, Esteban, ¿no?
So, very good atmosphere here. Lots of people having lots of fun.
La verdad es que sí, estoy ansioso. Ahora metemos un poco de dance cam. Yo estaba ansioso ahora por saber quién era el siguiente parecido.
I was nervous then to see which dead ringer they were going to bring up for that guy there, but no, it's the dance cam instead.
Hombre, tenemos gente top, Esteban. No solo tenemos jugadores top en el césped, también tenemos gente top en nuestro equipo.
So yes, it's not only top quality players we have on our team, we also have top quality viewers in the stands. We've got Rosalía there in the bottom row.
Cantante, pues también puede bailar, todo lo que sí. Ahí está. Y vamos a ver,
Un poco, hombre. Ese X-Cam ahí, volvemos al amor.
Back to the classic love theme there with the kiss cam.
El amor no solo es un día, Esteban. El amor son todos los días del año, entonces.
So we started it on Valentine's Day, but we know that love is not only for one day of the year.
Sí, claro, igual no han venido juntos, claro, y.
Of course, maybe those two people haven't come to the stadium together today. We never know.
Hombre.
Tuvimos una pedida de matrimonio.
Sí, no, verdad.
So we did recently have an engagement, of course.
El otro día tuvimos una pedida de mano aquí en el tiempo de descanso.
¿Sí?
Sí. Hubo un tío ahí que se trajo el anillo de casa y todo y dijo que sí.
Yes, there was an engagement recently in the stadium where a ring was brought from home and the bride-to-be said a big yes.
La Fórmula 1, ¿no? Sí, señor.
Antonio Lobato,
Ahora que empieza el Mundial, ¿no? De Fórmula 1, pues también...
The dead ringer there, Antonio Lobato, the Formula 1 character.
Que sí, narranos una acción ahí de Fórmula 1. Claro que sí.
Formula 1 commentator for Spain.
Está flipando. X-Cam, se viene X-Cam,
Sí. Está un poco Casemiro, también te lo digo, Un poco Casemiro, No,
tiene pinta,
no tiene pinta
These two definitely don't seem like they're going to go for it.
De interactuar mucho, Le está diciendo, a ver, sí, cariño, por favor.
Sí.
Le ha costado.
We got there in the end.
Le ha costado un poco, pero bueno. Tímida.
Maybe, I mean, it is an embarrassing moment for anybody who's remotely shy.
Esteban, te perdíamos unos minutos que ibas al baño. Espero que ya hayas ido porque...
Sí,
vale.
He ido.
Muy bien.
No,
importante.
La botella de agua la tengo vacía.
Importante. Bueno, pues seguimos ahí buscando. Oh, ahí está. Claro, este no le han dicho ni que baila ni nada, pero él ya mismo sí se ha puesto a bailar.
Well, we didn't even have to tell this guy to dance, but he's already there. He's definitely excited. He does actually look a little bit like our Gio in the Mallorca team. He looks a little bit like Gio González.
No, es que a mí no me quedan bien estas cosas, Dani.
Hombre, esta se ha puesto contenta, ¿eh? Sí, se ha puesto contenta.
She got really happy being on the kiss cam, that's for sure.
Como nos gusta que la gente sea apasionada.
We love passionate people, of course.
La estaban esperando, ¿eh?
No, repiten, claro.
Repiten.
Y hasta que no los...
They're going for another one to get it on camera.
Queremos hat-trick, queremos hat-trick.
Maybe we're going to get the hat trick, but maybe not, on the other hand.
Bueno, algunos se veis al escudo. Ah, no, se están escondiendo un poquito. Bien, la fiesta ahí, la fiesta.
So definitely a big party going on in that sector of the stands.
Pues también ha cambiado esto, o sea, nos hemos americanizado un poquito.
So as we've been saying all evening, how much football has changed in many aspects, and I guess we have Americanized the sport and the whole atmosphere surrounding matches a little bit.
Digamos, de espectáculo familiar, ¿no? Porque el fútbol debería ser...
Yeah, of course. I mean, I guess now football is so much more of a, it's a company spectacle. It's all about the performance and the show that the club and the team can put on for the fans.
Después del partido, pues es mejor. Está claro que es la evolución del deporte. Antiguamente, al principio, solo se iba a ver el partido de fútbol.
Exactamente.
Of course, earlier, before, we only used to go to a stadium to just watch a football match, and that's all. And now it's about everything else that is on offer, all the other types of entertainment.
A ver,
Rafael.
No, ¿cómo que Rafael? Madre mía.
¿Quién ha dicho
Rafael? The dead ringer this time is Julio Iglesias, this gentleman.
Es un escándalo. Rafael. Julio Iglesias, sí señor. Bueno, un poquito. Julio Iglesias platino.
Lo sabes.
Julio Iglesias platino. Un poquito
So platinum Julio Iglesias.
El Julio Iglesias es alemán, efectivamente. El alemán, ¿eh?
Sí. Yo iba a decir Pocholo, pero...
Hombre, sí, a ver, Pocholo sí, también. La verdad que sí.
Cántale me va.
Nos lo apuntamos, ¿eh? Madre mía, ¿eh? Rafael nos dice el tío, madre santa, es que Esteban, hay para matarte, ¿eh? Es que te sacan del reggaetón, y ya no conoces a los clásicos.
Me he equivocado y lo sabes, Dani.
Exactamente. Bueno, y este niño que está disfrutando en este momento dice que por favor no me enfoque.
Obviously enjoying his hot dog.
Se está comiendo un buen perrito, ¿eh?
Ojalá sea el niño, ¿eh?
No es el típico bocata que antiguamente es.
No, exactamente, esto ya es una...
No, that's definitely evolved as well with along with the stadium.
Sin duda. Bueno, pues por cierto, Esteban, mientras seguimos viendo aficionados, decíamos que buena entrada hoy, ¿no?
Sí.
So good attendance figures today, Esteban.
Es la mejor entrada de la temporada, 17.
It looks like, I think it is the best viewing figures that we've had up until now.
El ambiente es increíble, Dani, lo que estamos viviendo, lo que hemos vivido durante la primera parte y lo que seguro viviremos en la segunda.
And it is incredible what we have been experiencing.
Sí, señor, bueno, son las 10 de la noche, seguimos aquí en este tiempo de descanso, la gente que evidentemente tiene permiso para seguir dándose besos y seguir bailando y seguir pareciendo.
Of course, everybody here is definitely allowed to keep enjoying and keep embracing and keep dancing.
Un poquito de balón, muy bien ahí, además grabándolo todo, el amigo, claro.
And obviously it's obviously on film there, captured by a good friend, capturing that beautiful moment.
Claro que sí, hombre, claro que sí. Estabas tú grabando y lo primero que tiene que hacer es quitarse el pelo de la cara, claro, con este...
Well, the first thing he needs to do is take his hair out of his face, says Dani.
Tan poderosa que tiene.
Los cortes de pelo, Dani.
Este lo puede llevar como quiera. Ojo, Batman ahí, Muy bien.
Un poquito de movimiento,
nice Batman hat there.
Aquí abajo, no sé por ahí arriba cómo está, pero
estamos bien.
Fresquito ya aquí,
Estamos bien. Mientras vemos estas imágenes, pasando algunos datos, ¿no? Que me ha pasado el Raúl, el analista del primer equipo.
So just going through some statistics that we've been sent by our analysts.
Seguimos ahí buscando y bueno, veo ya los jugadores del Mallorca, ¿no? Conversando ahí en Rodríguez con el árbitro asistente. Por tanto, va a empezar la segunda parte. Esteban, en principio no ha habido nadie, ¿no? que calentara.
So as we approach the beginning of the second half, Esteban, it doesn't seem that there has been anybody that's been brought on to start warming up. No, not at the moment. However, there are many players on the bench, of course, ready and eager to see if they're going to get their opportunity and their chance to come on and show what they can do tonight for the team.
Ahora mismo ya capitaneados por Antonio Raillo salen hacia el terreno de juego. Imagino que la gente ya empezará a aplaudir. Así es, la gente que no quiere, está bien metida ya desde ya para que el equipo pues vuelva a estar enchufado en esta segunda parte. Salen los 11 protagonistas del Mallorca también.
So there we go, the players are back on the grass now. 22 main characters of tonight. I'm really excited, especially after seeing what we've done in this first half today. So we can see Vinicius there speaking to the referee, who has been, of course, a very relevant figure in this first half.
Protagonista en esa batalla, ¿no?, particular con Pablo Maffeo y el Mallorca que en esta segunda parte, en este segundo acto, que va a atacar a la portería que está justo delante de la grada Luis Sillar, la imagen de Carlo Ancelotti sentado en su banquillo.
There's the image there of Carlo Ancelotti sat on the bench while Luis García Plaza is up on his feet, pacing around, no doubt. Extremely nerve-wracking moments for him as well.
Esperemos nos depare muchas alegrías para el Mallorca.
Esperemos y bueno, a ver si empezamos bien y nos quitamos la presión del Madrid que vamos a tener, supongo, pero bueno, el Mallorca, a ver cómo empezamos la segunda parte.
So we'll see now if we can reduce the pressure on us in this second half. So Mallorca starts their second half, Raillo looking for Marici. Casemiro looks like he spurs himself with that leap that he did then, trying to reach the ball. Brian Olivan and Valverde lets the ball go out, so it's a throw-in for Real Madrid.
Bueno, yo creo que el Madrid intentará salir como en la primera, darle ritmo a la pelota.
Well, I think Real Madrid is going to try and start the second half as they did the first half.
Rodrigo para intentar por fuera ganar estos 1 contra 1 y tener opciones de llegar fácil al borde del área. Imagino que Mendy empezará a aparecer un poquito más en ataque.
I think Mendy is going to start to appear a bit more on the attacking front.
A intentar aguantar los primeros minutos, seguir con el plan de partido e intentar.
Mallorca just needs to try and hold them off, continue with the match, and see how it goes.
Raillo que rechaza ese balón que le cae, ataque Kubo muy cerquita del córner. Se la quita con mucha calidad encima, la cabeza de Casemiro, pero se la entrega a Baba, a ver si puede salir el Mallorca.
Casemiro gifts the ball to Baba there, they're trying to pass to Marici. Toni Kroos was there though to intercept. Long pass to Karim Benzema, but he's not there in time, so it's going to go to Sergio Rico.
Empieza a haber movimientos también en la banda, veo al mallorquín Marco Asensio, ¿no?, que no lo hemos comentado. Se ha quedado en el banquillo. La verdad es que hizo un auténtico partidazo en la primera vuelta, marcando goles y dando alguna asistencia. Salta a calentar también Camavinga y Luka Modric.
So it looks like Modric is warming up for Real Madrid along with another player.
El Real Madrid en el último mes y medio más o menos casi todos los partidos los está resolviendo en los últimos minutos de las segundas partes, a partir del minuto 60.
Yes, well, we do know that statistically at the moment Mallorca's matches are all coming to their end conclusions in the last minutes of the second half, so anything can happen now in this second half that we have ahead of us.
Y las situaciones de juego que pueda variar van a ser muy importantes.
Se podían quedar sentados estos 3 jugadores, ¿eh?
Sí, señor, ¿eh?
Madre mía, por Dios.
Hombre, es un club que aparte de que la calidad de los titulares de hoy ya se les presupone, siempre que miras al banquillo tienes
otro equipo titular,
jugadores de talla mundial, entonces lógicamente por eso es tan difícil ganarlos, ¿no?
Y por cierto que creo, y hablo de memoria, que Camavinga debutó en el primer partido o sea, en el partido de la ida contra el Mallorca con el Real Madrid, al menos ese es el recuerdo que tengo. Jugando ahora el conjunto blanco con Karim Benzema. Mendy, efectivamente, apareciendo por esta
Karim Benzema playing with Mendy now.
Quería marcharse Antonio Sánchez que vuelve a poner la pierna a ver si se la puede llevar. Sí, Oliván. Yo creo que la ha
Antonio
hecho
Sánchez trying to break away.
colegiado. Se le echó encima a Rodrigo.
Rodrigo tackles one of the Mallorca players, and that's a foul whistled by the referee.
Y Esteban de momento sin movimiento.
Rodrigo apologizes, so the ball goes to Real
Antes lo
Mallorca.
dices y antes se quitan la chaqueta. 3 jugadores del Mallorca. El primero es Jaume Costa. También creo que he visto a
So 3 Mallorca players starting to warm up now. We've got Jaume Costa, Sedlar, and another Mallorca player. And Pablo Maffeo's on the right wing now. Short passes with Antonio Sanchez. Baba enters the mix. Good pass to the left to Olivan. Kubo is asking for the ball, but in the end the ball goes back to Raillo. Toni Kroos is there. Back to Sergio Rico now. A long pass looking for Marici.
Eso es lo que hay que aprovechar. Las peinadas de Muri.
And as Marici sends the ball forward, because of his header, Angel tries to fish that ball then.
Creo que la han buscado muy bien, le han hecho el aclarado, ha corrido a la espalda bien Ángel, pero bueno, no han conseguido sacar provecho.
Maffeo con Vini se llevan muy bien, ¿eh?
Sí, sí, ahora otra advertencia, ¿no? Del colegiado.
Another warning there because of Maffeo and Vinicius. It's not the kind of rivalry that Olivan has on the other side of the pitch. This one's definitely not as friendly. But of course, it's one of those things that when once you tackle a player and then that player refuses to shake your hand, you know that it's not going to be, it's going to be a bitter rivalry from then on.
También en el momento que ha ido a protestar también en la siguiente jugada cuando lo han ido también a
But yes, we must remind ourselves that even though Vinicius has a yellow card, we also think that Pablo Maffeo got a yellow card in that same instance for protesting as well. So if that is the case, it's a dangerous area for both of them. So Valverde sends the ball right. Kubo is there to help defend as well. It finds Martin Belgian, who sends the ball out of the pitch, which gives Real Madrid a throw-in. Valverde takes it.
Pues no tiene tarjeta amarilla Pablo Maffeo, así que...
No, just reviewing the stats now, Pablo Maffeo does not have a yellow card, which is something that obviously works to our favour, thankfully.
Retrasando para Toni Kroos, con Fede Valverde.
Mendy passes back to Toni Kroos.
La pierna izquierda, se le marchó un poquito el control y a ver si llega la contra del Real Mallorca.
And then Real Mallorca is going to go on the counter-attack. It's the first touch for Marici. And then to Kubo, and it's a foul. And because of where they are on the pitch and because of the position of the tackle, that's going to be a yellow card. So foul against Kubo.
Y bueno, tarjeta tal y como el nivel que está mostrando Taque en el día de hoy, va a tener que andar con mucho cuidado Lucas Vázquez, ¿no?
Yes, Lucas Vázquez right now for fouling Kubo where he is on the pitch, and because of Kubo's excellent performance at the moment today, that Madrid player is going to have to be very careful for the rest of the match.
Quizás estoy echando un poquito en falta la capacidad para hacer lo que han hecho ahora, ¿no? La salida por los dos lados, que por el lado izquierdo lo están haciendo un poquito mejor que por el derecho. Yo creo que lógicamente por las características de Dani, que no son las mismas que las de Taque, claro.
Esa saque de falta de Dani Rodríguez que, bueno, pues no salió como seguramente esperaba.
La peinal más pequeñito, Ángel.
Sí. Jugando el Real Madrid. Toni Kroos a la izquierda para
Toni Kroos now passes left to Rodrigo.
Vinicius, perdón.
Vinicius, sorry. Maffeo marking him very intensely, following him around the whole pitch.
Messi, nos acordamos, hace un par de años con el Girona al jugador en ese momento era del Barça. Pues yo creo que a lo mejor Luis García Plaza le ha dicho un poco lo mismo,
Sí, señor.
You also remember that Maffeo, when he was playing for Girona, actually marked Messi and tackled Messi successfully, so maybe that is the way he's going to go again. But Benzema is in possession for Real Madrid. So the last player to touch the ball then was a Madrid player, which means the ball goes straight to Sergio Rico, thankfully.
Intentar que el contrario reciba de espaldas y no se dé la vuelta. se comete muchas veces el error de hacerle recibir de espaldas y luego dar un pasito para atrás, con lo que el contrario ya se te gira y ahí empiezan los problemas, ¿no? Yo creo que Maffeo en este sentido lo está haciendo fenomenal.
Of course, I think Maffeo must be commended for his performance at the moment. He's showing some real skill. Take Kubo in possession. Take Kubo cannot reach where he's meant to go. So Valverde is now in possession for Madrid. He's trying to break away from Baba. There's no foul from Baba there, but then in counter-attacking that, Valverde actually fouls Baba, and we must be careful because Valverde's already got a yellow card. And it could be penalised here because of the defensive action.
Tarjeta amarilla Carlo Ancelotti, ¿eh?
Pero ha sido espectacular porque
yellow card for Carlo Ancelotti for protesting.
Y si no estuviera estado ahí Baba, iba directo a portería. Le había dejado un poquito de pasillo.
But luckily for Baba, he was there, because if not, that was a clear line towards the goal for Valverde. Mallorca loses control from the ball there. Nacho intercepts and passes to Benzema. But thanks to some head action there from Raillo, the ball ends up in Sergio Rico's possession. Baba goes down and the ball goes to Benzema. He can score. And it's a goal for Vinicius. Real Madrid are 1-0 up. Baba stayed down, asking for the foul.
Se equivoca Baba, pero es un error grandísimo.
Baba's mistake, a really big mistake there from him.
Que es puede ser falta, ¿no? Pero la situación, digamos que
it could have been a foul, of course. But when you see that the referee is not whistling all the fouls that are happening in the match and all the contacts, then you can't take those kind of risks with fouls.
Digamos que no es la primera vez que le pasa el exceso de confianza y que le roben la pelota, ¿no?
But it's not the first time this happens to Baba, to have gone with excessive confidence and then get the ball stolen from him.
Presiona muy bien Valverde, la salida del balón y bueno, uno contra uno.
Y lo primero que tienes que dar.
Yes, it was a 1-against-1. Valverde was very good at putting the pressure on as he tried to break away with the ball.
Con el gran partido que estaba haciendo el equipo, pues este error, ¿no? En este momento ya lo decíamos en la previa, ¿no? Ante el Real Madrid.
It's a real shame to get a mistake like this at this point of the match.
Llegó el primer tanto del Real Madrid que se
because
pone
these kind of mistakes come very costly.
Pues Manolo tiene que seguir, ¿no? Evidentemente con su fútbol, que hay mucho partido todavía por delante.
Sí, todavía.
However, we must remain optimistic. There's still a lot of match ahead of us.
Aprieta mucho, sobre todo la variedad del salón del Mallorca.
Cuidado que vuelve Vinicius, cuidado que vuelve.
Vinicius is on the attack once again. There's a pass for Benzema. Kroos gets a touch on the ball too. They're also looking for Lucas Vázquez. They're ahead of Take Kubo. Back to Valverde. The pass is left as Alvarez there.
Rodrigo pone la cabeza, le cae
looking for Rodrigo, who heads the ball. Who was in the position, but Lucas Vázquez takes it.
Ponía por arriba, se la lleva Antonio Sánchez, quiere salir Mallorca con
Antonio Sánchez takes the ball for Mallorca and tries to break away with it.
Falta, pero el balón que le favorece a Murici, que buscaba ahora sí la falta.
Ball is in favor of Murici.
Buena noticia, le cae la falta a Casemiro.
So there's a foul for Casemiro there, so that is very good news, but unfortunately it's not a yellow card.
En la situación en la que está el partido ahora es cuando en realidad vamos a ver cómo están las cabezas de los jugadores, ¿no? Como si mentalmente si el equipo está fuerte o si el equipo pues no está tan bien, ¿no? Porque un error lo puede tener cualquiera. Está claro que el fútbol es un juego de errores. Pero cómo afecta ese error
mistakes can be made by anybody, and football at the end of the day is a game about it's all about mistakes and right decisions. There's a handball there by Casemiro.
Claro, están protestando. Ahora los jugadores del Real Mallorca, en cualquier caso Casemiro no
Mallorca fans protesting, of course. In any case, Casemiro does not have a yellow card yet. The Brazilian player is laughing, and that is a dangerous opportunity for Mallorca now.
Jugador del Real Madrid con mucho pedirí para entrar, Esteban.
Luka Modric,
And
el 10.
on the sidelines, Esteban, we've got a Real Madrid player of a very high pedigree waiting to come on the pitch. Yes, Lucas Modric is ready and waiting to enter the game.
De manera bonita, se estaban recriminando algo el técnico blanco y el técnico bermellón, pero no, claro, no he podido ver lo que decía Luis
There
García
were
Plaza,
some words there between Ancelotti and Luis García Plaza a couple of moments ago.
Del entrenador Carlo Ancelotti, pero bueno, oportunidad clarísima ahora para el Real Mallorca, veremos.
However, this is a very clear chance and opportunity for Real Mallorca. Take Kubo and Dani Rodriguez are there, and they're going to take this free kick.
Minuto 58 de juego.
The 58th minute of the match is our chance now to equalize from a free kick. Lucas Vázquez on the ground once again. We'll see if we can get Take Kubo's there ready and waiting with his left foot, but we'll see who takes it. It's Dani Rodriguez. But it is way off. Unfortunately, it goes way too high. But unfortunately, tried to get it in the top corner of the pitch of the goal, but off target. So Valverde is coming off for Real Madrid, and in his place enter Lucas Modric. Camavinga is also coming on for Madrid. We're just waiting to see who is coming off in his favour. And it's Casemiro that is coming off, who's walking off the pitch with no yellow cards. So as you can see, he's walking off unscathed, judging by everything that he's taken part in today. So obviously, a lot of time-wasting tactics happening now because of Real Madrid's goal. Of course, they now have no rush in the world whatsoever. So the match is a completely different game now, unfortunately, after that goal. Pablo Maffeo passes to Baba. Baba once again recovers then. Passes right to Dani Rodriguez. Short pass up the pitch. Ball goes once again to Pablo Maffeo. To Baba, sorry. Over to Olivan and Take Kubo.
Y busca esa posibilidad de pase, buscaba también el córner, pero bueno, lo que encuentra es un saque de banda.
They were looking for a corner, but they're going to have to settle for a throw-in. Less than 30 minutes away from the end now, of course. The time is flying by for us.
Camavinga, con qué calidad ahora quiere salir el
Camavinga trying to break away on the right wing. A foul by Rodrigo. Tactical foul, of course. Actually, it's a foul by Baba onto Camavinga, but it's a tactical one because he was breaking away very, very quickly. Toni Kroos. Vinicius is there trying to break away from Pablo Maffeo. Passes to Mendy. Rodrigo is there and leaves it for Modric. He's slightly to the right with Lucas Vázquez. Camavinga and Mendy. Passes to Toni Kroos once again. Long pass from Mendy to Benzema. They're looking for a shooting opportunity.
Que Lucas Vázquez controle el esférico, se pensaba que era banda para ellos y es banda para el Mallorca.
Lucas Vázquez there receiving a pass, thought that it was going to be a throw-in for them, but it's not, it's going to be a throw-in for Real Mallorca.
Complicada la pregunta, lo sé.
Sí, hombre, muy complicado.
Marcar un gol, ¿no?
Creo que el nivel defensivo que tiene que tener, porque lo primero que tiene que intentar lógicamente es que no te hagan otro gol, porque eso sí que te saca definitivamente del partido.
So of course the main objective for Mallorca now should be to not allow any more goals to happen. That has to be the main objective, because that really would change the match probably, and without leaving any opportunities for it to change back.
coger al Madrid a la contra, ser un poquito listos, ¿no?
We've got to try and go out on any counterattacks possible.
Y bueno, al final acertar, que es lo que nos falta, ¿no? Pero
claro,
sobre todo no bajar el nivel defensivo.
And hopefully as well make some right decisions.
Para saber que todavía les queda tiempo y que les va a llegar la oportunidad.
Balón de Baba a la izquierda.
We've just got to remain optimistic that the time will come.
Puede poner un buen centro, muy pasado. Se pierde directamente por la línea de banda. Balón para el Real Madrid. Y decía, no, Manolo, el equipo, pues seguramente los cambios de Luis García serían ahora mismo ya pues más valientes. Antes irías al ataque, pero claro, poco lo que dice Vicente Ngonga, ¿no? Ante el Real Madrid tampoco te pueden mover, porque te meten 2 o 3 y se acaba.
Luis García Plaza would usually maybe make some tactical offensive changes, but of course in this case when we're up against Real Madrid you can't really do that, because if you leave any gaps in your defense, Madrid could easily go way ahead of the team. So we can see Salva Sevilla getting ready to come on, so that Rishi takes the ball away now. Baba shoots. And it goes into Courtois' hands. What a shame. That would have been redemption there for Baba.
La verdad es que Baba ha tenido un par más y las ha resuelto muy bien. Bueno, pues evidentemente tiene buena cabeza el ganés, que se ha equivocado, pero que como todo el mundo no puede hacerlo.
Sí, está claro que es lo que decía antes, ¿no? Que el fútbol son errores y que a veces pues los cometes más grandes, pero a mí en particular lo que me llama la atención.
So as we were saying, football is all about making mistakes, of course, and some mistakes are bigger than others.
Es una cosa que a veces dices, es que tienes que aprender de tus errores. Si tú sabes que en situaciones de que te aprietan ya te ha pasado.
Juega con el portero y ya está.
No sé en los entrenamientos cómo será, pero si te ha pasado ya en 2 o 3 partidos, hay que ser más listo. Te puede ocurrir las cosas 1, 2.
Of course, if this is something that has happened to you before, you've got to try and keep that under control.
Está fuerte y en general el equipo yo creo que está teniendo un comportamiento muy bueno.
Prepara magia y pólvora, Esteban, el mister.
So Luis García Plaza is preparing players to come on, hopefully to bring on some magic to the team. So we'll see who these players are coming on to replace. I think both of them are really eager to participate in this match and show what they can do. Atake Kubo passes backwards to Brian Olivan, who passes backwards once again to Antonio Raillo. Rodrigo is tailing him. Raillo playing with Martin Valgent. They don't want to give up their possession. Of course, they're trying to try and break away with a controlled possession. But Madrid recovers the ball. Benzema is in the goal-scoring area. He's looking for Rodrigo.
Sí, buscaba un tuya mía, ¿no? Casi una pared de fútbol sala que le hiciera Rodrigo de pivote y menos mal que el pase no lo dio como tocaba.
Luckily, he was looking to pass Rodrigo and didn't think about shooting there, because that could have been very dangerous and was fatal for Mallorca.
De todo el mundo. Ese balón que de momento no sale, por tanto no se puede hacer ese doble cambio. Antonio Sánchez con Baba. En cortito para Dani Rodríguez. De nuevo Antonio. Cuidado.
So Mallorca in possession. Antonio needs to be careful and very good. But Raillo was the one who was on the ball there. Referee whistles there and apologizes because Mallorca were going to break away with the ball there. That was definitely the referee's fault. He should have let play go on. So Antonio Sanchez comes off in favor of Salva Sevilla and Abdon Prats enters to strike. Whereas on Madrid's ranks, Marco Asensio is warming up, getting ready to come on.
Recupera el Real Madrid, se quiere marchar Vinicius, que recibe también el pase.
Abdon is replacing Ángel.
Que se queda en sus pies. Recuperó Martin Valgent.
So Martin Valgent recovers. Dani Rodríguez and Salva Sevilla working together.
Baba de nuevo, Salva a la izquierda. Olivan.
Baba once again, but back to Salva Sevilla.
El jugador catalán con Take Kubo también activo en esta segunda parte.
Take Kubo is also in the mix there. Let's see what he can do.
El cuerpo de Lucas Vázquez vuelve a ser balón para el Mallorca.
Goes up against Lucas Vázquez, torso there, and back to Mallorca now. Sevilla and Bava in possession. They're in front of Toni Kroos. Ball falls to Salva Sevilla. Taki Kubo turns around, looking for Murici. Unfortunately, the striker wasn't there in time. Obviously, he wasn't expecting to receive it either.
Creo que el Mallorca se ha rehecho. El Madrid está ahora mismo en proceso de.
I think Mallorca has recovered very well at the moment. They're starting to piece themselves back together.
Vaya entrada, Vaya, bueno, la amarilla le cae a Raillo. La falta le cae a Antonio.
That was an important tackle there. I thought that was a dangerous tackle on a Mallorca player, but it seems like it's Antonio Raillo who's actually receiving the yellow card.
Sin levantar la pierna.
Claro, chocan y le saca la tarjeta amarilla enseguida al árbitro.
So, yeah, there was a plain and simple collision there between two players, but the yellow card is going for Antonio Raillo, and there's no question about it.
Sí, toca la pelota y le hacen tackling, como lo dicen en el fútbol.
Sí, tal y como están hoy en día las normas, sí que es amarilla.
En el momento que Madrid también
However, if we follow the newest rules that we have in football, it is a yellow card, there's no question about it.
Y también Dani Carvajal al terreno de
So Marco Asensio and Dani Carvajal are coming on for Real Madrid now. As Rodrigo recovers from that collision, who is down on the ground.
Bueno, de momento sale Marco Asensio, a ver qué tal la reacción de... No, sale Carvajal.
Sí, Asensio
por Rodrigo, claro.
Bueno, la gente que está silbando un poquito, yo creo que están calentando.
So lots of protesting, lots of whistling from the stands at the moment.
Se levantan ya los servicios médicos.
And there's a stretcher coming on for Rodrigo. It was definitely an intense collision. And there is definitely that he was stepped on, the Real Madrid player, there's no denying that.
Sí, sí. Muchísimo.
Ya está.
Ahora la entrada de Marco, pues bueno, supone, aparte de mucha calidad, tiro de fuera del área. Y tal y como está el partido o como ha estado el partido hasta hace 5 minutos, que el Real Madrid sí que está merodeando bastante las zonas de área de fuera del área del Mallorca, va a tener que estar muy atento Brian Oliván para no dejarle ni ese medio metro que necesita Asensio para cargar.
Se retira sin apoyar el pie y vuelve Asensio al campo.
So Rodrigo leaves the pitch without applying any pressure to that ankle.
Como no puede ser de otra manera, el regreso de Marco Asensio al Visit Mallorca Stadium.
So it's the return of Marco Asensio to the Visit Mallorca Stadium.
Bien el Mallorca, se había rehecho bien el conjunto de Luis García Plaza con el pie ahí.
Luis García Plaza has been on there.
Será banda para el Real Madrid.
It's going to be a throw-in for Real Madrid.
Evidentemente no tiene prisa en sacar. Ahora Benzema que se la deja.
There's no rush in the world for them, of course.
El final del encuentro.
20 minutes away now from full time.
Este a la derecha con Dani Carvajal. Luka Modric.
Passes right to Dani Carvajal, and Modric is in there too. Back to Carvajal once again. Karim appears 3/4 of the way up the pitch.
El pase buscando a Marco Asensio, el primer balón que toca. Había fuera de juego además de un jugador del Real Madrid, pero dejó seguir el colegio.
Offside from a Madrid player, but the referee lets play go on because it benefits Mallorca.
Estaba solo ante el peligro. Saca Petroli de esta
Good for Murici because he was definitely alone in the face of danger there.
Ha llegado tanto por arriba como a la hora de aguantar el balón, como a la hora de hacer goles, que también ha hecho un par de ellos. Y a veces el poco provecho que le sacan los compañeros, ¿no? en distintas situaciones, sobre todo de cerca del área.
Ahí está de nuevo Murici que la peina y no puede llegar a ataque.
Murici is there once again trying to reach Kubo.
Luka Modric con Camavinga. Otra vez el futbolista croata con el exterior del pie. Abriendo a la izquierda para Mendy. Este con Benzema.
Mendy in possession with Benzema for Real Madrid.
Por abajo. Quiere jugar Vinicius. Con la confianza que le ha dado ese gol. Modric que se gira delante de Baba.
Modric turns around in front of Baba.
Este con Marco Asensio.
It's a short pass to Camavinga.
Zona de 3/4 por abajo.
Tony Kroos 3/4 of the way up the pitch now.
Fuego lento su jugada. Mendy con
It's a
Asensio.
slow burner of a play, this from Real Madrid.
Otra vez para Mendy.
Kroos once again, back to Mendy.
Muchísimos toques del equipo de Carlo
Very,
Ancelotti.
very long possession now from Real Madrid.
Luka Modric con Mendy.
Modric and Mendy playing calmly, we must say.
Por arriba del Real Madrid que se conforma, ¿no?, con tener esta posesión larga.
Of course, Real Madrid are more than happy to keep this calm, collected, long possession. That's good enough for them.
Al final esta es la situación en la que tienes que elegir bien, ¿no? Si tú pierdes la paciencia y te descolocas es
Of
cuando...
course, this is where Mallorca need to make some intelligent decisions. If you lose patience, it can be a very, very messy outcome.
Y aquí es donde tienen que ser fuertes mentalmente.
Dani Carvajal por esta parte derecha, la perdió. Ahora el
Dani
lateral,
Carvajal.
balón para Salva Sevilla. Le acompaña Oliván, también taque Kubo, se viene hacia el centro, se marcha de Luka Modric, el pase buenísimo que era para
Modric breaks away here. It was a pass for Abdon Prat.
Pone la cabeza Marco Asensio.
Marco Asensio heads the ball,
Salva Sevilla se la lleva.
sends it up. Salva Sevilla manages to steal, passes to Olivan, looking for Marici.
Providencial porque ya estaba preparado para rematar en
Alaba heads the ball in defense, which was very, very intelligent from him.
La recuperó Vinicius para el Real Madrid.
Valjean recovers, but then Vinicius steals for Real Madrid.
Esta contra como sea.
We've got to stop this counter-attack. Vinicius takes it away, passes to Benzema. We've got to be very, very careful now. He's on the attack, he's in the goal-scoring area.
Ha pitado penalti sobre Vinicius. El empujón del central del Real Mallorca.
The shove there from the Mallorca midfielder. Another mistake from Luis Garcia Plaza. Team. And Benzema showing the highest quality of play. And there's going to be a penalty in favour of Real Madrid in the 75th minute of the match.
Baba que se tira con todo, pero no puede quitarle el balón. Y el empujoncito ahí.
Baba threw himself down. And that impact from Brian Olivan is enough for it to warrant a penalty and for the referee to signal that there's going to be an 11-meter penalty taken now. So Sergio Rico versus Karim Benzema now. There's a yellow card now for Pablo Maffeo. The referee is asking for the players to calm down. Pablo Maffeo, of course, for protesting. They're also telling Sergio Rico that he needs to have at least 1 foot on the white line. So Karim Benzema is ready to take it.
Sergio Rico bajo palos, el ex del PSG. Quiere hacer lo que no pudo hacer Donnarumma. Ahí viene Rico.
And it's a goal.
Karim Benzema, el disparo potente por...
So powerful kick there from Benzema towards the right-hand side of Sergio Rico's goal, who was unable to make that save. And this complicates things greatly for Mallorca, I must say, with this second goal now. We have been saying we can't make mistakes against Real Madrid.
De momento Manolo han condenado al equipo.
Totalmente, pero bueno, ha sido una jugada.
At the moment, the mistakes that have been made today have definitely condemned the team.
Y no hemos dejado llegar hasta el área, o sea, había que parar la contra mucho antes y bueno, también la calidad que tiene el Real Madrid y el minuto que estamos es difícil pararlos y bueno, un 0-2 se nos pone cuesta arriba y a intentar a ver si en un cuarto de hora metemos un gol y nos metemos en el partido.
Of course, it is an uphill battle for us now, being 2-0 down, and we'll see what we can do in the last 15 minutes of the match.
Ha habido muchos errores en el camino desde que Valien pierde la pelota al lado del córner, ¿no? Ha habido 2-3 oportunidades.
Yes, on the road to that penalty, there were several pretty close together mistakes, which have definitely caused some damage to the team, and that's pretty undeniable.
A la desesperada, ¿no?
Sí, señor.
El intentar.
A la épica.
Sí. el intentar embotellar al equipo contrario todo lo que se pueda arriba y jugártela atrás porque no queda otra.
Doble cambio en el Mallorca, Esteban.
So it's another double change on Mallorca's ranks.
Y también Amat Ndiaye para intentarlo en estos últimos
Kangin Lee and Amat Ndiaye are coming on.
La pone dentro del área, buscando
And Brian Olivan is looking for Kangin Lee.
Bueno, sí, es un puño, evidentemente es de Thibaut Courtois. Pero no sé si puso la cabeza Camavinga, sacó de banda rápidamente el Mallorca. Ahí estaba Antonio Reillo.
Mallorca takes a quick throw in, and Antonio Reillo is playing with Salva Sevilla. Pass back to Martin Valgent. Pass to Kangin Lee. First touch for the Korean player. Passes to Pablo Maffeo. Modric steals and it goes on a counter-attack but makes a mistake with the pass. Ancelotti asks him for calm. Actually, no, he was asking Mendy to go down.
Sí, parece que ya lo decían, ya avisaban al banquillo en la celebración del penalti, del gol del penalti, para que entren ahora los servicios médicos. Avisaban ya. Exacto, está preparada ya Marcelo. Y te iba a decir también, Dani, que Pablo Maffeo, que ha visto la quinta tarjeta amarilla, se perderá el partido del próximo domingo ante el Español. Bueno, una baja sensible en ese lateral derecho, pero bueno, tenemos a Gio también en el banquillo y un Mendy que lo que estaba
Pablo Maffeo, who's seen another yellow card, and he's going to, for that, miss Sunday's match against Español. Luckily, we've got a player such as Gio on the bench to come on and substitute him.
En este caso por el lesionado Mendy, el veterano lateral brasileño que se va a ese carril zurdo para jugar los últimos 10 minutos más el tiempo añadido de este partido.
So 10 minutes left now plus extra time.
Marcador
2-0 down at the moment.
Hay que atacar por esa banda. O sea, vamos.
Yo en este momento, si te digo la verdad, lo que haría sería poner allí a Matt, que es más rápido que Kangin Lee, y seguramente.
I think I would, if it was me, I would put Amat Ndiaye where Kangin Lee is right now because he's faster. But it's Pablo Maffeo trying to do anything he can down the right wing.
A la frontal del área. Busca esa línea de fondo, busca poner ese centro.
Approaching the goal scoring area.
Ante el brasileño, se acomoda la pierna izquierda, ahí está el centro buscando a Murici, la quiere peinar.
Looking for Murici.
Que quedaba muerto dentro del área, rechazó la defensa del Real Madrid. Volvió a ponerla dentro del área.
Rebounded by Real Madrid's
Es el
defense.
conjunto blanco quien se la lleva rápidamente. Benzema jugando con Vinicius. El brasileño dentro del área, delante de Martin Valgent.
Vinicius is playing in front of Martin Valgent.
Seguramente Martin Valgent que la vuelve a enviar a córner.
Luckily, Martin Valgent sends it to a corner, but everybody seems absolutely exhausted by now.
Es impresionante porque vamos, es normal, pero bueno, la velocidad que tiene Vinicius en las contras.
El estado físico de los futbolistas del Madrid, lo que comenté antes, ¿no? En el último mes es muy bueno porque si tú consigues en ganar muchos partidos en los últimos minutos, que físicamente llegas mejor que el contrario, normalmente al final de partido.
Y Vicente, cómo presiona la salida del balón del Mallorca, es que es increíble cómo presiona.
They definitely put an enormous amount of pressure on Mallorca every time they manage to try and break away with the ball.
Levanta la cabeza, la quiere poner a el punto de penalti, Benzema de
So Marcelo is Benzema heads and scores.
Con la cabeza, bueno,
Benzema scores with a header after that central pass from Marcelo. And as we know Benzema doesn't need much to be able to head it in.
Con el brazo, ¿no?
Sí, en el futbolista del Mallorca.
Maffeo, creo.
Lo celebran los jugadores del Real Madrid, que si este tanto sube al marcador, pues sentencian ya el partido. Algunos aficionados, ¿no?, que empiezan a abandonar también el estadio, y que recuerda que es día entre semana, día laborable, y pues eso también.
Unfortunately, there are some fans who are starting to vacate the stadium now, although we must remember that it is a Monday night, so lots of people obviously trying to beat the traffic in order to get home at a reasonable hour.
Salta bien, qué calidad, cómo remata.
Qué remate, también hay que decirlo todo,
Just watching it back here on the cameras, and what a rebound from Karim Benzema. His talent is absolutely undeniable.
Tienes que impulsarlo tú bien. Bien lo sabes tú.
Sí. Bueno, yo no saltaba tanto. Madre mía, por Dios. La calidad se nota en los jugadores del Real Madrid, por Dios.
Sergio Rico que la pone arriba. Buscando aquí a Murici, recupera el balón el Real Madrid.
Murici trying to be there, but the Real Madrid regains possession. And Nacho seems to have hurt himself. He's either slipped or collises.
Pues no sé si tiene más cambios el Real Madrid.
No, ya ha agotado los cambios. Sí.
Ha hecho todos los cambios.
However, if he really has hurt himself, then Real Madrid has no more changes to make. So it seems if Nacho cannot get back up, that means that they'll be playing on with 10 men.
Por Dios, madre mía.
Está recuperado, sí, Nacho ya de ese golpe que se había llevado. Y sí,
Yes, Nacho is back on his feet now. And Karim Benzema seems to be limping quite heavily at the moment.
Ese tercer gol, porque la verdad es que la gente pues aún parecía como que creía, ¿no? Porque al final un gol les hubiese metido a los mallorquinistas en el partido. Pero bueno, hasta el final.
So that third goal there was quite disappointing, of course, for all the fans.
Real Madrid con Marcelo por esta parte izquierda, ya viene a defender Canguilí, que le frena, que le...
Canguilí joins the defense.
Anima el público, el Luis Mallorca Stadi y el equipo...
Fans showing their support here in the stadium.
Que el próximo partido ante, bueno, pues uno de los equipos, ¿no?, que está en una posición tranquila en esa zona media, pero que no está salvado ni mucho menos, como es el Español, es su próximo rival y el próximo...
Obviously, we imagine that many of the fans are starting to focus on the next match against a team that is middle of the board. And Karim Benzema, we must point out, seems that he cannot go on. So it seems that they're going to end up with 10 men on the pitch.
La verdad es que el resultado es una lástima por todo lo que ha estado haciendo el equipo bien, ¿no? Que al final con dos errores.
Yes, it seems that the result does seem a real shame for everything that the team has done right today.
Se estaba tocando la parte del talón de Aquiles, gemelo, esa zona de la parte de detrás de la pierna, creo que se va, sí, ya con los médicos del Madrid, se va con esos gestos de dolor, esa pata coja bastante severa.
Yes, he is hopping off the pitch on one leg, accompanied by the medical professionals.
Les preocupa que tiene un clásico Benzema dentro de un par de días.
Of course, they'll be very worried because Benzema has a Clásico in a couple of days. Obviously, that means a match between Real Madrid and Barcelona Football Club. They will not want him to miss that.
Sobre el verde, aunque le suframos cada partido.
Con un 0-3 tampoco se puede marchar tranquilamente.
Y va a llegar un debut, Esteban, en las filas de Mallorca.
And there's a debut now from Mallorca. Grenier, wearing number 6, is ready to come on for Mallorca. And Baba is coming off instead, among applause and support from the fans in Visit Mallorca Stadium.
Mallorca, pero luego la cabeza de Idrisu Baba, ¿eh?
Sí, porque ha sido determinante. Es una acción que es la que te hace que al final el partido esté en este momento como está, ¿no?
Martin Valiant recupera este balón que disputaba Vinicius.
Martin Valiant recovers the ball against Vinicius.
Sevilla jugando para
Grenier. Sevilla has it now, playing with Grenier.
Levanta la cabeza en cortito aquí de nuevo para Salva Sevilla.
Short pass to Salva Sevilla.
Antonio Rayo en territorio madridista.
Pass to Antonio Rayo on Madrid's ground.
Con Grenier.
Martin Valiant playing with Grenier. The pass is right to Maffeo. Passes to Amati, passes to Canguilí, and shoots and ends up in a corner for Real Mallorca. Of course, that is one of the objectives for the rest of the match, at least end the match on a high note and play well right until the end. Of course, it doesn't look very likely that we'll leave with a good result, but at least if we can leave with a good match.
Y la lógica es que en un 11 contra 10 el orgullo del equipo al menos mantenga al Madrid embotellado y se tengan un par de ocasiones.
Vamos a ver Grenier.
So we'll see what Grenier can do now.
De Camavinga, Gross que juega sí, con Marco Asensio, que bueno, no ha tenido muchas, pero que filtraba ese pase para Vinicius. La ventaja aquí para Oliván.
La ha corrido muy bien, sí.
Y le juega con Amatendia y le vuelve el otro a Olivan. Este primeras con Adón para
Ball
Amatendia.
goes back to Olivan, back to Abdon. Passes back to Olivan once again, and to Salva Sevilla.
Que espera la incorporación de Canguilí por este costado.
Salva's waiting for Canguilí to arrive on the wings. Pablo Maffeo's with him. Canguilí
en la primera vuelta.
Takes the ball, the only Mallorca player to score against Real Madrid in the first round of the league.
Fuera precisamente de Canguilí.
Sí, creo que no ha conectado bien.
Shoots and slightly off target from Canguilí there. That was a poor, unfortunate kick, but he was there on his own at the end.
Sí, pero esto es la lógica de un 11 contra 10, ¿no? Es lo que tienes que intentar y si metes un gol, el gol del honor.
It's a shame, but at the end of the day, when you're 11 against 10, that is exactly what you have to do on the pitch.
La cara de portería, Thibaut Courtois en el minuto casi 89 de juego.
Courtois takes the kick now, coming up to the 89th minute of the match.
Juega con la cabeza para Brian Olivan. La ponen ya arriba buscando aquí a Amatendia.
Rayo and Olivan in possession. The advantage is for Carvajal. But Marishi takes the ball, passes to Canguilí. They're asking for a penalty. The ball goes to Marishi. Shoots very powerfully, but impacts against Dani Carvajal. Grenier playing from behind. Passes to Pablo Maffeo. Marishi's asking for it again. Too long a pass.
A que Dani Carvajal se la quite encima. Preparan ya el cartelón
It
en la banda.
forces Carvajal to take the ball off him.
Cuando Salva Sevilla.
Salva Sevilla in possession.
De nuevo con Salva. Este a la izquierda para Olivan. Evita que el balón salga. Prepara el centro. La quiere poner. Puede ser buena, puede ser buena.
It could be good for Mallorca here.
De nuevo. De Abdon Prats en este caso.
Rebound this time by Abdon Prats, who's asking for a corner. But it's not, it's going to Courtois instead.
Aldimoni de Artà. Qué lástima ese regate de Canguilí.
La cortó Marcelo.
It was Marcelo that cut Canguilí off then, and that's a massive shame, of course.
Era otra Canguilí porque o intentaba localizar el disparo arriba o le iba a dar al defensa. Pero bueno, desde los últimos 5 minutos creo que el Mallorca está en la línea del partido, ¿no? Porque al final es lo que hablábamos, ¿no? Para mí no ha hecho un partido malo, sobre todo a nivel defensivo lo ha hecho.
Obviously, if we look at all things considered, Mallorca hasn't done a particularly bad match.
Te condenan.
Sí,
even from a defensive point of view, but obviously the end result is really condemning, and if you look at that, then yeah, it looks like we were not capable to do any damage.
4 remates en el momento en el que estamos, ¿no? Del partido.
Sacará de banda el Real Madrid y esto sí que son los
So it's a throw-in for Real Madrid now.
eternos, ¿no? Para el equipo que va por detrás en el marcador.
Of course, these are really, really drawn out, eternal minutes for the team that is lagging behind, of course.
Sobre el croata, la pitó el colegiado.
Foul. There, whistled by the referee. Modric, of course, passes to Kroos.
Jugando con Camavinga, este de primeras atrás.
Camavinga in possession, who passes backwards.
Cómo buscan a Modric en la salida del balón en el Real Madrid.
They're all looking for Modric.
Ese balón que le cae a Murici. Le acompaña Canguilí.
Murici gets the ball and Canguilí is with him. He shoots.
Se hizo gigante el portero, se lanzó y
saved by Courtois there.
Lo que tú decías, Vicente, también un poco, ¿no?
Very good action from Murici.
Este delantero pues encontrara, ¿no? La respuesta de algún compañero. Ahora ha encontrado a Canguilí.
Es un futbolista que...
Yes, that's what we've been looking for and what we've been saying. We wanted Murici's hard work to be accompanied by some of the players on the team. In this case, Canguilí stepped up to the mark to do just that.
Y este jugador es capaz de muchas cosas porque con los pies es un buen futbolista.
Sí, la aguanta bastante bien y bueno. Ahora porque le ha caído la pierna mala de Canguilí, pero bueno, la ha hecho muy bien. Ha tenido esa pausa, como dice Vicente, y ha pegado un taconazo muy interesante.
Pero bueno, de estos últimos minutos con lo que me quedo es con eso, ¿no? 5 o 6.
Yes, and I think that's going to be our takeaway from the last couple of minutes of this match.
Por ocasiones un gol se lo merece.
Por ocasiones y por trabajo.
Sí.
Posición, yo creo que fuera juego, pero deja seguir el colegiado.
Offside, but the referee lets play go on.
La levantó el asistente, espero que terminara la jugada fuera de juego. Por tanto, va a ser balón para el Mallorca. Estamos en el
So the ball is going to go to Mallorca. We're almost on the 93rd minute now. Just over 2 minutes until the final whistle. Mallorca, of course, already thinking about the next match. This is the 5th consecutive defeat now. It's painful, but we've got to go on.
Equipos que nos acompañaron en el ascenso a primera esta temporada.
Sí, son muchos puntos, 30.
Son muchos,
Son muchos.
We're up against Español, who are, they are one of the teams that was brought up to First Division with us this year. They are having a better season than we are, of course. Yes, there are still many, many points to play for ahead in this league.
Grenier para Salva Sevilla.
Grenier passes to Salva Sevilla now, finding Pablo Maffeo on the wing.
Encontró el pie de Camavinga. Grenier de nuevo que juega.
Tries to pass, tries to centralize it, but finds Camavinga's leg.
Para Canguilí, prepara el centro, buscando a Murici. Y esto va a
Canguilí was looking for Murici there, and it's going to be.
Con la mano,
Ah, con la mano.
Con la mano.
Vale, vale, vale.
Let's see what Murici did there, but it was actually handball from Murici.
Bueno, el árbitro ha estado bien y no le ha sacado tarjeta amarilla.
But luckily there was no yellow card brought out by the referee then.
Ah, no, pero es involuntario, porque yo creo que quiere rematar con la cabeza.
Le ha desequilibrado a Marcelo.
Yeah, but it was an involuntary handball there from Murici, who tried to head the ball, but he was thrown off balance by Marcelo.
La cabeza de Valgen, desde el suelo se patinó ahí Grenier, Camavinga jugando con Vinicius, con
Grenier and Vinicius in possession.
Dentro del área le quiere pegar y será saque de esquina. Bueno, pues aquí termina el partido.
It's going to be a corner now. This looks like it's going to be the last couple of seconds of the match, the last action of the match. So Real Madrid takes this corner, Marcelo takes it. Luka Modric loses the ball, so Mallorca in possession. Murici and Canguilí now.
De Amat Ndiaye, le acompaña Brian Olivan hacia el balón, muy bien ahí Amat, está el centro, buscando el segundo palo, no había nadie.
Central pass there from Amat, but nobody was there.
Se acabó el partido.
And that is it, that's the final whistle, the end of the match. It's a defeat for Mallorca here tonight, it's a 3-0 defeat. Mistakes were made and we paid for them very dearly. So Manolo Moya, today we had to be very, very strong on the defense.
Sí, bueno, la verdad que defensivamente ha estado muy bien el Mallorca, lo que pasa que bueno, el primer partido.
Well, we have to say that on a defensive level, they did very well.
Fallo de Baba, pero lo que ha dicho Vicente, de los errores hay que aprender y
But what Vicente said, we've just got to learn from our mistakes. We know that Real Madrid has a spectacular counter-attack.
Es una lástima porque el Mallorca no ha merecido perder por este resultado, pero contra equipos así.
Obviously, we didn't deserve to lose with this kind of result, but any mistakes made up against this kind of rival are punished very dearly, and we saw that today. There's still 10 matches ahead though, that's 30 points to play for, we know that.
Mala racha de resultado, no de juego, pero nos enfrentamos al líder y contra el líder pues esta calidad se nota.
Los jugadores del Real Mallorca que se han quedado para agradecer el apoyo del público que todavía quedaba aquí en el Vice Mallorca.
The players have stayed on the grass to thank the fans for their support and for their love and patience with them tonight.
A los jugadores del Real Madrid entramos ya en este tiempo de
technical team there congratulating the Madrid players as they exit the stadium, or exit the pitch rather.
Lo hemos ido comentando, pero bueno, para ir cerrando un poquito también.
Bueno, yo creo que excepto los primeros 15 minutos.
With regards to the match today, except for the first 15 minutes, where Madrid were definitely superior to Mallorca in every level. I think the rest of the match was pretty balanced. Then the mistake arrived, and when you go behind such a powerful team, it can be really damaging, as we saw.
No el mejor del mundo, pero un buen partido a nivel defensivo y quizás un poco.
I mean, it wasn't the best match in the world for Mallorca, but it was a strong match on a defensive level.
El último pase y un par de buenos tiros que se han precipitado en el golpeo. Y lo que más me quedo es con la sensación de que el equipo está vivo, de que los futbolistas
my takeaway is that the team is definitely alive.
Y en ningún momento se han descompuesto en una situación
There was
difícil,
no decomposition from them.
difícil, ¿no? Vista desde fuera, no sé cómo están.
Of course, it's from an external position. When you think about a match against Real Madrid, you think you already know that it's going to be incredibly tough.
Muestras de que esto lo pueden sacar adelante. Entonces,
But they've shown that they can do it, and that they can go ahead with these kind of matches.
Contra el Barcelona, ¿no? Como se suele decir. Y en este caso, lo que cuenta es cómo pierdes. Y para mí, yo te digo que me ha parecido que el equipo es capaz de sacar esto adelante.
I think when you lose, especially against a rival like this, you also must consider how you lost, and it's not the worst way to lose. I think they can leave with their heads held high.
Bueno, partido que este sí que hay que ganarlo.
So we're going to start focusing on the next match, which is going to be this Sunday, and this one really does need to be a win for the team.
Los 10 partidos del final de temporada siempre decía que son los que te dan.
So Luis Aragonés would always say that the last 10 matches of La Liga are always the most important ones.
La primera vuelta van bien y acaban en el hoyo, y equipos que parece que van todo el año mal y acaban.
There are some teams that do very, very well, and then the last 10 matches actually mean their demise in the league. And for us, that could just mean the opposite. It could mean that we're being unlucky all the time. And then at the end of La Liga, those last 10 matches make all the difference. We manage to turn it around.
Todo es muy difícil ganar, hay que pelear mucho, y bueno, el Mallorca tiene un calendario que yo creo que le puede servir para mantenerse tranquilamente en primera división.
Sobre todo eso, ¿no? Aferrarse a esas buenas sensaciones.
However, the calendar that is ahead for Mallorca, we hope is one that could guarantee and at least secure, hopefully, their remain in the outside relegation zone.
Yo no sé, ¿no? El otro día le preguntaba a Rayo si el mallorquinista más optimista antes de empezar la temporada hubiera firmado, ¿no? Llegar al final fuera del descenso, y él me decía que no habría firmado.
So in an interview the day with Rayo, we asked him whether he would have signed at the beginning of this season to be at this point of the season outside the relegation zone, and he said that he wouldn't have put money on that. So if we consider that, I guess we still need to be pleasantly surprised by the boys' performance at the moment.
Digamos, como está ocurriendo con el Mallorca este año o hace 2 años, que se supone que el objetivo es la permanencia, tú firmas salvarte 5 jornadas antes. Eso lo firmas, ¿no? Estar en esta situación ahora, pues te gustaría estar mejor, porque no sabes cómo va a estar dentro de 5 jornadas después. Pero aparte de esto, yo creo que es una situación que, si tú preguntas a cualquier socio, la hubieras firmado, vamos, desde la pretemporada. Es decir, llegar a estar...
Perdóname un segundo, Vicente. Ahora te explico que vamos con el capitán.
Sorry to interrupt, Vicente. Then we're going to talk to Antonio Rayo, who's with Esteban.
Bueno, estamos ya así con Antonio Rayo, capitán del Mallorca. Antonio, qué pena, ¿no?
So my captain, what a shame today. Really good first half. Bit of a mistake there, we can say, in the second half, but we were doing very well. Yeah, I think we were working very well.
Hemos trabajado durante la semana de estar juntitos, estar tapando línea de pase.
We were working really hard and together and closing off gaps throughout the last couple of weeks.
Que la primera parte hemos hecho el plan de partido perfecto, la segunda parte hemos
But, we did a perfect first half in our opinion.
Un error puntual, un error.
And then there was just one mistake that was made. We could have avoided that mistake easily, but it can happen to anybody. We did bring out a lot of personality and a lot of pride that we'd had in the last couple of matches, though.
Es el líder, tiene la pegada que tiene, es un poco lo que ha pasado, pero es que al final el equipo hoy ha dado la cara en todo momento.
Yo creo que nunca hemos perdido, ¿no? Salvo momentos puntuales.
Yeah, I mean, I think at no point did we come out with a losing mentality today. Maybe we need a little bit of the spark to finish off the plays. But I don't think we lost our intensity at any point. But when Madrid gets ahead and they're able to move ahead of the lines.
El otro día es verdad que consiguió marcar 3, pero le está faltando un poquito, ¿no? A lo mejor ese acierto de cara a gol.
So maybe we are just missing those correct decisions at some point. Well, I mean, it's not only the striker's fault, of course. It's everybody's responsibility, and it's a team effort. I mean, we did get close to scoring on several occasions, but you know, for one reason or another, it just doesn't seem to happen, and that's what we've got to keep working on. So you've played Español twice now, and two victories that you've had this season, and hopefully a third one. Yeah, of course. I mean, we're all really excited to try and break up this recent dynamic, so that's what we're going to be going for. So, and also because of the support of the fans, right? Yeah, of course. I mean, they deserve it. They deserve it for their persistence and their patience with us, and how they come out and keep supporting us time and time again. You've got to leave everything on the grass. And hopefully their applause will always be with us because we give it all we've got. That is Antonio Reyes with that.
Porque nosotros aquí lo escuchábamos como un robot, pero no. En programas se escuchaba perfectamente. Bueno, ya para ir despidiéndote, Vicente, ¿qué te ha parecido las palabras del capitán?
So what is your takeaway from that interview, Vicente, with Antonio Reyes, our captain?
Pues palabras lógicas, ¿no? Creo que
I think there was very logical words there from him.
Tienen que estar unidos, son conscientes de que tienen que darlo
I think
todo.
I'd pick up what he said about the team being united.
Ellos en su interior de que son capaces de
And that they have that feeling inside that they are capable of remaining in First Division.
empezar a trabajar desde mañana otra vez para ganar el domingo y así los próximos 10.
Bueno, pues Vicente Ngoga, gracias por haber estado
Work hard to try and win on Sunday and then win the last 10 that they have had of them.
Es decir, que no hayamos podido celebrar juntos una victoria. Yo decía, ¿no?, en la previa que muchos partidos no han jugado contra el Madrid.
So, pleasure to have you with us today, Vicente. It's a shame that we weren't able to celebrate a victory, but it's a complicated league.
Ganábamos 1-0 en el 90 y perdimos 1-2.
Es verdad.
O sea que
Yes, well, my debut as well. We were in the lead 1-0 and we ended up losing 2-1. So that's football, you know. You never know what's going to happen.
era diferente, pero bueno.
Well, yeah, that's good that you said that because we do always tend to only remember the good, positive moments, but sometimes there are some really unfair outcomes in football, and you've just got to take it and roll with them.
Que tenemos en la actualidad, que viene con la moral que viene en el momento físico que viene, que tienen ese empaque, ¿no?, como equipo, pues más difícil todavía. Se lo hemos facilitado un poquito con un par de errores y bueno, a partir de ahí lógicamente te matan porque...
Of course, yeah, when you're up against a team like Madrid and you make a couple of mistakes that permits them to get ahead, then it's not much you can do against that.
Publicidad, enseguida vamos con la rueda de prensa de los entrenadores, con Carlo Ancelotti, con Luis García.
So we're going to go to a very short ad break now, and we'll be back very soon with both managers' press conferences, as well as some more interviews with some other Mallorca players. We'll be back very soon.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Bienvenido a bordo. Déjate llevar por la compañía española con la que vuelan cada año más de 10 millones de pasajeros a más de 50 destinos en todo el mundo. Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto, muy pronto. En Europa, cada detalle cuenta.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
So we are back live in this post-match coverage. We've heard from our captain Antonio Raillo, of course. We're going to be hearing from Carlo Ancelotti. And we're also, of course, going to be hearing from Luis Garcia Plaza and hear his reaction to this fifth consecutive defeat now. Obviously, we knew it was going to be a tough and complicated match, but looking towards the result and the match that we've witnessed, it doesn't really seem there's a massive correlation there. Of course, it is very easy to say on paper, but it doesn't seem that they deserve the result that we ended up with.
Y bueno, en el mundo del fútbol los goles vienen por errores y ha sido una lástima porque defensivamente la primera parte ha estado muy bien.
Yes, unfortunately, goals in first division often come out of mistakes, and the mistakes were on our behalf.
Y esto es lo que tiene contra un equipo con la pegada que tiene el Real Madrid, no puedes tener fallos porque tienes que hacer el partido perfecto y tienes que tener un poco de suerte. Pero bueno, el Mallorca hay que pasar página y hay que mirar hacia adelante.
So, but Mallorca just needs to turn over a new leaf now, move on, and try and switch up this dynamic of negative results.
La clasificación, la quinta derrota consecutiva, como decíamos, del equipo, que bueno, pues va a terminar esta jornada, ¿no?
So, fifth defeat, as we said, consecutively now for the team.
Por detrás de él, por debajo de él, va a tener y van a seguir 4 equipos, ¿no? El Levante, que es el colista de la categoría, con esos 19 puntos, 22 puntos. Ahí tenemos la clasificación, me la ponen mis compañeros.
So we can see that we're currently 22 points for Alaves, 24 for Cadiz, which is the team that at the moment marks the relegation zone limit, and Granada, which is on 25.
Bueno, sabíamos, ¿no?, que el margen que se le quedaba al equipo sería corto, pero bueno, pues el Mallorca.
So we knew that there was only going to be a very short margin.
Esas posiciones de descenso, o lo que es lo mismo, dependiendo de sí mismo.
Sí, depende de sí mismo, el Mallorca.
So of course, Mallorca obviously depends on nobody but themselves. They need to go to the Español stadium and demonstrate the reason that they're there.
Hay que cambiar esta dinámica sobre todo de resultados, porque de juego el Mallorca pues.
We've got to try and change this results dynamic. There's not much to change in the actual play dynamic because, of course, we are playing relatively well at the moment. So we've got to focus on those goal-scoring opportunities, and we hope for a good match on Sunday.
Y estar tranquilos porque a día de hoy estamos en zona de no descenso.
And just try and remain calm because we still haven't reached the relegation zone at any point.
¿Qué destacarías del encuentro del jugador del Mallorca?
Sobre todo la zona defensiva, nos está muy
So what would you highlight about Mallorca's performance? I would highlight the defensive work in the first half. You know, we could have easily gone to into losing into halftime, and we didn't because we held them off very, very well. There was only one clear opportunity, and that was Benzema's, and that's commendable on behalf of Mallorca. You know, Real Madrid are the leaders of the league right now, and that is for a reason.
Y ha sido el segundo gol, ha sido en una contra, un penalti, y después el tercero con 0-2 ya era muy complicado y al final.
You know, of course, we know that the second goal arrived because of a penalty, and then the third goal, to come back after that would have been very, very difficult, of course.
Y es un resultado abultado contra un equipo que
Perdona, Manolo, que tenemos protagonista. Vamos con Pablo Maffeo, con Esteban Ramos.
So we are going to hear from Pablo Maffeo right now.
Estamos ya con Pablo Maffeo.
So with Pablo Maffeo here.
Después de una primera parte casi perfecta, ¿no? Solo le ha faltado al equipo. Luego la segunda con esos detallitos, ¿no? Al final se escaparon los 3 puntos.
So unfortunately, there was just a couple of details that then went from a 0-0 to a 3-0. Yeah, I mean, Real Madrid is the team that it is. I think some parts were disappointing for us, but
esa que podría haber sido el 1-0 que se ha quedado.
Yes, especially after your opportunity in the first half, which could have meant a 1-0 on the board for us. Yeah, I mean, I stole the ball and I thought Courtois was going to go one way, but it was just bad luck in the end. I maybe took the wrong decision. So, of course, lots has been saying about Baba making that mistake there and giving away that goal.
Sí, al final, bueno, son acciones que marcan los partidos, es primera división.
I mean, yeah, they are those kind of mistakes that make or break a match, unfortunately.
Como va, equipos grandes tienen más facilidad que le piten cosas que a otros, obviamente. Entonces,
but of course, I mean, also we've got to be mindful of the fact that when you're a big team, it's easy to get things whistled in your favor as well. So you're up against Español now. You've won both matches that you've played against them this season. So we're looking forward to seeing that unity once again among the team.
Sí, creo que todos tenemos que sumar nuestro granito de arena para conseguir el objetivo que estoy seguro que lo vamos a conseguir.
Yeah, I think we've all got to play our part in reaching that shared goal, and I think we all will play that part. Obviously, we need as much support as we can get from the stands as well, which we're really grateful for every time. And I think, playing well on all levels, we will reach our end goal.
Conexión grada equipo, eso es lo que necesitáis para estas últimas 10 jornadas.
Sí, al final vamos, aquí vamos a estar sufriendo hasta el último partido.
Well, we know that we are, even though we've got 10 matches left, we know that we are going to suffer right until the end.
Al menos la actitud y las ganas no nos van a faltar porque es algo que.
But we're definitely not going to be any less eager or want it any less, and we're going to fight right until the end.
Palabras de Pablo Maffeo. En unos segunditos tendremos ya con nosotros.
Pablo Maffeo's words there. We'll be hearing from Brian Olivan very soon.
Para escuchar también al otro lateral del Mallorca, que también ha hecho un buen partido. Es verdad que ha hecho ese penalti también sobre Vinicius, cuando el Madrid también pues tenía espacios para...
Yes, we'll be hearing from Brian Olivan, obviously another important figure in the match, seen as his shove against Vinicius granted Real Madrid the penalty, which gave them then their second goal.
Sí, totalmente, pero bueno.
So yeah, that's the whole point, isn't it, Manolo? When the ball goes in, that's what changes the match eventually.
La verdad que la ha tapado muy bien hasta lo que ha podido, porque bueno, el físico que tenía Vinicius, pues se ha visto que.
Yes, I mean they held him off as long as they could, and Vinicius has got an incredible physique, and Pablo Maffeo did very well at counteracting that.
Pegan el palo y a veces, pues cuando las cosas te vienen mal, pues la suerte a veces influye. Y bueno, hay que seguir para adelante, no hay que mirar para atrás.
But we've got to move on. We can't focus too much on everything that's already happened.
Pasa contra el Español y no hay que hacer nada más porque bueno.
So there's nothing else left to really say about that. So we've just got to move forwards.
El único ha sido el nuestro que bueno, que jugamos contra el Real Madrid, es el líder por algo y
the results this weekend have generally been favourable for Mallorca. In fact, the only negative one has been our own, and we were up against Real Madrid. We can't forget that.
Jugar por el campeonato y otros por salvarse.
And some people are playing to win the championship, some people are playing to stay out of the relegation zone.
La celebración de los jugadores del Real Madrid mientras hablaba Pablo Maffeo, porque claro, ellos tienen 10 puntos de ventaja, ¿no? sobre.
So unfortunately, as Pablo Maffeo was speaking, we could hear Real Madrid's celebration in the back, because this makes their distance from the second position in the league much further. But now we're going to go and hear from Carlo Ancelotti.
Hola, mister, buenas noches. Enhorabuena por la victoria. La primera pregunta es obligada.
Good night and congratulations. Seems that the players that have left the match, I would ask about Rodrigo, Benzema and Mendy, who walked off injured. Well, we'll have to assess that in the next couple of days. It doesn't look too serious. Rodrigo just looks like a bit of a knock.
Ha tenido una sobrecarga al adductor. Karim en un salto nos ha encontrado bien.
Karim did a poor jump. So we'll just have to wait until Wednesday and see if they can be fit and ready for Sunday.
Mario Cortegana de Marca, enhorabuena por la victoria. Ha sido
So
protagonista
congratulations.
mucho también en redes sociales el duelo entre Maffeo y Vinicius.
So there was a bit of a battle today between Vinicius and Maffeo
Se ha vuelto el
on
público
that
también
knee
en contra del
length
brasileño, que ha
tackle.
pasado en otros
And
estadios como el
the
del
audience
Villarreal.
also,
¿Le
the stands
preocupa lo
also
que
went
está
heavily
ocurriendo con el
against
brasileño?
Vinicius.
¿Cómo le
Do
tratan los
you
árbitros y
worry
cómo
about
le
his
tratan los
your
rivales?
player's treatment of the
Esto es
referees?
el juego del fútbol, a veces puede pasar que
Well, I think there's just one of those football duels and things that happens.
ha sido un partido muy competido, sobre todo la primera parte.
I think it was a very intense and highly competitive match anyway.
Al final ha acertado a esas cosas, las decisiones creo que eran justas. Al final, cuando hemos adelantado el marcador para evitar problemas, he quitado a Valverde, que ya estaba amonestado.
And we can get ahead on
Una tarjeta.
the scoreboard to avoid problems. That's always a positive thing. But I think it was a very competitive match and a correct one at the end.
¿Qué tal, mister? Buenas noches, Javier Reyes de la cadena SER. Enhorabuena por la victoria. Quería preguntarle,
Congratulations for the victory.
sobre el segundo, el Sevilla falta mucha liga, 10 jornadas largas.
So there's still a long way to go in the league now.
Viene el próximo domingo. ¿O cambia
We've
algo?
got Barcelona coming to York Stadium next weekend.
Casi de memoria el 11, Casemiro, Kroos, Modric.
You know, we nearly know the starting lineup off by heart now.
¿Le cambia algo la ruta?
So is this going to be affected now?
Esto es bueno en este momento de la temporada.
No, I mean we've got an advantage at the moment, of course.
Físicamente, la segunda parte la hemos hecho sobre el perfil físico muy bien.
I think we played very well today. You know, the second half, from a physical point of view, was very strong. We just need to think about winning on Sunday, and that's it.
Buenas noches, Carlo. Las matemáticas dicen que ningún equipo
So if we look at the math,
puntos de ventaja en 97 años de liga.
nobody has ever lost or gone behind from 10 points ahead in the league in the history of La Liga. So, you know, if you've only lost 2 matches and drawn on 4 in the whole of the league, how can you lose the league now in the last 10 matches?
Mira, yo te digo que come se va a perder una final de Champions League cuando tú ganas 3-0. Ha pasado.
Well, it's the same as, you know, people who say how can you lose a Champions League a match after winning 3-0, and you can. And that's that.
Casi desde que empezó la temporada que el equipo físicamente está bien.
So you've been saying since the beginning of the season how good the team is looking physically. We're now in the middle of March.
Por ese percance de militancia 24. Quería saber qué importancia le da usted a Antonio Pintus.
So I was thinking about what's the importance of Antonio Pintus on that physical level.
No, Antonio está haciendo con los otros un trabajo espectacular sobre el perfil.
No, Antonio is doing a very, very good job with us. He's very respectful towards the players. We combine very well the physical work as well as the psychological work. We're lucky enough to have a team that is very, very strong physically. We have to highlight that. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues las palabras de Carlo Ancelotti en rueda de prensa, bueno, pues decíamos evidentemente que
So Carlo Ancelotti's words in his press conference there.
muy bien el Real Madrid, pero
obviously him always humble and saying that the league is not over yet.
Que nadie sentenciado, ¿no? Él recordaba pues la final que perdió de Champions y bueno, un poco que yo creo
Of course, he was referencing the Champions League final that he lost. Yes, they are 30 points ahead of Mallorca at the moment.
Nosotros estos 2 partidos van a ser clave, los recibimos en casa y hay que mirar el siguiente partido que es contra el Español.
However, yes, yeah, it is difficult and it is a tough pill to swallow, but we've just got to focus on our next rival now, which we receive at home as well. And in the next couple of matches is when we're going to see who is going to be the league champion, who's going to go in the European positions, and who's going to stay in first division. And there's nothing else that we can really say. We just got to keep working, keep our heads high. We've now done the most complicated match of everything that's left, which was against the league leaders. The effort is not dead at all. The team is not dead either. But we know that it is what it is. It's very, very difficult to win in first division.
Enseguida escuchamos también al míster del Real Mallorca, Luis García Plaza, que en nada.
So we'll be hearing from Brian Olivan very soon, as well as from Luis García Plaza's press conference.
Casi de memoria, pero para no equivocarme, pues lo voy mirando. Este domingo a las 2 de la tarde tenemos
matches that we have coming up now is Español on Sunday.
Fin de semana descansaremos todos un poquito.
Then there's a rest weekend. The 2nd of April,
vamos a jugar contra el Getafe,
Saturday at 2 p.m. against Getafe. Then we receive Atletico Madrid. Then we're playing against Elche. Then Alaves, which is going to be a crucial match of course in that battle for remaining. And in May we're going to Camp Nou.
Por el tema del rival, luego jugaremos contra el Sevilla, Rayo Vallecano y terminamos la temporada contra el Osasuna. Escuchamos a Luis García Plaza.
And the last match is against Osasuna, but we're going to hear from Luis García Plaza.
Elena García, Diario de Mallorca. Buenas, mister. Qué bien pintaba la noche y qué más.
So it was looking so good, and then it ended so badly. Yes, there were lots of mistakes today. You know, I always say that matches are decided in the goal-scoring areas, and this is a prime example of that. You know, you had some clear opportunities to score against Real Madrid, didn't manage to do them, and then you have those mistakes in very dangerous points of the pitch. We need to definitely minimize the amount of mistakes that we're making.
Bueno, ya hemos hablado y lo habíamos hecho muy bien la primera parte. La habíamos más o menos saber cómo apretarle, cómo hacerle daño, para que bueno, cómo contrarrestarlo. Después está el acierto y creo que
Of course, we need to learn how to counterattack this.
Hostia, no podemos recibir 3 goles. Es que es un partido que
But yeah, we can't concede 3 goals, even if it is a match like this one. So we need to fix things. And those mistakes are costing us goals, and those goals are translated into points.
Buenas noches, Melissa Liaga para IB3 Televisión. Dejando de lado el resultado, no sé si contento con la primera parte, con la imagen.
So aside from the result, are you happy with the image that Mallorca gave in the first half, to bring something positive out of it?
Creo que el equipo no está. Tuvimos otra racha de derrotas donde el equipo creo que dio peor imagen. Ahora el equipo yo no le veo mal en cosas. Lo que pasa que.
Well, I don't think they gave a bad image. I don't think they're doing negatively in many aspects.
Tenemos que corregirlos y al final es
that we're just making mistakes, and we need to learn how to fix those mistakes.
Estaba haciendo un partidazo increíble, Baba. Pues tienes que quitar ese balón de en medio.
Baba was having an absolutely excellent match at that point, but then he goes and makes a mistake like that. So does that make it a bad match for him? I don't know. But we need to learn how to fix these kind of mistakes as soon as possible.
Un tío te mete un pepino y ya está, pues ya está. Pero tenemos que, sobre todo, minimizar errores y creo que es la asignatura que tenemos pendiente.
We just need to minimize our error making.
Yo creo que habíamos leído muy bien el partido, lo que teníamos que hacer, y la imagen era muy buena y las acciones son muy buenas, pero tenemos que minimizar esos errores.
Yes, the image that we gave off was good. The feelings and the vibes that we were having from the play was good, but yeah, it's the errors that cost us very dearly.
Durant aquestes darreres jornades, jornada 28, queda poc, estan en una recta final de
The 28th leg of the league now. We're nearing the home straight of the league. So is it too late to fix those mistakes? You know, now you've got this dynamic and you've had 28 matches together. So where's the improvement going to come from?
Eso suelo entender casi todo, pero está
Sí, ¿por dónde pasa esta mejora en la jornada 28 de Liga?
Pues no cometer esos errores. Creo que el primer gol es completamente evitable.
Well, the improvement is in fixing those errors.
Y sobre todo con esa situación de presión del Real Madrid. Y el otro día el penalti, no hacer el penalti. Creo que es muy sencillo. Y lo hablamos.
And the other day, when we conceded the penalty as well, we've got to stop conceding penalties. It's as simple as that.
Problema mental, problema de quién se
But is it a psychological problem? Is it a player's problem? I think it's a question of luck as well. It can be bad luck, good luck. It's a question of errors as well.
La primera parte. La que tiene pues otro error. ¿Cómo mejoras eso?
Paulo Maffeo and the role he has in the first half, how can you improve that? Well, I don't know, how can you improve that? The only way to improve it is for him to have scored.
Realmente que nos superó después es el acertar y es el estar más llamarlo como queráis, contundentes. Yo lo hablo acierto en las áreas y creo que en las áreas ahora mismo no estamos tan acertados, tanto en un sitio como en otro. El otro día metemos 3, pero nos meten 4 y hoy nos meten 3 y tú ves el partido y dices, hostia, si no hacemos tan mal para que nos metan 3, pues nos meten 3.
But yeah, of course, a lot of people say, you don't play that badly to warrant 3 goals being conceded, to concede 3 goals. But it's all about those errors that in the end make those goals come through.
Ahora sí te había entendido, que no había entendido la pregunta.
Hola, mister. Buenas noches, Alberto Hernando, Cadena SER. Quedan 10 partidos ahora, se suele decir que es donde
So 10 matches left. That's usually where championship results are decided. So it's 5 consecutive defeats now.
Las derrotas de antes de Navidad, que veías, sobre todo en temas del juego, cosas diferentes, otra dinámica. Estás haciendo hincapié en lo de corregir errores. Me gustaría preguntarte por cuántas
So now you're focusing on fixing errors.
puede haber en todo el tramo que queda, en lo que no.
How much psychological and motivational work can we do now in what's left of the season?
El equipo hace así, se va para arriba y creo que en ese momento no estamos teniendo esa pizca de, no sé si de fortuna o de acierto. Yo al final creo que son aciertos más que fortuna, ¿vale? Pero creo que pasa por ahí un poco. No podemos ocultar que llevamos 5 derrotas seguidas, o sea, no hay que ocultarlas, no se están haciendo las
No,
cosas.
I mean, we can't hide away from the fact that we have had 5 consecutive defeats recently. However, I do think it's just unfair for the team.
No se valora, o sea, igual que el día de la Atleti ganamos en el minuto 90 o algo así, pues nos están pasando.
When we won against Atletico Madrid in the 90-something minute.
Darles toda la confianza, exigirles más, pero darle cariño, darles comprensión, ayudarles, apoyarles, y no van a encontrar el mismo entrenador que venga aquí y les pena, al revés. Van a encontrar un entrenador que les apoya y que les ayude y que intente sacarle lo mejor otra vez.
Yeah, we just need, right now they need a coach that is there for them and supports them and tries to help them get through this dynamic.
0-0, estás con una buena sensación. Madrid, no puedes regalar un gol al Madrid, no puedes.
Yeah, as I said, we were on 0-0 and we were having some really good feelings because they were playing very well. But then you make a mistake, and you can't make mistakes when you're up against a team like Madrid, and that's that.
Estamos ahí, antes habíamos ido, ahora creo que somos 6 implicados porque Elche ganó Granada. Pues a darnos de hostias con todos.
Yes, there's now 7 teams floating around that relegation zone because Elche beat Granada, and we're all just going to have to battle till the death.
Casemiro, targetes, Mendy, no sé, se li ha vist molt enfadat sobre la mà, no, de Casemiro a la segona part.
Pero al final son preguntas que tenéis que hacer a ellos, yo qué sé, no te puedo decir.
So there seems to be some protesting and lots of anger from the players and from the fans, especially involving Vinicius and Casemiro.
No sé si habrá influido tanto el resultado, no lo tengo claro.
Well, that's something that you have to talk to the players about. I wasn't focusing on their expressions or their reactions at any point.
Y decía que incluso su equipo flaqueaba a veces en algunas ocasiones. Sí que es verdad que tras el gol se han derrumbado completamente mentalmente, ¿no?
Bueno, yo creo que no.
So it seemed that after the goal they almost collapsed a lot mentally today. Well, I don't think that's actually true.
Ocasiones clarísimas, de Kangin 2, otra de Muriqui, o sea, la Real Sociedad sí que en los últimos 10 minutos nos venimos abajo.
Against Real Sociedad in the last 10 minutes, we definitely did lose a lot of strength psychologically and morale-wise. Today, though, not so much.
No, en esta ocasión creo que no.
¿vale? Es mi sensación. Cuando veo el partido a veces lo veo más tranquilo y cuando lo ves, pero creo que esta acción...
Sometimes when I rewatch the match, obviously I change my mind about certain things.
Pues al final son muy buenos y sobre todo con contraataques es casi a veces más peligroso. Casi hacían más peligro cuando les atacábamos que cuando les defendíamos, pero claro, tienes que atacar y sobre todo cuando...
Sometimes we're even better on the attack than on the defense, but if you attack, you've got to obviously finish up those plays. That's the essential thing.
Yo merecí incluso algún gol de para marcar y llevarnos una alegría también.
Hola, mister Tomeu Terrassa, es Radio. Quedan 10. Es una mini liga con un colchón de 2.
10 matches left now. 4 of them at home.
En casa.
It's not that many matches to go, and there's only 4 at home. That's 6 away.
Atlético Madrid, Barça y demás.
No, yo creo que sobre todo, mira, habrá 10 partidos. Estoy seguro que haremos alguno malo.
So there's 10 matches to go. There's definitely going to be some bad ones.
Yo creo que es lo que se merece este equipo, estos 5 jornadas. Yo creo que estas 5 jornadas, el día real no mereces puntuar, pero los otros 4 mereces puntuar. Hoy a lo mejor, vale, tenía que ser... Quita este.
But yes, the last couple of focusing on those last 5 defeats, you know, the day against Villarreal, we didn't deserve to score any points, but in the other 4, we definitely deserve to have to add some points to the scoreboard.
Muchísimo, pero creo que el equipo de estos 5 partidos, cuando ha hecho 3 buenos, tiene que puntuar y eso es lo que tenemos que corregir. Intentar jugar siempre.
So yeah, that is what we need to fix. We need to keep playing well and keep deserving those good results. This time, actually fix those mistakes and get those good results.
Sobre todo estos 5, ya te digo, el día de Betis, hostia, me acuerdo después, joder, qué buena imagen, tal, sí, pero por un penalti faltando poco la pierdes. El día del Valencia, hostia, qué buena
imagen. You know, the day against Betis, I remember, yeah, it was a great image the team gave off, and it was really good vibes, and just we lost only because of a mistake that granted them a penalty. And the same against then Real Sociedad, but that's the thing, you can't let this keep happening to you.
Es lo que tenemos que hacer. Ojalá sea los 10, pero vamos, es complicado, pero no nosotros, sino cualquiera. Estar la mayoría de los partidos y cuando estés bien ganar, que es lo importante.
And also the important thing is that when you're looking good, go to win and just try desperately to win.
45 puntos. Fue la segunda más alta de la historia. Y después hay permanencias con 34. Entonces no lo sé. No tengo ni idea. Lo que hay que hacer es ir ahora...
You know, in the past I've been relegated to the second division on 32 points, and then I've also stayed in first division on 34 points. So it's a complicated issue.
Sí, Luis, quería también preguntarle cómo le ha sentado ver que a Ancelotti le sacaban amarilla por protestar.
So how did you feel when Ancelotti got a yellow card for protesting?
Creo que le tienen que sacar amarilla. O sea, creo que lo de Ancelotti es amarilla. No es más que una amarilla.
Yeah, I think Ancelotti should have got a yellow card. I think that's what he deserved. He didn't deserve a red card. I don't think that coaches in general deserve to be sent off the pitch. I think what they deserve is a yellow card. But yes, my incident is obviously in the past, and I hope it's not repeated in the rest of the league. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues finaliza aquí la rueda de prensa de Luis García.
So that is it for Luis García Plaza's press conference.
Pero despido ya aquí en este set de comentaristas.
We're going to say goodbye at the moment to our guest commentator because otherwise he's going to catch a cold, and we wouldn't want that because we need him to. We can't end up on 0 points and 1 commentator down. So Anora, what's your takeaway from Luis García Plaza's press conference after those 5 consecutive defeats?
Equipo ya darlo todo, ¿no? De los 10 partidos que quedan.
Es que cuando sale lo dice todo. La verdad es que no hay que poner...
Yes, when Luis García Plaza comes out, he just says everything, you know, he doesn't hide anything at all.
Tienes que puntuar y bueno, es que no se esconde Luis García Plaza, es que dice...
And he's, like he said, he's got nothing to hide, you know, when you are doing very well, you've got to try and win the match.
Y esto es lo que hay, no te queda otra, ya está, seguir trabajando, darles cariño a este equipo, él cree en el trabajo diario.
He believes in hard daily work.
Esto es lo que tiene el fútbol, que son dinámicas, es una racha muy negativa, pero si hoy...
It's a very negative dynamic right now, unfortunately, that we're trying to break.
Y después, bueno, lo que pasa es que, claro, en primera división no puedes cometer esos errores y él ha dicho que...
However, of course, in first division, you really can't make those kind of mistakes.
Esos errores y sobre todo estar más acertado, sobre todo en las áreas, porque al final es a donde se ganan los partidos. y hay que, bueno, pues intentar minimizar eso, pero claro, los entrenadores no juegan y son los jugadores y hay que
But of course, at the end of the
confiar en
day,
este
coaches
equipo,
and
este
managers
equipo
don't play. It's the players that have to play, and we've got to trust the players, trust the process, trust the work that's being put in, the sacrifices.
va a ser complicado porque él ha dicho y
It's
no
going
se
to be
sabe
very, very complicated to stay in the category, like you said.
a final de año y hay que mirar el siguiente partido que es contra el Español, hay que mirar
We've got to focus on the next match against Español.
el partido trae algo positivo y seguir con esta
And if we manage to do a good match against them, that will bring something positive to the team. And we just got to try and keep changing up that dynamic. So that's it from you today for us, Manolo. So thank you very much. We'll see you on Sunday. Obviously, it's a bit of a tricky time of the day, right on Sunday lunchtime.
Y ya está,
y comemos más tarde.
Y comemos más tarde y con alegría. Ya nos toca una alegría a la afición mallorquinista.
Bueno, pues gracias a Manolo Moya, que un día más ha estado con nosotros, también Vicente Ngonga, que ha estado
So yes, thank you to Manolo for being with us today. And we're going to hear from another of the players in the flash interview area with Esteban,
como decíamos, también ha sido
which is Brian
protagonista, ha sido
Olivan.
titular de nuevo en este partido y estas son sus sensaciones, sus valoraciones. Bueno, pues problemas, ¿no? con el audio.
It seems we're having some sound issues there with Brian Olivan's flash interview.
El capitán del Kaiser, Antonio Rayo, a quien ya hemos escuchado.
But we also did hear that press conference with Antonio Rayo, but we're going to hear it now live.
Una buena imagen y a partir del primer gol, la sensación que ha dado es que el equipo se ha venido abajo. No sé si
So it seems that after the first goal, the morale of the team decreased. Well, I wouldn't say it decreased. I mean, obviously, we'd been doing very, very well for the first 60 minutes. You know, obviously, we were trying to equalize, of course, and trying to close off those gaps.
Si entra en ese partido en el que adelanta líneas, genera espacio al Madrid, al final lo que ha pasado, ¿no? En una contra te puede meter el 2-0 y eso ha provocado el penalti y ha sido el segundo en contra, ¿no? Yo creo que esa partida ahí es una
So, and a counter-attack, you can always get one goal up, and that's when they got around to the penalty. But yeah, anything like that against a team like Real Madrid is always going to be very difficult. So Luis García Plaza was saying about the big mistakes that the team is making at the moment. So what do you think it's owed to, and how can we stop it? But at the end of the day, we know that they are difficult mistakes to make, and costly ones too. Of course, we can improve it.
Hoy, por ejemplo, a lo mejor la toca a Baba, que podría hacer falta perfectamente. La semana pasada.
And of course, today it was Babas, which could have easily been a foul in the end.
Culpable de ello porque se me adelanta el delantero. Estamos hablando de que son cosas puntuales que tenemos que corregir nosotros como jugadores. No, el míster te puede decir lo que tienes que mejorar, pero si tú no lo corriges.
Of course, Luis García Plaza can say what we need to improve, but
ciertos errores en los partidos o en la jugada y al final pues, se transforman en goles. Entonces yo creo que hay que mejorar eso, ¿no? En plan, cada uno se tiene que analizar su partido, cada uno tiene que ver lo que tiene que mejorar.
Everybody just needs to analyze their performance in this match.
Mejorar y aumentar el rendimiento individual.
Sí, Elena García, del de Mallorca.
Antonio, creo que has dicho algo así como parece que si van de blanco se pita otra cosa. Además,
I think you said earlier in your flash interview, it seems like if you're wearing a white kit, it's you don't get whistled certain fouls, and it seems like Pablo Maffeo agrees with you.
Porque yo toco la pelota y noto el contacto de él, es verdad que me da la sensación, es verdad que luego he visto el vídeo ahí en el vestuario, es verdad que es una entrada más fuerte de lo que parece, ¿no?
I mean, it does seem that I was watching some things back in the change rooms, and it does seem like there are some things that happened today that were punished more heavily to our players than their players.
Es verdad que es mala suerte, ¿no? Porque yo llego un poco antes, él pone el pie, lo acabo pisando y bueno, al final un compañero...
In my instance, of course, obviously it was a complete accident and I was just there before him and I accidentally stepped on him. But it's a massive shame. Obviously it's something that just happened to go that way.
¿Qué pasa, no? A lo mejor el criterio de cualquier empujón, cualquier jugada tonta, siempre es más fácil que caiga a favor de ellos que a favor tuya, y por eso decimos eso, en plan, solo por meter un poco de picardía.
Sí, Miki.
No sé, Rayo, como capitán con el vestuario, ¿cómo calificarías el partido contra el Español, ¿no? Con la dinámica de 5 derrotas consecutivas, el equipo que va bajando posiciones en la clasificación.
So, looking towards the match against Español, you're coming out of now 5 consecutive defeats, of course.
Desde el vestuario, no sé.
Bueno, siempre se ha dicho en el fútbol que lo importante son los 10 primeros partidos y los 10 últimos, ¿no? Entramos en la fase de...
Yes, I mean, in football we always say that the important part of the league is the first 10 matches and the last 10 matches.
Juegues como genera ocasiones, da igual, lo importante al final el resultado, es sacar puntos, es ganar.
I mean, the important thing is to get points and to try and win.
Que si trabajamos como hoy y pulimos esos errores individuales, yo creo que el equipo puede dar la cara en todo momento, ¿no? Y puede sacar algo positivo en cualquier campo.
I think if we manage to polish those mistakes, I think we can go up against anybody, really.
Está muy concentrado, está muy metido, sabiendo lo que tienen que hacer y, bueno, con la idea clara de que son finales. A partir de ahora son finales y hay que ganar sí o sí.
¿Alguna pregunta más?
But right from now on, every match has to be a final and we have to win them without a doubt.
Bueno, pues la rueda de prensa del capitán de Antonio Rayo, 10 finales, lo decía Luis Aragonés.
So press conference of our defender and captain Antonio Rayo.
A Brian Oliván, ya veis que a pesar de la derrota, pues siempre escuchando al mayor número de protagonistas. Vamos a escuchar ahora al lateral del Real Mallorca, ya con el audio arreglado.
So now we are going to go and hear from Brian Oliván after solving that sound problem.
Estamos ya con Brian Oliván. Brian, qué pena, ¿no? Al final el equipo había hecho...
So Brian Oliván, a real shame.
En la primera parte el gol y luego la segunda, pues esos fallitos, ¿no?
Sí, al final venía el Real Madrid, sabemos que es un gran equipo.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that Real Madrid were coming and that they're an amazing team. We tried to follow the match plan that we had thought out. I think we had a really good first half. We made them definitely uncomfortable at several points. We didn't make it easy for them.
Del primer gol que hemos concedido en la segunda parte, pues ya se nos ha puesto muy
complicado. And from the goal that we conceded in the second half, then it just got more and more complicated.
Y te marca, ¿no? Pero claro, el equipo a nivel defensivo ya estaba haciendo uno de los mejores partidos de la temporada.
I mean, from a defensive level, the team was doing one of their best matches of the season. Yeah, of course, that makes you go home with a very bittersweet feeling because it's 5 consecutive defeats now. We knew that we had to kind of stop this bloodshed of goals that we keep conceding, and it was a really difficult rival to do that against. But we did some really, really positive defensive work throughout the whole of the match.
Hemos concedido el gol y a raíz de ahí, pues, se ha acabado el partido.
Se ha vuelto a ver esa unión, ¿no? Del equipo durante la
primera parte. But once we conceded the goal, it seemed like the match was over then, unfortunately.
Se decía que se podía haber perdido en estos últimos dos, pero al final esto es lo que se necesita para encarar estas últimas 10 jornadas.
Sí, como tú dices, hemos hecho muy buen trabajo. Creo que la unión del equipo es clave en estos momentos.
I do think that unity in the team is key right now.
El 93, pues el equipo ha intentado sacar algo.
I think right up until the last minutes, right up until the 3-0 point, we tried to still try and get something out of the match. We didn't just give up.
La última, creo que a nivel de compromiso no se nos puede reprochar nada, pero sí que es cierto que el fútbol es un juego de resultado y al final prima eso.
But at the end of the day, football is a result-based game, and it is what it is.
Puro fútbol,
Lots of bitter battles there, you with Rodrigo and Maffeo with Vinicius.
Nosotros intentamos hacer nuestro trabajo.
Yeah, I mean, we're all just trying to do our job, of course, and we're trying to counter-attack them.
Son seres humanos como nosotros.
You know, they're very good, but at the end of the day, they're human beings just like us.
La gente, ¿no? Cómo se ha quedado hasta el final para ovacionaros, para aplaudiros ese esfuerzo. Quedan 10 finales, quedan 10 batallas y el equipo depende de sí mismo.
So 10 battles ahead now, and the team only depends on themselves.
Como tú dices, nos quedan 10 finales y de aquí pues
Yeah, of course, obviously we're really grateful, but as you say, there's 10 matches to go, and we're responsible for all of
Si
them.
nos pueden venir y echar una mano, pues al final se agradece.
And if we can get the support from the crowd as much as possible, we're going to be eternally grateful for that.
Pues aquí las palabras de Brian Oliván, el lateral del Real
So
Mallorca.
Brian Olivan's words that
que les queda al equipo la
10
primera de ellas
matches ahead, and all of them equally as important as a final. So the next one is Sunday from 2 p.m. We will be here with you from 12:30, of course, to narrate and commentate on it. So thank you very much for your support. As usual, we enter the home straight now of La Liga, and we'll see you next time.